the stage. Okay, that's what it was. I forgot to add myself to. I forgot to add myself to the stage. Duh, Colin. I was really cooking there too. So I was cooking all that time and nobody fucking heard it. Damn, you know. Let me run it back. Let me run it back. Running my legs. Lucky it was only like 6 minutes. Yeah, I said there's no such thing as a damn black leader. Principe is goofy, you know? He's goofy, you know? There's no such thing as a black leader. A black leader is somebody that was chosen by the white establishment. Look who's paying these people, you know? Whoever pays you is who thing. That's why these people, when we say there's black leaders, yeah, you have black leaders put in front of you, and then you say, "Oh yeah, it's my leader" because he's in front of you, but they're really carrying out an agenda of everybody but you, you know. Oh please, this is what the problem is. You know, this is exactly what I'm talking about. People actually talk about Umar Johnson, you know, as a fucking leader. That's why nobody respects this movement. That's why we're the laughing stock of the damn planet, you know. You know, so it's just sad situation, man. I can't get people like Principe to understand what I'm talking about. You know, we got leaders, you know. Barack Obama was never a black leader, never said he was a black leader, you know. He was a president of the United States, you know. He was basically a leftist, liberal leaning man who won the highest office in the land. I said he's not a leader of black America, you know. If we had leaders, Principe, we'd have a government right now. We'd have a nation right now. We would have been parted ways with America and built our own nation, you know. And leaders could have negotiated territory and stuff like that. We could have had international partners and whatnot, you know. So we don't have a nation, you know. You know, so we don't have leaders. Chicago is just someplace they keep Negroes. Same thing with New York. Those aren't our people, our communities and everything. So stop. We never had leaders. We never had leaders at all in Black America. We never did. You know, Marcus Garvey said that. He said, "Man, he said the black leaders don't give a damn while the people are groping in the dark. Groping in the dark. They just walk around seeing how they can get close to the white people and stuff like that. That's all it is. You know, people want to be next to white people and be more white-like and everything like that. Proximity to whiteness and all stuff like this. You know, while the mass of people grope in the dark with nothing. You know, that's a so-called black leader. You know, so I don't know what Principe he's talking about. You know, maybe somebody could figure out what Principe was talking about. You know, yeah. You know, look, Obama was popular. I voted for him. You know, twice. But the difference between me voting for somebody who's a public figure and basically like this, you know, and basically like this. Yeah, so Booker T. Washington was Booker T. Washington, right? He was not a black leader, you know. I mean, he was leading black people, but the difference in leading black people, right, and being somebody that's and providing leadership and saying this is what we ought to do. Big difference, you know. So we're gonna basically talk about that tonight, you know. You know, so we're gonna talk about that tonight. You know, why do people think we got leaders? And why do people think we got to sit there and keep being beholden to these people that live 200 years ago when they don't have to deal with look the people that people keep talking about, Booker T. Washington and all these other people. They didn't have to deal with what the college Genesis is dealing with, right? They didn't have drill rap. They didn't have pretendians. They didn't have an ADOS FBA movement. They didn't have all these things like that. You know, yeah, we do have an agenda. The college Genesis, the colonization is an agenda. Just become a student of the colonization. This is the only agenda you need, Principe, you know? What you go? So this is this is what I'm trying to tell Principe. The only thing you need is a colonization. Only a colonization is going to survive. You know, if everybody, millions of people come to the colonization and whatnot, we get somewhere. We don't need any more ideology. We don't need no one else. We don't need nobody else from history. Nobody else anything. The colonization is all we need. You know, so you gotta say leadership accountable. I am accountable. You know, I am accountable. There is no leadership in Black America, Principe. You know, because leadership, there's no way of holding these people accountable. How can you have leadership when you can't hold nobody accountable? Can you fire Farrakhan? Can you fire Al Sharpton? Can you fire Ben Crump? No. That means they're not your leaders. Why? Because some higher force is putting them in power. We didn't put Al Sharpton on MSNBC and Comcast. It wasn't us that did that. You know, it was white people, white liberal establishment. You know, so I try to tell Principe, I pray for Principe every night, man. He's a smart young brother, man, but thick. You know, he's thick. Somebody whose head is thick, man. It's like, yeah, like my wife said, his head hard. She goes, you got a hard head. Your head is hard. That's what she tells me. Your head is hard. Your head is hard. That's how they say in Liberia. Your head is hard. I mean, you got a hard head. You know. Well, I'm a plant. I don't know who planted me. I think I planted myself, principally. I didn't come out of nowhere. I've been around. Look, I've been around longer than Tariq. I've been around longer than Umar. Ask some of the people who've been listening to me for over 20 years online and Blog Talk Radio. So I've been around a long time. You know. I go around. Yeah, go ahead. Do your House of Nation thing, people thing. You know, do your House of Nation. You know, this is the college nations for African Americans. I've been around a long time and I influence a lot of people, you know. So the bottom line is this, personally, I'm not going to, I've been here, people listen thing, but I just don't forget. I never tried to get monetized off of this. I don't make a living off of this like Tariq and Umar and all those other people. I never got into the money aspect of this. I never saw this as a way of making a living. That's grifting. So I do my thing, my business, and live my life and all that. And this is what I do. I share this part of my life with the public, with the Black community. So I'm not asking for nothing, no money, whatever like that. But people want to contribute. For Cash App is College Gen 5, $ College Gen 5. You want to contribute Cash App. It'd be greatly appreciated because I could take that money and that'd be going towards my buildings fund. I would start a College Nation Building Fund, BAO College Nation Building Fund, and I want to raise like $5 million off of that, to a GoFundMe, whatever like that. We're going to basically, I don't need none of these people, they're all useless, they're all useless. I know what people I need, I know what people I need. Most of these people are freaking just want to talking heads and bullshitters, that's the way I see it. Like I said, you want to follow Umar, why not, donate to that non-existent school, whatever, with the 20 grand opening dates and whatnot, a school that can't afford damn cameras. Waves app, Waves app, you can buy a Waves app package, right? Get an account, right? It's like $100 for a whole year, right? And install the security cameras. Download the app on your phone, and you can watch your thing. When I was in Liberia, right, 4 years ago, I was on my Waves app all the way to fuck over there, and I was like saying to my sister, because the time is different. Like that, who's at the front? I see people walking in right from the front. And I said, who's at the office right now after hours and whatnot? It was freaking one agent used to go there and freaking sleep. I go, yeah, somebody's in the office right now. It's just somebody walk by. Is that Melvin? Whatever like that, all the way from over in Liberia. I was watching my office, everything, I would just go get my Waves app and just watch people. I watch who comes into office, how long you stay, whatever like that. I watch it, everything, So you telling me that Umar Johnson can't afford $100 for one way? First, the package is like $100. You get 3 cameras, right? And then you could upgrade and buy a camera for like each camera like $25 a piece. So by a total of a total of like $250. He could have had like 10 cameras in the school watching things. But he said somebody came and freaking took $5,000 off his desk. I mean, this is kind of foolishness I'm talking about, and you guys buy it because Umar knows he could say anything to you guys. Y'all love him, and I love Umar too, but the bottom line is this: I think he's a liability. Really, I do, because as long as his name is tied to Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism, all stuff like that, he makes us look ridiculous, like in the Bible. And a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous, Just like a man in my position can't afford to be seen as weak. That's why I've been real hard on people that come into my show, and I got people listening to me, right? How I handle this is like how people say I'm going to handle nationhood. So it starts by showing you how I operate the show. I can't let everybody run all over me saying whatever they want to do and getting away with it and stuff like that. I can't do that. Because people gonna look at it and say, man, if that's the way you run your platform, how you gonna talk about building a nation? So I have to project leadership and strength. So partnership is between equals. That's what I'm saying. I'm just sick and tired of people partnering for partnering, and I've done that partnering shit, right? And you know what it does? Absolutely not a goddamn thing. What did I get out of partnership, principally, with all these deadbeats? Jack squat, diddly squat. There's a bunch of people running their damn mouth, whatnot, no money, nothing to contribute, whatnot, just people running their mouth and whatnot. I have enough friends in life, I don't need any more friends. I need real partners doing this shit, real people that's gonna put in work, you know. So I don't know what Principe's talking about, man. Maybe we could find out one day what Principe's talking about, But yeah, so who created black leaders, and why should we listen to them, and why is it time just to basically just re-examine everything? I say it's time to re-examine everything, what we've been taught, everything like that. If it means getting rid of the Nation of Islam, so be it. If it means getting rid of the NAACP, so be it. There's something got to go while we had all these leaders, these movements and everything like that, and Black America is broken the way it is. I don't so freaking get it, So basically, like I said, we have to basically examine everything. The Colonization Nation is like a bit of every movement. We're a bit of the NAACP. We're a bit of the Nation of Islam. We're a bit of the UNIA. We're a bit of Garvey, Booker T. Washington, all these old leaders. I take bits and pieces out of all these people and mold something new. I don't just take whole organizations and movements wholesale and say, yeah, let's be that. No, I take little things that the Nation of Islam said was right. I'll take that. I'll keep that. It's called being a keeper. Colonization is a circle of keepers. Well, I take certain things out of our culture, our history, right? I said about the fact that Black culture in America, we mastered etiquette, which enabled us to build communities. How the hell we used to have communities one time where men worked 30 years in a place or whatnot. We sent our kids to college. We did all these things like they built safe communities and whatnot, So all those things that produced that part of Black America, the golden age of Black America, I want to keep. That's called being a keeper, a keeper. When you don't freaking want to keep anything, I don't want to throw everything away. There's certain things about everything I want to keep. And you got to know, it's like in the old saying, you keep what's necessary and useful and get rid of what's useless, So I can't keep everything about Black America. I want to get rid of a lot of stuff about Black America, right? I want to keep all the good things about Black America. And me being a culture critic, I believe I'm entitled to talk about this. I just saw a video just now. Why do you got a Black woman with a friggin', she had 2 kids. One of them looked like he's white, pale white, and the other one's like this. They're just, like I said, they're trying to racially, not only do we have gender confusion in this country, but we also have racial confusion. No one's addressing this. We're a Black community and we're not, right? Are we entitled to our identity? Are people entitled to threaten our identity as Black people in this country by basically pushing race mixing and stuff like that, and just erasure of our heritage and who we are, identity and everything? Is that cool? No, it's not cool. I'm against that. Frederick Douglass said, yeah, he would hope one day the races mix together and there'll be no more Black and white and everybody can get along. I strongly disagree with that. It was like, well, Frederick Douglass, I don't give a damn with Frederick Douglass, right? I don't give a damn who you are. If you're a race trader, you're a fucking race trader. I don't give a damn what your name, your title, what you said in history, what you wrote about in history. I don't give a damn about that. A race trader is a damn race trader. It's as simple as that. You true history, you're African. No, that's not it, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We don't. I'm strongly against that. We do not need to know all that shit. It's unnecessary. Because if that was necessary, if that was useful, Musa, we wouldn't be here in the United States. You know, that tribe and culture and whatnot is absolutely useless. It's garbage. You know what I'm saying? It's garbage. Well, maybe you Haitians should do that, but we're on a different level. Black America's on a different level. We don't need that shit. People always trying to impose their fucking backward way. Next, you're gonna tell us we gotta eat with our hands, Musa, right? We gotta eat bush meat. We gotta eat with our hands. We gotta crawl around the world like a bunch of savages and whatnot. We gotta send our women over to fucking the Middle East and be abused by Arabs and fucking Muslims. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna listen to you. We we want to be just like the Africans, man. Fucking undeveloped, living in filth and poverty, and got to go to somebody else's country to get a fucking job. That's done a lot for the Africans, right? African culture does such wonders for Africans. I gotta use that. I don't know what it's like. See, I guess you guys figure, something, Kala, you really have to experience no electricity, no running water, no food, no anything, no education, no anything. You ain't African until you experience all these things. But that's why I said we get on here and we start getting getting advice from Africans. I tell people all the time, the last people on planet you want to listen to is fucking Africans. Nothing, That ain't being ignorant. I'm saying the last people we're gonna be listening to is Africans about African culture. Okay, we want to be like Africans. Okay, yeah. So yeah, bushmeat builds character. Yeah, like I said, man, eating with your hands and your feet and whatnot. I bet you Musa, he could probably friggin' he could put a straw between his toes right now. He got them long toes when that he could grip a tree. He probably drinks his cup. He could grip a cup of coffee, a cup of soda with a straw and drink with his feet and whatnot. No, we can't do that, man. We can't do that. We can't do that, man. We can't do that, man. So, like I said, I hate to hurt people's feelings, man, but no, I can't do it. I just can't do it. I just can't. Okay, I don't know. I just can't do it. Just can't do it. I just can't do it. So we need something better. Black America deserves the best. We are the best. We are the best. People always want to come to our culture. And that's why I said we're trying to clear out these idiots because these guys for the last like 7 or 8 years, these freaking stupid people under the guise of Pan-Africanism is basically fucking been destroying Black America. Yeah, Black Americans that grew up civilized and everything, acting like a bunch of bushmeat hunters and acting stupid out there in public online and whatnot. I gotta be African, Colin. I haven't had a bath in 3 weeks and whatnot. This is the African way. Showering every day is Western. Oh wow, man. Shower, wiping your ass is a Western, man. Why you gotta wipe your ass, Colin? Man, use your hand. Be an African. So so it is what it is. Calls a fake mulatto. Okay. Why listen to the Africans who came to America and built what Africans that built generational wealth? And that's what I'm saying. Where are these mythical Africans that built generational wealth besides on TikTok saying they got wealth? I don't see them. I paid the top Black businessman in America. Not one of them was African. Not one. All the institutions in America, in Black America, African Americans, top people, African Americans, the richest Black people in America. Daniel Smith, I guess he must be a Nigerian. I didn't know that. I guess Daniel Stewart must be a Nigerian. I guess Robert Smith's a Nigerian. I guess Barry Allen's a Nigerian. I don't. Who knows? Maybe Tyler Perry's a Nigerian. I didn't know that, man. These people are so successful, man. All the millionaires and billionaires in Black America, I guess the McKinsey Group or whatnot, the construction, Black African Americans construction, I guess they're really continental Africans, Jeez, everything significant that we could point to is Black America. I can't point to nothing that Africans do in America. Nothing. Not one business, not one Wall Street company, nothing. So it is what it is. You know, I don't know, man. People, oh, Africans did this. You know, so like I said, man, you people crack me up. So the question is, who created black leaders? Do we ever ask? Oh, yeah, yo, man, you guys swing from trees, eat, drink soda with your feet. When I, I guess we gotta do that too. My father literally born in a village. Yeah, he should stay in that fucking village. Stay in that village. Yo, why come to America? If you can go ahead and do the doctor and whatnot. Nigerians are dying of preventable diseases. Your father would be an honorable man if he stayed in Nigeria and did like that. What the hell you got to come to America for? We don't want. Just go away. God, man, what people don't understand that, man. Jews, man, we don't care about you people. A lot about the roots. Stay in Nigeria, stay in Haiti, stay in these fucking countries, man. If we could ever come to that conclusion, man, that black people in America, black America do not need no fucking African advice, and we don't need no Caribbean advice. We could ever do that, then we can have peace. We can have brotherhood, because I have no advice for fucking Africans. I have no advice for Haitians. I don't know shit about your island. I don't care about your island, Why do people act like they care so much about us? We got our shit together, for the most part, So I said, yeah, check this out. I seriously doubt a lot of Black Americans have Nigerian roots. I think most Black people from America come from the Congo region, Angola, places like that. That's what I think. I don't know about that. It's propaganda that we all come from Nigeria, which is bullshit. Dusty brother, man, the dustiest of the dusty. Suit there. We have Congo blood. I have Congo blood. I don't know what anybody else. I have Congo blood. My ancestors from the Congo, So salute to everyone in chat, the home of the brave Dusty Brothers on vacation up America. Yeah, get those crumbs, Look, I don't know. I don't want none of Byron Allen's money, I'm just saying. There's people out there in Black America. I'm seeing every day because I've subscribed to Black Enterprise magazine, I'm abreast of all the tremendous success that's going on in Black America, and I don't see no fucking Nigerians and what these people Chuko talking about, So Chuko says Black America's original Native Americans college. Just asked me. So why are you bringing that idiot to my up in my chat room, Chuko? Are you trying to troll me, you fucking moron? Give credit where it's due, Carl. Thanks to the white man for everything. No, like I said the other night, you don't seem to get it. You don't seem to get it. So let me shut this argument down once and for fucking all. Like I said, when I was growing up, the summers I used to spend in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, the orderly society I saw in Black America growing up, right, was way more advanced and way more civilized than anything I saw white people. I grew up in white communities, right? We used to go down south. The Black communities, man, when it's asked to who's more civilized, what's more advanced, it's not even a comparison. The Black community is always way more advanced, way more moral, way more cultured, and way more dignified than the white community was. White people were never on our level, That's why they needed Jim Crow laws to freaking humiliate us and everything like that, because they couldn't match us any other way. So they had to make laws against us. That's what the whole problem was. If we were down like they say we were down, they wouldn't need Jim Crow laws. We would just be like this. But Black people were able to open businesses. You had the Pattersons, right, of Ohio. First a black manufacturing, car manufacturing company, C.J. Patterson. We did that at a time when most white people were just still freaking farmers, dirt poor farmers. So all this nonsense about thank God for white people. That's what I said. I can't stand when immigrants come here. They don't know our history, In fact, most of the white communities were built around the black communities. We were the foundation of all these communities. Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami. Those were originally black communities. You know, white people came. Virginia Beach was a black African American community. You know, hundreds of years ago, where I live at, Virginia Beach used to be an African American community, the oldest African settlement in America. It was a Virginia Beach. SeaTac is still there. Bishop Thurgood, right? Beautiful community, beautiful people. You know, still there as a functioning community. When that nice houses, everybody out there in SeaTac own their own property and everything like that. And they got farmland out there. That's in Virginia Beach, in Oceana too, in Virginia Beach, in Pungo, Blackwater. All that is African American communities that's been there. White people came in the 1960s and settled in Virginia Beach, started building Middle Plantation, New Light. All these places in Virginia Beach were African Americans. You know, no, Chicago was not founded by no damn African mulatto Haitian. You know, the guys went there and started a trading post. Right, it was a black community from the South that came there and settled there and built the community. You know, so it is what it is, man. People always want to come here and take friggin' credit for our accomplishment. Can we have anything for ourselves, man? Without you guys coming over here off the boat, fucking trying to steal our accomplishments and steal our heritage and steal everything from us or whatnot. Next thing you're gonna tell me that you guys brought jazz to America. It was a great art form, world art form, whatnot. You guys gonna tell me y'all created jazz, you know? Y'all created rhythm and blues. Y'all created rock and roll. Y'all created all this stuff. Black America didn't do shit. You know, we didn't do nothing. You know, what would we be without the Caribbeans and the Africans and whatnot? They gave us so much and whatnot. You know, we can't do shit for ourselves. You know, so it is what it is. You know, so it is. You know, so. Oh, now jazz is African. So like I said, this is what I'm talking about. Everything I say, what I'm talking about. This is why people turn ADOS FBA. You know, all these people do is just try to discredit everything about us. Like we're not allowed to exist. This when people try to take your identity away, that's genocide. Somebody like Musa is capable of genocide. You know, because our very existence bothers him because of out of envy and jealousy. That's all it is. I don't give a damn. Most African Americans don't fucking care about what Caribbeans do or whatever like that. Jazz is African American. I don't care what the root is. It's African American culture, you know? So the bottom line is don't try to freaking take shit from us or whatnot, you know? Look, Africa didn't do anything for us in the 400 years of hell in America, right? Now they want to come after the fact and eat off of us and whatnot. This is sick. I can't stand it, you know? And this is what makes people anti-African, you know? Yeah, the good brother, yeah, because he talks the same stupid shit you talk, you quote. Jazz is African. Come on, what the fuck? Africans didn't contribute shit to our culture, you know? Nothing. They didn't help us out. They didn't offer us land. They didn't offer us a way to come back. Nothing. Now they want to come here and friggin' jazz, or they complain about them not getting movie roles in our movies and whatnot. Who's the African representation? Movie centers. Where's the African representation? There was no fucking Africans in the fucking 1932 Mississippi. What the fuck do we need an African for? You know? You think they're entitled to everything we fucking do? Salif Keita and all these Hugh Masekela, they listened to African American jazz music and they copied it. That's what it is. I love Salif Keita and whatnot, but anybody will tell you, yeah, they listened to the greats like Louis Armstrong. He was influenced by Louis Armstrong. They were influenced by people like Paul Robeson, you know, James Brown. That's who influenced them, whatnot. You know, that's what Fela Kuti would tell you. He came to America, whatnot, because he wanted to follow James Brown. Huey Masekela from South Africa, whatnot. You know, everybody was influenced by the African American culture. You know, but Africa wants to put the shit we created, man. Why don't you guys have some fucking real accomplishment? Then people will admire you instead of trying to steal everything we do. All right. I don't. So shut up, Principal. You freaking moron. You know. We need to preserve our culture, our called immigrants, our vulture, our culture. Look at what they try to do to their own teeth. Oh, Coliseum, keep a brown bag, his back pocket. What the hell you talking about with that, Principe? You know. But you guys basically, when you guys talk like this, you all you're doing is making my job harder. Because I'm trying to destroy this ADOS FBA movement, and all that you guys do is just come here with your foolishness and nonsense when around internet talking shit about black people in America, and these people grow. You know, yeah. What the hell does a Mendy culture have to do with Black America? We were cut off from Africa. You know, we developed our culture. Yeah, it had some had African roots, but what you see as far as Black America that's sold to the world, that's popular to the world, you know, that the world embraced, that the Koreans basically created K-pop off of, whatnot, is uniquely ours. You know, so you can take that to the bank. You know, so you can take that to the bank. Take keep what's necessary, get rid of what's unnecessary. You know, but keep getting sidetracked. Back to the topic. You know, topic. Now you see why I say the things I say. Yeah, but you be going too far, bro. I still believe in unity and everything like that. You know. But I say that we have a culture, you know, and Black America has to be preserved. You know, Gullah Geechee culture is also a Creole culture. You know, it's a variation. Hold up, there's Gullah culture. You're missing. That's the African side of it. Geechee is like the country. I mean, people of Geechee are just black country folks. You know, Bama bumpkins, and most of the Gullahs tend to be with the Geechee. So they put them together, Gullah Geechee. You know, same culture almost. But I would say the Gullah people are a little more cult African centered. You know, African cultured. You know, the Geechees are more like illiterate African Americans, culture, farm people, sharecroppers culture, jute joint culture, banjo, fiddle and banjo culture, that's Geechee, you know. Oh yeah, they were doing breakdancing and hip hop in Nigeria. Okay, okay, all right. Man, this gets so tiring. Now I'm starting to see how this fucking ADOS FBA movement grows. Because people insult people's intelligence, man. It's just so disrespectful, It's so freaking disrespectful taking out freaking somebody else's culture and try to claim it as your own. Yeah, folk culture. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Geechee culture is like folk culture, Gullah culture is more African, more African. Geechee culture is just like African American folk culture, Yeah. You too, Carl. You fine. I'm fine. Look, I seen a thing with somebody was doing some dancing. That just ain't not the same thing as breakdancing, bro. The people that were doing breakdancing in New York City didn't say, look, we learned this from Northern Nigeria. No. Stop it. Black. Why y'all attacking poor 4 Black tonight? Well, she ain't say nothing. She ain't say nothing, man. Y'all attacking 4 Black. Normally, I like people attack 4 Black, but she hasn't said nothing tonight, though. You know, celebrate a good African American man, 4 Righteous. Wow, man, y'all attacking. Y'all going for the jugular. You know. Every time I just said jugular, it reminds me of that skit that Tariq did, the Bucci Bear culture, you know. Gullah culture is subculture separate from mainstream Southern Black. Yeah, it was. The Geechee culture and Creole culture was mainstream Southern Black culture, right? But the whole Gullah culture was this African culture that was part. People put us all together in one category. The Gullah culture was probably the closest thing you're going to have to Africa. It's like a maroon culture and African Americans. Like these people were clearly more African than the rest of us, you know? You know, people don't realize that African American culture is, even in its exception, it's all the same, but it's really diverse, you know? Well, yeah, so about the topic, back to the topic, you know, who created the Black leadership, you know? And with that, I'm gonna open the lineup in a minute, but I want to find this thing. They're bashing good African follows rappers and you know, so what you thought? Yeah, I'm glad Chukwu, same thing. Is really arbitrary. What's a Black leader? You know, if I had to listen to Principe, who's a Black leader, man, we'd be back in slavery. You know, those Negroes are freaking useless. Let's see. X on March on March. This is what I'm talking about, folks. This is what I'm talking. Too bad I missed Dinah's show today, man. You know, Dinah's got to keep his show going on, man. I was on the road. I wanted to call in, and whatnot. By the time I got home, when that fucking thing was ended, man, I was so freaking pissed. Like, damn, Dinah's, man, can you do a show more than 2 hours, man? Shit, I wanted to call in so freaking bad, you know. Oh, Ahmed's in the chat room, and he's upset with me. He says, Kala, what on all your peaceful president didn't start no war? No, I didn't say Trump was peaceful. I say, Trump is like the which we call it is FAFO, fuck around, find out, you know, and Iran is FAFO, and they're fucking around and about to find out, you know, so Black experience created Black leadership, you know. So salute to Marcus, yo, yeah, okra, shrimp, how you had the shit. I don't know what freaking Chukwu was talking about. Chukwu was goofy. We all had two traditional leadership types, leadership into Black reformers. Yeah, I would like Alfonso to call in when the thing and explain that, you know. Let's see, is this on? Okay, here we go. Malcolm X on Black leadership. Let's see what this brother Malcolm say.
Method that the white man uses, how the white man uses these big guns or Negro leaders against the Black Revolution. They're not a part of the Black Revolution. They're used against the Black Revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble, plus it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson. In Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders began to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes whom you recognize of national stature. They controlled you, but they never incited you or excited you. They controlled you, they contained you. They kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money, and then he accused King and Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened. I got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and Farmer started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature began to attack each other, they began to lose their control of the Negro masses. And Negroes was out there in the streets. They was talking about, we're going to march on Washington. By the way, and right at that time, Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside the head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops down in Birmingham. So, and right after that, Kennedy got on the television and said, this is a moral issue. But that's when he said he's going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about they were going to boycott it or filibuster, then the Negroes started talking about what? We're going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt. Don't let the government proceed. They even said they was going to go out to the airport and lay down on the runway and don't let no airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins. They called in Randolph. They called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, y'all letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, well, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at 2 nights ago. Belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. and will use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. And as soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as the chairman. And who you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man. A millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at the Cobo today. This is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that so-called Big Six. They know what happened. Once they formed it with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up between the Big Six, and told them that after the march was over, they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you've been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for, and they're nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and brothers. Soon as they got the setup organized, the white man made available to them top public relations experts. Opened the news media across the country at their disposal. And then they began to project these Big Six as the leaders of the march. Originally, they weren't even in the march. You was talking this march talk on Hastings Street. Is Hastings Street still here? On Hastings Street. You was talking the march talk on Lenox Avenue. And down on, Fillmore Street. And Central Avenue. And 32nd Street and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the Big Six ahead of it. Made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man. They invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher. Yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy in power labored, the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants. Same clique that put Kennedy in power joined the March on Washington. It's just like when you got some coffee that's too black, which means it's too strong. What you do? You integrate it with cream. You make it weak. If you pour too much cream in, you won't even know you ever had coffee. It used to be hot, it becomes cool. It used to be strong, it becomes weak. It used to wake you up, now it'll put you to sleep. This is what they did with the March on Washington. They joined it. They didn't integrate it, they infiltrated it. They joined it, became a part of it, took it over. And as they took it over, it lost its militancy. They ceased to be angry. They ceased to be hot. They ceased to be uncompromising. Why, it even ceased to be a march. It became a picnic, a circus. Nothing but a circus with clowns and all. You had one right here in Detroit. I saw it on television with clowns leading, white clowns and black clowns. I know you don't like what I'm saying, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I can prove what I'm saying. If you think I'm telling you wrong, you bring me Martin Luther King and A. Philip Randolph and James Farmer and those other three, and see if they'll deny it over a microphone. No, it was a sellout. It was a takeover. When James Baldwin came in from Paris, they wouldn't let him talk because they couldn't make him go by the script. Burt Lancaster wrote the speech that Baldwin was supposed to make. They wouldn't let Baldwin get up there because they know Baldwin liable to say anything. They controlled it so tight, they told those Negroes what time to hit town, how to come, where to stop, what sign to carry, what song to sing, what speech they could make and what speech they couldn't make, and then told them to get out of town by sundown. And every one of those Toms were out of town by sundown.
There you have it, folks. That was Malcolm X, you know. See, I had seen a written speech in his book. If you ever want to know anything, one of the most powerful black books, you know, some books you got to have for reading, right? I think the number one book is Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And then C. Eric Lincoln's The Black Muslims in America, right? Malcolm X, the Ballad of the Bullet, the autobiography of Malcolm X. And Malcolm X, his last speeches really, really had a profound effect on the way I see the world right now. You know, that book, I read that in 1990. That was one of the last books I read in the movement. Malcolm X's last speeches. That was basically a yellow colored book when I was paperback, whatever. That was really, really powerful book. You know, just tell you how propaganda worked. And in that book, he had a chapter called "The Farce on Washington." That's when I first learned about this. What he thought about the March on Washington. I said, man, I didn't even think about that. You know. Because you always think the March on Washington, man, we got played. That was supposed to be a revolution. They were going to march in the Capitol, say, look, man, we're going to sit on airport runways. They're going to do everything, right? They said, look, so they organized these so-called Negro lists. Same thing they do with Black Lives Matter. Black people were ready for war in this country, man, with this Black Lives Matter. But they got a couple of friggin' lesbians and people like that with their joining with the friggin' white lesbian LGBTQ, and they made it like a rainbow thing, and it got the Black Lives Matter, which was started by black militants, right, got taken over by the gays, the LGBTQ, the lesbians, and the communists, and the anarchists, and all these other people, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. Philosophy Opinions, yeah. The Philosophy by Marcus Garvey, I haven't read that book in years, but I read that book through and through. And you know something? What year was this? This was 20 years ago, right? I was reading Philosophy and Opinion. Think about this, right? Right before I got online in 2005, right? I put them went in my closet. That's what I like doing. I sometimes just pick a book, and I was laying on a pile of clothes in my closet, right? And basically, that's my safest space in the world. It's like, nobody knows where I'm at, whatever like that. My closets I have right now are just too small, you know. But I used to have this big closet, you know, this big closet I could fit in there and everything like that, right? And so I would sit there and just read a book, and sometimes fall asleep, you know. I had a pillow in there, I just fall asleep, right? So I was reading the Marcus Garvey's Philosophy and Opinion, and my God, just when you thought everything was perfect, we arrived and everything, those words, it seemed like he goes, the Negro has been crying for justice, and he's no more near being here than he was 100 years ago, right? Man, it was almost like the words on the pages were getting up, marching, and crawling. The words were just coming at me. Like the words were like in 3D. I was like, it was just so powerful what Marcus Garvey was saying, man. I said, why am I reading this? I read this book 1,000 times, but somehow it just clicked to me. I said, it dawned on me, yeah, you got a destiny, Kala. You know, you got a destiny. You got to do something. This is your calling in life, you know? He said, yeah, black people are not liberated, you know? I said, oh, yeah, you're right. We're not liberated. I don't give a damn what we said. Who was president at the time? George H.W. Bush, I think it was, or whatever, you know? And I was also at that time when I was kind of mad about the Iraq War and stuff like that. I began, that's when I started getting back into politics. When the Iraq War happened, and when I was questioning all this shit, like George Bush and all stuff like this, and that's when I started seeing the creeping racism in this country again. So my answer was I'll start reading Garvey. I said, yeah, we got, but I didn't think to this day. I didn't think this black nationalist movement, even the black radicalism that you see right now, not even nationalists, with everything, I thought we just majority black. Then it dawned on me, that black people haven't forgot shit about this country. They haven't forgot slavery. They haven't forgot anything like that. And then we haven't forgot Africa. We haven't forgot our ancestral homeland. And we basically have not forgotten stuff, So a black nationalist movement, you read C. Eric Lincoln, right? Just when white America thinks everything's fine, these black nationalist movement, every generation appear, and they're often underestimated. White people have always underestimated black nationalism in America. The idea that black people should need a nation of their own, and we would part ways with white America. The people basically, like I said, most black people are black nationalists, right? The civil rights and integration is something that the white community imposed upon us by picking our leaders and stuff like that, and give them the mandate to speak for us. You understand where I'm coming from? You understand why I played that video? So I'm basically trying to tell you who created the black leadership and who gives them a mandate to speak for us. It's like everything else. You think the white man's going to be like, something? The right thing to do would be to let black people choose their own. No, the white man can't afford that. They can't afford us making a decision like who should lead us or represent us. No, that's only a free people could do. That's only people who's liberated could do. That's only what an independent people with self-determination can do. As long as you stay in America, white people say you're still our slaves. We're going to decide who's your leader. We're going to decide that. No, because why the people won't be interested? Because one thing we're gonna have at least 50 death penalty statutes. Death penalty is a deterrent, to this stuff. So infiltrate all you want. But the bottom line is people are gonna constantly. You're gonna get that knock on the door. Hey, look, you gotta present yourself down to the local magistrate. You gotta answer some questions about stuff you wrote online. People always give themselves away, Somebody will give you away. And then when you were convicted of espionage or sabotage or saboteur, working with another government against the greater good, you are facing capital punishment. You're facing capital punishment. So that's how you get rid of that. We're going to have the death penalty, and the death penalty is a blood sacrifice because, like this. Garvey is a nobody. Yeah, Garvey was the greatest thing the black race has ever seen. That was the largest movement in black history. I know you Uncle Toms don't like him, that. I'm looking forward to it. For righteous. Even when I do leave America, I'm still gonna be online. You'll still be able to reach me here. When I'll still be posting online. So it'll be like I never. You might as well keep me here, because I'm still gonna be online. It's like people think. Oh, when are you leaving for Africa? No, but like I said, I was doing shows from Liberia, broadcasting from Liberia when I was there, a few months ago. I'm never going to be too far away, so you got to think you're getting rid of me, it's not going to happen. I'm always going to be there. And for righteous, you're coming to Africa, I'm telling you right now, you're going to be a market lady, play Frederick Douglass, who leader. No, I'm not playing no damn Frederick Douglass. Fuck Frederick Douglass. So this is not American issue. I know that's a white person. That's a white guy. That's a white guy saying that. Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington. That's somebody white. Only a white person will say something like that. I was watching this thing yesterday about this incident going on, right, with this African nurse in America. She was abusing African Americans online, and she's a nurse, right? She came here as an immigrant, but she ended up getting fired from her job because somebody found her thing, found out where she worked at, and they said her job, and she got fired. She was complaining that she got fired for talking about AAs, African Americans, right? So I'm saying, why these people come all the way over here just to bother us? You know, if you don't like African Americans, why? Because let me tell you the truth. If you're an African immigrant or whatever, most likely the only job you're ever going to get is dealing with lower income black community, and that's the only thing you're going to get. So these people, basically, I'm saying to myself, but those people still are human beings, right? And when you're in the healthcare and whatnot, you have a responsibility to be caring, and loving. So I'm saying to myself, what the hell do we have around our seniors and our vulnerable population? People that don't like us. There's one thing we know. There's white people like that. Well, you got Africans that come over here with that hate in their heart for us, man. I don't understand it. Like I said, we have to. I just came to the conclusion that people just don't like us. People just don't like us. So it is what it is. Something I learned to accept or not, because I'm not changing one bit. All these people think that if you just if you just do this, if you just do this, we wouldn't know. I'm not changing a goddamn thing. If y'all just ate bush meat more, if y'all just ate with your hands, if y'all just freaking scratch your ass, if y'all just fucking act stupid and make monkey sounds or whatnot all the time, yeah, y'all could be more African like us. No, we're not going to do that. I can't do that. I can't eat with my hands. I can't freaking dig into some bush meat and whatnot, without washing my hands and eating and getting diseases. I saw this one video, I saw this one video where this African girl, had maggots crawling out of her vagina, and they said it was because of bushmeat. She eating unclean bushmeat. When you eat animals that's not domesticated, that's what you have. She had worms coming out because even when you eat cows, beef has to be cooked thoroughly because it carries worms. Can you imagine what animals that live in the field, the forest, and the jungle have? Yeah, it was like a whole bunch of maggots start crawling out of her vagina. That's meat. That's what come eating bush meat. They be eating ferret, cat, and some of everything. They eat hyena. They eat animals that eat other animals. So it is what it is. We do not eat bush meat on this fucking platform. We don't do that. If you promote that stuff, you're gonna be out of here. So so I don't idol worship foreigners. I don't idol worship foreigners. You know, how in the world do I worship foreigners? Tell me, how do I worship foreigners? No, that's not a failed female surgery. I saw the video. It was coming out of her anus. It was coming out of her vagina. It was coming out of all these people. Maggots, literally maggots crawling all down her leg and stuff. They start coming out of things. She must have ate something with eggs in it, some parasite with eggs in it. I don't know what it was. It just started crawling out of her body. It was really disgusting. I ain't gonna find that video and play. Are you kidding? That video gave me chills when I saw that shit. It was disgusting. For righteous, why you provoke him, simply? When he hits back, you're not gonna like it. Play the nurse video. Oh, I could probably do that. Let me look for it. All right, folks. All right, let's see. Okay. All right. Let's see. It's a fair use. This is Lady Bolay, whatever. I'm not really a fan of hers, but and I don't let me tell you something. I don't really like talking about this stupid stuff. I try my best to avoid this stuff or not, but since you asked, I'll play it. You know, so it is what it is.
Hello, this is Lady Boulay, and thank you for clicking on the video. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all you do to support this channel. Now, would you believe there are people who still think that Black Americans ought to be played with? That they can just say anything and do anything and be as disrespectful.
One thing I would say, this lady is so fucking childish and annoying. You know, I mean, I guess it has to be talked about, but is there anything other than freaking worrying about what some stupid Africans are saying about us? I mean, I don't look. I don't freaking. Only thing I will say about this is if they're a nurse and you're doing the care of poor and vulnerable black people, and I don't give a shit what these freaking and these African immigrants say about me. I don't give a damn. So like emotional fights with Africans. I know I don't. I don't go nowhere. I never engage Africans online. Ahmed, so I don't know where you get that from. I have no idea. I'm subscribed to a lot of people. I'm a serial subscriber. I was subscribed to Tariq for one time, then I freaking unsubscribed from. I just every time I go to somebody's video, and whether I like it or not, I just hit the subscribe button. You should do the same thing too. Those of you listen to the show, if you listen to the show, come by the show, you know, don't just watch the show, subscribe. That's what I do. I'm living by example. If I go to somebody's show and I listen to the content, I'll subscribe. It's the least I could do. If I'm not sending money, whatever like that, at least I could do is subscribe. That's just in me, not because that I like the person. So let's put back to this idiot Lady Bolay.
As they want to be.
One of the most difficult things is showing plans on a laptop or a small screen because you have to zoom in so much that a lot of the details on the
To be because nothing is going to happen. Well, that's probably how it was in the past because we didn't check anybody. We didn't challenge anybody. We just, licked our wounds, buried our heads in the sand, and went on and said, people don't like us. People don't like us. But this new generation is different. They're not willing to bury their heads in the sand and slink off feeling bad. They are willing to take a stand and fight back. And that's why it's a wonderful time to be a Black American, because we have been nice. We have been too nice, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. But this new generation is locked and loaded, so to speak, and they don't take any mess. So watch this.
So I'm glad the word is getting around. Watch this.
Said that, but on my live, I said that so far, 3 African nurses who have sat on FBA panels have had their jobs called and they're complaining of harassment, and they said I was lying, right? Talking about Africa, they were putting different video, children were involved in all those things. Do you know I went and opened my mouth at the time? That was my real age, my real name, first name, last name. Do you know the people went and searched me, found my husband on IG, found my job? Do you know the people that went and they pulled me out my unit to investigate me because they say I was on here discriminating against AA? So it was you? I'm telling you, yeah. It was you? That was me. That's how I managed to come up here and change everything around. They put me out my unit, put me on an investigation, and they said I have a problem with AA people. And I'm supposed to be helping everybody. I'm supposed to be working for everybody. This is what I mean. So this is not just about this app. It's beyond this app, my sister. This is no joke.
So yeah, if you think you come to this land and you think you call people slaves, you think you can denigrate people, you think you can tell people they have no culture, customs, traditions, and you think that you're safe by spreading hate, we're gonna let you know we on your heels. We are on your heels. You're not gonna be able to come here and be able to talk, say the most nasty, vile, disgusting, root chakra, demonic things, and think you're gonna be okay. So now we're glad that you tiptoeing on your toes. We're glad that you understand. Stop being very disrespectful and talking down on other people, right? So we're glad you guys are finally getting the message. Hopefully you guys straighten up. Hopefully you guys remove the hate from your heart. And hopefully you guys get it together. With that being said, y'all peace a lot, your key. Y'all be safe.
The title of this video is Black Americans Got Them Fired, and it's talking about these African nurses who were being so disrespectful online, saying disrespectful, rude, and insensitive things about Black Americans, even as they are working in hospitals where Black Americans are patients. So they've been saying these things online, and Black Americans have gone into their backgrounds, doxed them, called their jobs. She said they went into her husband's Instagram page, this woman said, found out who she was, went to her job, reported her. They pulled her from her unit and conducted an investigation on her and told her that she's working
The main thing is, look, I don't get mad at this because I know, particularly dealing with Liberians, they're very, very jealous. Particularly Liberians, they're very jealous of African Americans and African American women. That's what it is. I really feel bad for them, because if you're living in America, all the beauty, the culture, what's hip and cool is African American, Black American. And you come over here and you're not represented, and so these a lot of people have issues with their own themselves, and they project their pain and failures on us. So it's this sad situation. I wish I could help them out, but it is what it is. It is what it is. With that being said, somebody said in the chat room said, "Don't be so sensitive." It's not about being sensitive. We're saying if you're a nurse, if you don't like somebody, what's stopping you from not giving somebody their vitals or somebody their medicine on time to hurt them? Are you going to give that person care? You got people's lives on the line. If you're somebody's nurse, a nurse has more influence on how you live or die than a doctor does, because she's checking on you all hours, checking your vitals, your stuff like that. What if she says, "Oh, there's a Black man in America. I don't like those people in there." And they hear something going off with your heart, you could die, That she pushes like, "No, I never heard nothing," whatever, like that, So the bottom line is this: when you come to this country, you got to act civilized. A lot of these people come here and they're still fucking primitive people. They're uncultured, and we put them in high. I don't know. America's the dumbest country on the friggin' planet, right? You can come from a third world country, right? One generation ago, you were hunting and gathering, but yet you're gonna get learn some education and get a degree or whatever like that, and you're gonna be put in responsible power. I'm sorry, we can't do that. We can't do that, you know, and it's only because we live in America, and that's America's the dumbest country in the world. You're gonna let third world people come in here and freaking be over your citizens' health care and stuff like that. No, it don't work like that, you know. It's just a sad situation, you know. But I don't blame her. I blame America, you know, for this shit, you know.
At a hospital, and she's there to help people. She's not there to critique people or to determine who deserves care or determine whether or not she's going to provide care for somebody.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of these people come from shithole countries. They don't understand that. In this country, the values of this country is, I don't give a damn how much money the person has or whatever like that. You treat everybody with respect and care, you know? When you come from these third world countries, look, just the other day, Liberia, just found another man right there in Painesville just laying out dead in the street. People just die because they can't get health care when another dead body just laying in the street in broad daylight, you know? And so therefore, they bring that not caring, the devaluing of human life to this country, you know? Like third world people, they bring that devaluation of human life to this country. And unfortunately, they end up around our people. We got to protect our people. I don't care what nobody said. We got to protect our people, you know, from these people, you know. Oh, Lord, what the hell Steve want? You know, Steve, what is on your mind?
Nothing. I was just, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna say that, you know, I mean,
Hold on. This is another lie. This guy said, low key says, Poppy says, is historically white. No, that's not true. I've been in the hospital several times. Most people in this country, doctors and all that, they basically have a Hippocratic oath, right, to give everybody care. So I don't know that's a fucking lie, you know. So like I said, I hate when people get up here, and what I hate about Caribbeans and Africans, right? They don't want to take any responsibilities for their actions, right? They say, "Oh, white people do it. White people do it. White people treat us bad." No, that's not the point. These people are online, and I know a lot of white. There's one white doctor got fired years ago by basically criticizing his patients, saying that they're fat and obese. They were just making jokes on his face. He got fired, you know, doctor, you know. And so, so I'm saying to myself, instead of Africans saying, yeah, you know, that's not right, whatever like that, we come over here. Like, if you don't have a problem with somebody, you should not be nursing. So these people are mad because they're being held accountable for talking. See, somebody has put it out there that Black America is the people you could talk about. I don't know where this comes from, you know? That's why I say Pan-African is a joke. Go ahead, bro.
okay, I'm agree with you when I mean, people got to stop coming on the internet and you know, saying certain things, especially when you, I mean, especially when you work in a job such as a nurse. It's a good way to get fired. So I don't know why people, you know, people got stuff to lose. There's no purpose of coming on the internet and saying certain things. But
Some people are just savages. They don't
yeah,
care.
it doesn't make sense. Like, why would you risk your job just because, I mean, you upset about something? I remember it was you remember that lady who was what did she sell insurance? No, she was was she some type of doctor or something? You remember the lady?
Oh, yeah. She was a girl lady from Senegal, you know.
Yeah, and she got to the argument with the Black American woman.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, people gotta be smarter.
Yeah, so bottom up, but they could lie them come into this country with that hate in their heart, you know, that hate, you know, and America doesn't help it because America teaches people how to hate, you know, because the bottom line is this: we've never held America accountable for this, you know. If you got Black people telling me I'm a foundation after everything they've done to us, white people look at Black people like Rico, so I'm an American or Dusty Brother or not, that gives them a green light to disrespect you, you know.
What up, Rico?
But if I basically say, like, look, I don't give a damn about America. I don't care about that, you know, and I don't give a fuck about it, or I consider the white man the devil or not. They watch what they say, you know, because they'll be trying to prove themselves that they're one of the good ones, you know. But if you're gonna fucking after everything, just kiss their ass. So I'm an American. I don't give a damn. I said, look, I'll be like this. Black immigrants, hey, y'all free to become Americans. Y'all came here voluntarily, like that. You ain't taking my spot, whatever like that. You can fucking have it,
But Carla, you should watch what you say on the internet too.
What do you mean?
People,
Look, I say stuff and whatnot, but what I say, I mean. I'll look, if I say something wrong, I'll be basically prepared to deal with the consequences. But
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
What I say, I absolutely mean. These people don't have no back. If you come from another country and whatnot, you can't throw stones when you live in a glass house. I don't live in a glass house.
I agree. I agree with that, Carla. But I'm saying that couldn't you lose your job off some of the things you say?
I don't have a job. I work for myself. I'm independent.
Okay.
I work for myself. That's the beauty about me. I work for myself. I can't get fired. The people I work with, when I make them money. I'm in business. They're constantly. I got so many people offering. Oh, come join us. Come work with us. Sell our product. Sell this. Because we have a good sales force, a good team. I have an office that I go to every day and whatnot. So the bottom line is this. The people that I work with, they need me more than I need them.
Okay. So you're saying that what you say online. So what you saying is what you say to them.
Unless I'm saying something violent, whatever like that. Look, I'm like this. People gotta grow bigger pants, and I'll tell white people, like, I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? I'm gonna tell you the truth. We got racial problems in this country, right? I always said on this thing, everybody knows me, right? If you're cool with me, I'm cool with you. I'm cool with you, right? You don't tread on me, I don't tread on you, right? But the bottom line is I am not entitled to fucking what a lot of white people call white fragility. They want you to be white people don't like being reminded that there's friggin' people that don't like them or that talk about how they act and stuff like that. They don't like hearing that. They want everybody to be Shaquille O'Neal, smiling, happy, and laugh. I'm not that. I'm sorry. I'm not your Shannon Sharp. I'm not your Shaquille O'Neal. I'm a real black man who'll tell you like it the fuck is. Now, you want to do business together, fine. And most white guys, they'll know I didn't know I talk like this, right? They don't care because they know I'm the type of guy I can still go out and have a beer with them, But they know I got my space. I have agency, They understand that. A lot of you guys that don't have experience in the world, you think you got tiptoe around white men. White people ain't stupid. They know we hate them, They know that shit's out there. They're not dumb,
Not we.
I know you love everybody,
Yes, right. I love everybody.
You love everybody. Okay,
This is my Christian upbringing.
When I say hate them, I hate the idea of whiteness, not white people. I hate the idea of whiteness. So that's what I'm saying.
I just say I hate racism. I hate racism, xenophobia.
It's not racism. That's what the people fool you. It's the whole idea of whiteness and white identity. That's the problem, Because anyone could, espouse racial things, but because also a person don't necessarily have to be racist, right? But if he's constantly conscious about being white, race or not, that's a freaking problem, So that's a person don't have to necessarily hate black people, to be bad to me, Go ahead, Alfonso. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen this.
We can't hear you, man. You're breaking up, man. You got to speak up, bro.
Oh, breaking up?
Yeah, you're breaking up. You got to call back in.
Hey, Carla, finish playing the video. I want to see what she said.
All right. Let me see. I really don't care what she said,
Somebody based on whether or not she likes them. Because if she's going to work in hospital care, then she has to be objective, and she's there to help everybody, not to play out her anger and hostility towards other people. Remember this, Helpful?
I hate them. End of story.
This is a 59-year-old
Yeah,
nurse.
that's a
I think she's a
Nigerian woman.
Nigerian that went viral for talking about how much she hates Black Americans, and she thinks she's better than Black Americans, and she'd rather cross the street than meet a Black American. And so this is what a Black American had to say about that.
So I know a lot of y'all might come at my neck for this, but have y'all seen the video of the 59-year-old nurse? She is an African nurse who says that she hates African American people. She would not march with us for any cause. She said that she particularly does not like African American women and that she thinks that she is better than us. And then she also proceeded to say, you stay in your lane and I'm gonna stay in my lane. Well, I feel like for all that, stay in your country. Stay in your country. Like, what are you over here for? If you hate African American people so bad, why won't you stay in Africa? Why did you come over here? Did you come over here because you know it was better opportunities, that you can make a little bit more money, that living conditions might be better? And trust me, I know that Africa is beautiful. I know there are many, many beautiful places in Africa. But what are you here for? What are you here for? And what makes it even worse is that you're a nurse. And I feel like you being a nurse is dangerous, because if you don't like African American people, how are you going to properly care for an African American person? And I'm going to link her name down below. I'm going to tag her page down below so you guys can see. I don't see that video on her page, but it's definitely her. But yeah, if you don't like us, what are you here for? Stay in your country. You stay in your country and we'll stay in our lanes. We don't need you. We don't need you for anything, for real. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and bash Africans, because there's a lot of African people that I know that I really, really am cool with. But for you to say all of that and then tell us to stay in our lane, I think you should take your own advice and stay in your own country.
Yeah.
Black
But
immigrants with this
oh, my
woman's
fault.
mindset never carried the thought to the logical conclusion. If you don't like Black Americans, don't come to America. Nobody sent for her. There is nothing that she's doing in this country that's so necessary that only she can do it. And I question a lot of their nursing credentials anyway. There's been so much fraud and so much of these fake degrees coming out of the Caribbean and out of Africa, till I wouldn't trust her anyway. I wouldn't trust her with my life anyway. And all I can say is, if you
All
go
right,
into a
Carla, that's enough.
hospital or any kind of medical facility and one of them is there, you need to do some serious vetting.
Like I said, my nurse is a Nigerian, right? My RNs, my nurse practitioner is a Nigerian. I mean, not Nigerian, a Cameroonian, and she tells me that for the most part, white people don't want nothing to do with these people. She can't. The only people they can really nurse on is black people. So this lady probably resents that she got to deal with black people, attitude, whatever. I don't know. We give off that. We do act like that sometimes to drive people, but people just hate us. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand.
Was this posted on TikTok?
Of course, it was on TikTok. Yeah.
What's up with TikTok, man? What's wrong with everybody got to run to?
TikTok is how people really feel. Because you sit in your car and it says like this, I have a lot of thoughts, but the fuck look, if I posted on TikTok all day, Instagram and Twitter all day and whatnot, you guys would think I was insane. Because if I would post every thought that came to my mind and whatnot, once you put it out there, you can't put it back. So the only thing
people need a therapist. They need to go to therapy and stop turning their camera on.
So I don't.
Because a lot of people are getting themselves in trouble and whatnot.
Yeah, so the bottom line is that's what people want to do.
And being emotional and going on rants and losing their jobs.
Yeah, so you say it, man, and people are going to hold you accountable. It's not like it was years ago. People go off in a corner and say, now people get online and tell you how they feel. You got white people. I would like to know, is there a way you can locate these people and pull up on them, like especially these white supremacist guys that be on TikTok running their damn mouth. Man, I tell you, like that. I would love to show up at their job and that. Is this you on TikTok? Yeah. Wow.
Okay, Carla. I don't know what blow means.
I would too. I've done it before. I would too. I would too. Once I get in that mode that I'm going to come for you, I'm going to attack you. I don't know how big you are, how tough you are. It's going down.
Like I say, that's why I tend to stay out of the negative spaces and whatnot, because I don't.
And so, but the bottom line is, when people get online talking, especially white supremacists, they're the worst. They get online talking all this crazy shit, whatnot, blah blah blah, black people, criminals, blah blah blah. You don't know me, nigga. motherfucker. You know, what the hell you call me a criminal? That's disrespect to me. My great father, my grandfather, all these honorable men and whatnot. You're just gonna, you gonna think you have the right to talk about us when I run or put our names in your fucking filthy mouth? When I'll punch you in it. You know. Some people some people really have to understand that, you can't say whatever the fuck you want, Africa is a little more vocal. Yeah, a lot of people, most people don't like Black Americans, I'm dead serious like that. Most people don't like Black Americans. Africans just stupid about it. They don't have, Africans don't have any power, and so they get online and run their mouth. But the freaking white person, this is how white people do. When they don't like Black people, you say something right, they don't say nothing. Why? Because they know society is going to deal with you. You're going to get pulled over by a cop, fired from your job. Something's going to happen to you because you're racist. He was like, yeah, I don't do nothing because that society and the world's going to deal with that nigga, Whereas Africans don't have that, that sense that something's going to happen to Black people. So they lash out online. The hate, lash out online. Other people don't have to do that because they have power, they have power. So, okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm not the person that comes into my job looking for a job. I'm saying I'm not hiring. That's how they do it, Or it's that one Black guy that won a contract, suddenly, I'm gonna outbid him. That's how they get back at white people get back because they have power. You know what I'm saying? They're gatekeepers. They have power. Africans in America that come here, these immigrants, these poor immigrants, whatnot, they have no power. So the only thing they can do is get online and run their mouth. That's how it works. So.
But yeah, just people gotta, like I said before, people just gotta stop going on their phone, turn their camera on, and ranting, especially when you got a lot of the lose and whatnot.
Yeah. Also, when people gotta stop this nonsense about somebody got a business in the Black community, those businesses don't really make any money. They don't. I mean, it's a good income source, and you don't have to work for somebody else, but they don't really make no money. Those little gas stations and create so the Black people get jealous about the Lebanese when I wouldn't want to switch places with them in life, So it is what it is, How can you look down on me? You standing behind the counter, fucking selling wings and fucking cigarettes and fucking gas and whatnot. You got to work there 12, 13 hours a day and whatnot, and you don't have no money for yourself. All your money's going to bills and product and inventory and stuff like that too. It's a rough life, man. Owning a gas station, those businesses. Black people can't do that. We can't do those things. Because we can't sleep in a stock room for 4 years. We can't do that. A lot of those people you see on these businesses and whatnot, convenience stores, these ghetto mart stores and whatnot, they're actually living there for like 5 years, They got the whole crew, everybody living in their back.
Anyone said, do you think nursing is... My sister's a nurse and whatnot, and she talks about the people that she got to deal with, but she will never get on the phone and talk about any group of people on the phone and get herself fired.
Let me tell you something. Listen, all nursing. Look, there's so many friggin' you got the CNN, or CNs. There's so many young Black girls that got CNAs. So many young Black girls are CNAs, and then they study to become an RN one day, a registered nurse or a nurse practitioner and whatnot. Nobody's gonna fucking miss these fucking Africans. All the hospitals have to do is pay a little more. Africans work for less.
Yeah, my sister said it's mostly Black American. Well, this is North Carolina, but she said it's mostly Black Americans.
Nurses,
She said it was like two. It was like 2 Africans and like 1 white woman.
You got an echo, bro.
All right, I have to leave and come back.
All right. People, get your phone situation right, man. Pay your bill, How do Lebanese make billions of dollars, man? There ain't no billions of dollars in the Black community. Come on, man. People, that's what I'm saying. Exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. People think there's people making billions of dollars in the Black community. It's not, dude, that's not the case, man. They don't make no billions of dollars. They may make hundreds of thousands of dollars over time, but ain't no billions of dollars, man. That's what I said. We gotta start being honest with ourselves and whatnot. Honest with ourselves. People think there's all this money floating around the black community. It's not the case, man. You know, so so it's not the case. Ain't nobody making billions of dollars in the black community. You know, I know because I know a lot of people that's in business. You know, yeah. Matter of fact, a lot of them lose money in black communities because of theft and all this kind of shit like that. You know, like really a lot of theft and shit like that. They got to watch out for. It's not easy running everything in a business in the hood. You know. What do you say when you dropped off? Yeah, okay, Carl. I'm just telling you, man. This is what it is, bro. You know, I know people think, man, if we could just replace those Lebanese, when I wouldn't fucking want to replace no damn Lebanese selling sandwiches and bagels and whatever the fuck they sell and whatnot, you know, making nickels and dimes and whatnot, you know. Those guys are all nickel and dimers, man, you know. Now, if you see an immigrant own a Wawa, a gas station, Wawa is so fucking busy. And on Newtown Road in Virginia Beach, right? That Wawa is so busy. I go driving there in the daytime, you can't even get a spot. All the gas things are full and whatnot. They can't even keep gas. They're so busy. The deli is like humming all day and all night and whatnot. You know, the store is always packed. The line out the door trying to get in, you know, to go to the deli and stuff like that. Those businesses make money. The business that's run by these Indians and whatnot, these dirty businesses and whatnot, nobody goes to them anymore. Black people step their game up. They go into places they go into stores like Kroger. They go in stores like Royal Farm, whatnot. Those are corporations, you know, American corporations, you know. I know everybody loves Wawa, man. Everybody loves Wawa, you know. Wawa's lines out the door all day and all night. You don't see that in no damn Indians and Lebanese, bro. Come on. We got to start living in the damn real world here, you know? No, you ain't stealing from no Wawa because they got cameras, you know? You ain't doing that shit, you know? And also, if you do steal, Wawa got a budget, you know? They got insurance, you know? They can write off his insurance. These freaking other people, Lebanese people, these people are fucking barely staying on, you know? You got to talk about the Lady Boulay video. That nurse needs a firing. You don't talk about that, a group like that. Yeah, you know, the thing is, Africans don't have any power, you know, they don't have any power. So they lash out online. They say stupid shit online about Black America, right? White people, as I said before, right? When they get mad at Black people, like, motherfucker, N-word, they're not going to go out there and do something. They're not going to post online for the most part, except for those hardcore racists, you know? They'll just be like, okay, I'm a loan officer in the bank. Somebody comes in for a loan, Black man and whatnot. He has his whole a loan for his business and whatnot. And something's up to your discretion. They'll be like, no, I think our bank can't do that because you're a risk and whatnot. That's how white people get back at Black people. Denying them credit, denying them, redlining them. That's how white people get back at Black people.
Hey, yo, Colin, is my mic better?
Yeah, better, much better.
Okay. Let me hold on. Let me address N1 real quick. I said my sister is a nurse, and I said she deals with a lot of stuff, but she would never get out on her pull her phone out and go on a rant on her car about a group of people because she knows that
she's civilized.
You know that's not a good idea.
She's civilized, you know. They're civilized, you know. It's like I said, people. It just, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Like I said, you bring people to this country and then uncivilized, you know? And this is what I'm talking about. You got people like Musa saying we got to be more like them. No, I'm sorry. I can't do that. We were taught being etiquette, culture, and civilized and whatnot, with manners, respect and whatnot, doing to others, all that shit like that I grew up listening to and whatnot matters, you know? But people don't have, you got people who just come from situation where they're barely trying to survive and hang on and whatnot, and they're just fighting everything when everything's war and stress. So this lady's probably still traumatized from the war, you know?
Okay, Colin, I gotta ask a question.
Hello, I'm dead serious, you know? A lot of Liberians you see in America are still traumatized from the war. I see it all the time. I see stuff.
But this lady isn't Liberian. This is a Nigerian lady.
Oh, Nigerian, whatever, you know.
But let me ask a quick. Wait, so what did the Liberian lady say? Because it was
Oh,
never like I don't think the
Liberian.
video.
Yeah, so
You said what?
the Liberian lady said so. They'll probably say some stupid shit, you know.
But that's all I want to know. Like, because they said that she said a few people called her, came to her job, and got her, fired or
Yeah,
whatever else. It
all they
never
have to do is
clarified in the
call
video
people.
what she said.
They find out where you work at. They find out your real name and everything like that, and they come. But you know how it's easy to find your person's real name. You go to their friends list, right? And then you find out who their friends are, and then Elvis says this lady's Liberian, you know.
No, the
So
lady in the video is Nigerian. The one we looking at right now is Nigerian.
yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I thought she said. She's
The
Nigerian.
other lady that they talking about that got fired was a
Well,
Liberian.
the first one was
The first one was a Liberian.
Liberian lady, you know. And like I said, when people don't have any power, and Liberians don't have any power, you know, in this world, you know. So the only way they lash out is online. Liberians and Africans love TikTok because they can just express themselves. See, like I said, white people and some set Black Americans really don't have to do that, you know, because we got a sense of power, you know.
It's mostly it's mostly like all people who do it. They get on the internet and
Yeah.
go on a rant instead of going to go get a
Hold on.
therapist
See
or
the way
something.
this lady's talking. Usually people just barely cocky and stupid, but this lady was just going off, you know. Just I hate them, I blah blah blah, I hate them. That's because she's coming from a position of hurt and powerlessness, you know. When you feel powerlessness, the internet gives you this power. They give it. Her words is meant to hurt some people, you know. She's hoping Black people listen to that, you know, and so she's trying to inflict pain. Hurt people, you know. Simple as that. Hurt people, hurt other people, you know.
What
So
was your show? What was the title of your show?
who created Black leadership?
No, the other show. The hate
That hate produced part 1 and part 2.
there you go. That's what it is.
The hate that hate produced. Yep. Yeah. When you're victims of hate, and be honest with ourselves, you know, a lot of African Americans, you know, we say whatnot, you know, like this, but you know for a fact that a lot of us have a lot of we have our ways, you know, you know.
Absolutely. So that's probably why they got upset and whatnot. But
Yeah, I know. I tell you what time. Like I said, the same. I still talk to a lot of Africans. Well, you Black man, and I say, yeah, you know, like then when they meet me, they're like, cool or not. They're like, oh yeah, but and I sit there with, I don't see they get offended because look. This is how it is. There's a lot of so-called African Americans that piss me off every day. Why they like that? Why they act stupid? You know what I'm saying? But I realize these are my people, right? So I gotta love them. But somebody who's not their people are gonna say, "Fuck those people. I hate them." You know. And if I wasn't African American, I'd hate African Americans. I would, you know, because they're not my people. I'm forced to love them because they're my people, even though they're fucking up.
I don't feel like I'm forced to love them. I just love people.
I don't know. No. Like I said, I honestly I don't trust people who say they love everybody. You know, you're not being human. I don't like certain things about people. I don't hate anybody particularly, but there's certain things people do I cannot stand. You know, and I'm not gonna pretend like I said, a lot of things people do I really hate. You know, like
Alfonso said they don't know what the Liberian lady said. That's why I wanted, because it could have been like some. That's what I'm thinking. Like, could have been some FBAs. You know how.
Look, you're in the chat room of a freaking thing. And you know, usually when you talk about Liberians, right, it always goes back to the Liberians always talk about the founding of the country. They blame African American ancestors for all their problems and whatnot. That's what it is, you know. I'm telling you right now. Well, you guys oppressed us. You guys came over here and enslaved us.
But hold on, Carla. What could happen? Like, we don't know what she said. Like, what if she didn't say anything wrong?
I'm willing to guarantee somebody probably said something about Liberia and blah blah blah. And she probably said something.
But then you'll be speculating. We don't know for sure what she said.
But I'm saying like this. I'm looking at many of these things online, and that's usually what it is. Liberians don't usually just talk about Black America. They love Black America. You know, somebody probably pissed that lady off. You know. And how to get back at Black Americans, you know, you take the lowest hanging fruit, worst aspects of them.
But what if it was just some of those hateful FBAs that, you know, if they be You know,
That could be it. It could be one of those. There's a lot of so-called FBA people who go into these chat rooms and trigger Africans with their ignorance and their
yeah.
stupidity. That's what happens a
I
lot.
remember it was some like black homeless immigrant. I remember Neferkari did a video on it, and some FBA dudes were claiming FBA dude went up there bothering him and basically assaulted the man. So
Yeah.
see, but now the Nigerian lady, yeah, she deserves to be fired. But I don't know what the Liberian lady said and
She was
what's
like,
going
well,
on.
what it was for her to get reported like that, she must have been. That's just not some random video or something like that. She probably got into it with somebody in her comment section, and they said, "Oh, really?" And stuff like that. That's what they do. When if you do a video, just stay off the comment section because all it does is enrage people and flame them. They're gonna come after you. That's why I don't post TikTok. I don't do it. I don't post TikTok. I don't post Instagram. I don't post Twitter. The only
Like
thing
I said, Twitter and TikTok, it's just a bunch of miserable people. That's the only people
and
that
so
use
only,
those
only
apps.
thing I have is I have Facebook and I have this. I'll say now before Black says I'm flip flopping. No, I'm not flip flopping. I'm just telling you the truth.
Now,
How do you so-called hateful ass Black Americans start this shit, And then when Africans reply and they come back, because Africans are like white people. White people sit back and take your stuff because the bottom line is they know they got power. They say, okay, I may not get you, but I'm gonna get Leroy, who might show up late tomorrow for work, 10 minutes. I'm gonna dock his pay or write him up. That's how they get their satisfaction. If you haven't understand anything, white people don't care. Any Black person will do. They see at least the Africans or wherever like that deal with the people right then and there, wherever like that. We do that too. White people's like, okay, this Black person did this to me right now. I got to get some other Black person, thing. I don't care who it is. That's how they think. Who I don't care who it is. So now her words are fault. No, I'm not saying your words is our fault. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that she's going to pay for what she did, but I know for a fact that the matter is, we could be some triggering people,
that hate that
no excuse for that, right? Because it's like this: when you have a job, whatever like that, the job's not going to hear why you said what you said. Somebody presented evidence. This goes against our core value. What you said, right? That you should have walked away from it. You didn't have to say it, right? They tell you that. You're responsible for your social media content. You can't say, "Well, this person said this person said that." So the Liberian lady was being ignorant, stupid. She lost her job. Simple as that. So it is what it is. So they should have those jobs. Yeah. So something like that. Also, if a person thinks like that, right? The question should have been asked when she got hired. Do you have any bias towards any race of people or not? Why does that happen? How does somebody who has negative views about Black Americans, right, are able to nurse? They usually ask you that. Do you see? That's what I said. Like I said, Black America's open season on us, why not? Because let's say if you don't like gays, how long you think it will last if they screen you when you do these things? Do you have anything with LGBTQ or blah 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 blah? If you even say I don't know, you're fired. You're not hired. They protect the LGBTQ. Will you ask somebody their legal status in this country, whatever, illegal aliens? All those people are protected. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm treating somebody. I know he's an illegal alien." Like this. That happened before in California, at the Martin Luther King Hospital in Crenshaw. Black people, Black doctors, and Black nursing staff were getting fired, right, and sued by the American Civil Liberties Union because they were trying to turn away Mexicans who had no insurance, people here illegally. The Mexicans were called to the hospital, this Martin Luther King Hospital, to go bankrupt because they were using the emergency room as their primary care, And so what happened was these Black people, they said, "Oh, under no circumstances are you allowed to ask them their legal status, whatever. You just have to treat them." You can't ask them, and you have a responsibility. Like me in my business, right? If somebody walks into my office, right, and I had a client the other day, like last week, that spoke Korean, but she spoke enough English, I was able to get the process done. If somebody calls my office line, right, and says, I can't speak English, right, we have a thing where I got to provide somebody with her language, because we got to accommodate everybody. We can't let people walk away feeling like they can't get help because of their national creed, their language, and all stuff like this. But why is it people think they can get away with talking about African Americans? That's what I don't understand, because I'm in the healthcare field. They tell you all the time, you cannot talk about people who are obese. You got to watch your words and your language and stuff like that. People's sexuality, all stuff like that is guarded. But the only thing people feel comfortable talking about is if you're African American. That's what it is, So simply, I don't like ain't miserable. Well, I ain't dirty, which makes me happy. Whoa, oh, and it's getting heated in the chat room.
It's who is that, Mr. He said, "Don't worry, Trump will continue to elevate FBA." I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's what damn Ahmed. He's Sierra Leone.
Oh, the dude from Sierra Leone.
Yeah. Now Sierra Leone just got on a travel ban list, man. What the hell's up with that, Ahmed? You got to call in and explain that, man. Why'd you get on a travel ban list, man? Then Mr. Omar Spencer calls, Colin, man, Liberia's coming next. Don't worry about it. No, it's not. Trump expanded the ban list. Let's see. This is breaking news, folks. I sent a copy of Dinus. I don't think he replied back yet.
Hey, call back in, Alfonso.
I'm not speaking Shnagalaga. I don't want to speak no damn Shnagalaga. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with speaking an African language, Kala. There's nothing wrong.
Trump said, yes, I did. U.S. expands travel ban to 25 African countries, include Ethiopia. Hey, real Donald Trump, if that's you, please don't do anything in Liberia, man. No, Liberia is on a list that is getting this shit together. And the Buckeye administration is doing a great job. Sorry, Elvis. Sorry, Elvis. 25 countries. Mike Myers, you hear this? Nigeria, Ghana, Ghanaians. They don't want Ghanaians here. Damn. Ethiopia. These are all powerhouses, man. I thought these countries are about Senegal, Cameroon, all the updates. Countries to be banned, man. Well, okay, no, Ahmed's gonna come up here and he's gonna give me his Shnagalaga babble,
Okay, Alfonso.
Come on, Alfonso, you gotta pay that bill, man. Send that $25 in, man. Come on, bro. Send that bill in. Anyway, what you call it? Okay, he says U.S. travel ban expansion is poised to significantly impact Africa's tourist sector. You hear this? Tourist sector. With 25 African nations now facing the threat of full or partial entry bans, countries like Egypt, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, others are under scrutiny due to national security risks, unreliable identification systems, right? And high rates of visa overstays. When your visa's overstayed, y'all get the fuck out of here. Yeah, they banned Nigerians, bro. Nigerians, like what? It is what it is, God, they hate produced causes by the native Liberians, blaming American Liberians for everything and praise Samuel Doe. They know I killed him. And all that good. Well, everybody's here though. America's not that good, but I admit, but everybody's here. I wouldn't want to live no place else right about now, Maybe I'll get rich one day. I'll move to Dubai or something, or the Seychelles. But right now, I can live in my beautiful city of Virginia Beach, beautiful city. It's like the most, the Virginia Beach has the most beautiful black women on the friggin' planet. Holy shit. It's like, God, man, where do they grow these people at? Where do they freaking grow these women at? What the hell is going on in the DNA pool here, I don't think America needs Africa. Europe, yeah. America does not need. I said that before. America does not need Africa.
Principal, you talking about Michael Irvin? Prince of P wanted you to play that video of the NFL player's son that was trying to be portray a gangster or something like that.
I don't
But
want to play
I
that
think
shit. If he comes up
I think
here,
you're talking about Michael
let him,
Irvin's son.
let him come up here and put the video. I'm sick of people telling me I gotta do fucking work. I'm not doing shit. You know, how about that? You know, you know what I'm gonna start doing when we get monetized. If you want to play a video or something like that, you gotta hit the super chat. That's the way it's gonna go. You know, you gotta hit a $10 super chat. You're not play anything you fucking want to play. You know, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say like this. Yo, look, you want your video played, whatever like that. Hit that Cash App. Hit the Cash App with super chat. You know. Or you could do the Cash App, Prince of P, man. You know, hit me on the Cash App and I'll play it. You know. So it is what it is, you know. So with a strict 60-day deadline to comply with U.S. newest standards, African nations are now navigating an uncertain future as they try to avoid further harm to their crucial tourism industry. What I'm saying, so that means what you call, you know? Yeah, I like Petersburg. Well, I like Petersburg. I drive through Petersburg. All the white people, they see that they have a nostalgia for like a lot of the buildings in Petersburg were built back in the early 1900s, and they still standing. I see pictures from like the 1930s. Black Petersburg used to be nice. Everywhere across America, Petersburg was nice. Black women wore hats and whatnot in public. Whatnot. Men had their sharp suits on and whatnot. Every coast to coast, sea to shining sea. You get on a train, go to Chicago, Shock Town. Black men in their finest thing, black women looking good and whatnot. What the hell happened to our nation? You know?
Call up Mike Myers said, "Why are you ignoring Haiti?"
What, Haiti? What about Haiti? You know?
I guess he's talking about the travel ban.
Oh, it's not mentioned right here. You know, that's a given. Haiti's a travel ban. Of course, that's a given, man. You know? That shouldn't be going out. What's that saying? You know? Africa's in good hands. Okay, you know. All right, okay. With strict 60-day deadline, African nations are now navigating uncertain future. They try to avoid harm to their crucial tourism infrastructure industries. You know, as this article delves into the profound African tourism impact and expansion potential. Severe challenge to African tourism. African tourism impact of this decision is expected to be substantial. Many African countries rely heavily on tourism as a primary economic driver. So I think this travel ban means you can't go to the country or people can't come from the country, you know? Damn, that's bad. That's wow, man. That's wow, man. Gee, that's just like wow, man. What is Dynas going to do about Sierra Leone and Nigeria, man? You know? So the proposed travel ban would lead to the drop in the number of American tourists, reduce business partnerships, and potential reputable damage on several Africa. Well, Liberia's still open, folks. If you want to invest or travel to Africa and whatnot, come to Liberia, you know. We're still going in February, folks. For nations like Egypt, with both iconic sites like the pyramids and the Sphinx, the impact could be devastating. Similar, Tanzania tourism industry, known for its Serengeti and Mount Kilimanjaro, could lose a major portion of its U.S. market. The African tourist impact is also deeply in regions where tourism play a key role in sustaining local economies, providing jobs, and attracting international investment. Reasons behind the ban. The U.S. travel ban expansion is driven by a mix of national security concerns and logistical issues related to visa overstays and identity verification. Many African countries under review have been flagged in the inability to provide reliable identification systems, which is a key factor for U.S. immigration authorities to assess security risks. In addition, high visa overstays in certain countries have led to concern about individual overstaying their allowed time in the U.S., further justifying potential for more stringent travel restrictions. Countries like Egypt, Tanzania, Zimbabwe have been identified for not meeting the U.S. government expectation when it comes to deportation agreements, and lack of cooperating accepting nationals have been removed from the U.S. These factors combined with a prompt the U.S. to initiate travel restrictions Africa now faces. You know, the following African nations are among the 25 that could see their citizens face travel bans: Egypt, Tanzania, Angola, Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Democratic Republic Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Malawi, Nigeria, South Sudan, and Zimbabwe. So it is what it is, bro.
So why did they get banned?
Because the government of America wants when they say, okay, track this person down and whatnot, you gotta have it so that your citizens, because a lot of these countries, man, they be having people have fake documents and whatnot. A lot of terror travel. Because you can go to Nigeria and get a fake passport and terrorists and fly into the United States. You see what I'm talking about? They're looking at the way people overstay their visas and people coming in and out of other countries are unregulated and stuff like that. What they do about Liberia? They really got their immigration thing. Maybe because Liberia is the oldest country in Africa. Their immigration thing is really, really tight. The only thing they had was George Weah's time. You had Germans, people like that using Liberian passport, ECOWAS passport. Liberia gets rid of ECOWAS passport. It's all right because you got a lot of people that got ECOWAS passport and they be going in and out of Liberia, like Hezbollah and a lot of people like that. Get ECOWAS passport. That's why United States.
Ahmed said no caller. I thought he was supposed to call. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ahmed. What is on your mind? And don't talk my head off of it. Make your point. Shut up.
Well, you said what?
I said, don't talk my head off tonight, man. You always go long-winded, man. You don't make you making a point. Make a point, man.
Nah, I ain't making no point, man. I don't usually come to your show. I barely, get on your show, man.
Yeah, I know when you do, man.
I got people that come to your show every day, you know what I'm saying, and talk nonsense.
Yeah, I know, but at least they be saying something interesting. You say the same thing over and over again, like
what?
Times. Like, oh yeah, America's the empire. We know that. Okay, tell us something I know. Then you'll say it again. America, you gotta say it. You understand America's an empire? Okay, I hear you. And then you'll say it again and again and again and again. I get it, man. It's an empire.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way, right? So the continent of Africa, or like countries in Africa, right? Basically, right? So when we say America's an empire, we are referring to the people that run America. So nowadays, or the past couple of years now, they call it the deep state. You understand? So we talking about we going against the deep state that runs America. So it's technically, it's not black folks in America that runs America. You understand? So basically, when Africans say America's an empire, we're not talking about you guys as the empire, because we know by history and in the way the country is set up, it's set up for you guys not to be beneficial inside the empire. So that's why a lot of time I try to stay away from
if we're not beneficial, how do we build the largest black middle class in the world? How do we do that?
You said what?
How do we build middle class communities all across the country?
You understand what I'm trying to say, man? I'm talking about the real power. Just like how you were saying about Africans that come to this country. Of course, Africans that come to this country have no power because we barely don't have the people. Like, what are we about? What, like 2% or like less than that? And in America, like, come on now, let's be real. I'm talking about like as a power to change things. I'm not talking about like emotional topic like that lady, man. That lady, she's so retarded. On her channel, she said the American government has never overthrown any president in other people's countries. That's how.
Yeah, then she a liar. Then she's a liar.
That's how retarded she is.
Who said that?
That lady.
I think you're talking about Lady Boule.
Yes.
That lady.
Okay. And look for emotional topics.
That lady's embarrassing. Like I said, Lady Boule is what I'm talking about.
I don't go to social
the average
media
black woman
emotional topics,
like
man.
15,
I could do that.
15 till she's like 60 years old.
Man, I could do that. I could do that around my neighborhood. I could call people and talk shit. Man, I do not go around and then look for emotional topics, man, and talk about it. Because at the end of the day, it's a race and it comes with power. And let me tell you a story, right? Remember, right, when Donald Trump became president, I think the week or the couple of days later, right, he became president, right? I was on your boy show, Dinah's show, right? So this lady come up, right, and start saying, "Oh, I could play it for you. You could see the whole thing." I can play it for you. This lady come and say, "Oh, Donald Trump is the best president. Donald Trump has never even gotten no money out of his presidency. He has never made nothing. He has lost so many money and stuff like that. He's blah 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 blah." I said, "Lady, I said, man, you moving too much. That's a complete lie. You're not gonna tell me there's no president ever made money. You're not gonna tell me Donald Trump has never made money." So I give her an example, right? And then Dinah cut me off and all that, talk about this and this and that, right? I try to push back, and then Dinah said, "Oh, let's get to somebody else so we can have intelligent conversation." Now, fast forward, right? Donald Trump presidency, it's been what, 5 to 6 months, right? When I told people on Dinah's show, right, I said there's not going to be a difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump when it comes to foreign policy. I told him, I said, look, the war in Ukraine is going to continue. Donald Trump, during the election, he was saying he was going to stop that war within 24 hours. That war is still going on. So technically, who's still right? Me. When I mentioned that he said that Donald Trump will never start no new war, I said, y'all don't understand how American politics works. What's going on right now and what's been going on right now. So technically, who's still right? Some of them people on that show, right, they didn't even know that UK had a new president over 3 months later. I played the whole thing for you. You could hear it out of their own mouth. A couple months later, about six months now, because he became probably like 6 or 7 months now. Who's still right? Me. You understand? Let me tell you what's going on in Sierra Leone.
You're a
and all these
prophet,
African countries,
You're
right?
a prophet, bro. You're a prophet.
No, it's not about profit. It's just about the American foreign policy does not change whoever is the president. That's what I'm trying to say. So it doesn't change. It's the same agenda. It's the same agenda. But people got this idea as if, oh, it's going to be different. Oh, he's the peaceful president. He's this and that. Y'all know how politics works. Why the hell, CPAC would give Donald Trump $100 million? You think gonna offer Donald Trump $100 million just for nothing? Come on, man. You understand? People make money off war. That is facts. People make money off war. You got to realize who people that run this country. Anyway, there's a gold mine, right, in my country, right? So our stupid president, not the current one, the other one, because both parties are corrupt. Are corrupt as a motherfucker. He signed a deal, right, for 100 years. It was a gold mine they discovered, right? 100 years gold mine. Give it to these white people, right? So he signed a 100-year lease, right? And then the country only has, I think we receive about 2% in there, right? So the new president came in power, which is that mother effer, right? He came in power. He never even touched it. He been in power going on 7 years now. Carla, look how high goals have become the last 5 years, the percent. It had ridiculous the last 5 years gold. So you telling me 7 years now within that same mining, and then you came to power, you can't even do nothing with the contract, right? And then we have this Traore guy that, you know what I'm saying, like the AES, right? They doing what they're supposed to do, and then they spread over social media, right? Our stupid first lady, because she wants to become a president, because the next election is 2028. So she goes around and pretend and act like they were going to do something about the contract. When she came out and say something, oh, we don't get nothing for our gold, they come in and take everything, blah, 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 right? Guess what the UK government did? The UK government started exposing her the property that she has in the United Kingdom, and then they exposed her the property that she has in what's that country? Gambia. And then all of the people on social media they said, "Oh, I knew she was corrupt. I was like, y'all dumb as F. Of course she's corrupt. The only reason why they started exposing her a little bit is because of she wants to talk about the mining contract. So what the UK government did was they just give a little taste. They said, don't you ever talk about us, about the mining contract, because we know what you do." You know what she did? She went back and folded herself in a little corner, right? That's the reason you see Donald Trump doing all this mining, binding, you know what I'm saying? Stopping all these, traveling thing. It's not about, whatever they put on the, on the public view. No. It's about the mining contract. That's all it's about. It's about the mining contract, because they know Africans have gotten the eyes opened up a little bit about what's going on with all these 3 countries. They know, oh my God, we're not supposed to get it. You know what I'm saying? And then you have all these stupid ass leaders in Africa shaking their boots now. I don't know what the fuck they do. Some of them pretending, oh, we're gonna work on this contract right here. We're gonna we blah blah blah. I listened to one of our ministers for information, right? So Elvis, I know you hear this, right? The foreign minister in my country, he's a fula. The vice president, he's a fula. The former the person that ran for president, right? That lost the election, his vice president is a fula. So I know you hear me now. Since you want to say all that stupid shit, but anyway, he came out and said, "Oh, we're gonna rearrange the contract, this and that. We made some special offer. Now we're gonna get about 30 to 40%." I said, "You bastard! You fucking lying on live TV." This man was lying on live fucking TV, all because of what's going on around these three countries. Because they know. That's why you see all these little small bans. It's a pressure. When Donald Trump banned all these countries, they're not banning the citizens. They banning these politicians. They have all these assets in America. They're putting all this pressure on them. Don't touch these contracts. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. That's all it is. But I'll play it for you if you want to hear 6 months ago. I'll play it for you. How Dinah's defending this lady. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. That man is a fucking
You
politician.
talking about the president of Sierra Leone?
Yeah.
Oh, because Dynasty is
not the
trying to
president of
build
Sierra Leone.
tourism with Sierra Leone, and you can't mess up his money, man. You know,
No, not the president of Sierra Leone.
justice and honor be damned when Dynasty got to Dynasty got to eat, man. You know.
No. I'm not talking about the president of Sierra Leone. I was saying how Donald Trump, he's not going to be different from Joe Biden when it comes to foreign policy. People had this idea in their head like, oh, Donald Trump is going to be the peaceful president. We have everything going to be peaceful around the world. I'm like, y'all don't get it. Like Donald Trump is still going to be the same, just like Joe Biden. It's not going to be a difference. And then the people on the show start saying this and that, this and that. And then the lady come up and say, oh, Donald Trump never made money while he was president. Donald Trump, this and that. Donald Trump gave up everything while he was president. A couple weeks ago, what happened? The man flew to goddamn Saudi Arabia, right? What they gave him? $400 private jet. Like, whatever the fuck it was. $400. I mean, 400 million private jet. And then you understand? Oh, I'm gonna stop the war within 24 hours. Going on 6 months now. And what's going on? You already know the people that control America. You already know the people that control our president. You already know. Over there down in in the Middle East. What's going on right now?
Oh, the little hats.
Exactly. People don't know how these things work. It's that's why at the end of the day, all these little emotional battles, it's pointless. It's pointless. It's pointless. How are you gonna tell me Donald Trump is a president, has never made no money, and then you believe that? It's one thing you supported somebody. That any president, you could see something that you like in them. They say, oh, I gotta support this man. But you're not gonna tell me Donald Trump is a peaceful president. He has never made money while he was presidency. Nah, that's if you believe that, there's something wrong with you. Then you don't know how America works. Then you don't know how DC works. You understand? If you could live somewhere in the South or somewhere in the Midwest, then you have no idea how DC works. Then you have never run for like a mayor, governor, somewhere local. You have never, because you don't understand how power works, how politics works. I mean, it's amazing how people I'm like 6 months ago, I said it. And then look what's going on right now. And then you get on the show, you got these stupid people that come on the show and just say crazy things. Now, let me say something, real quick, right? Why the hell your boy Elvis, right? Anything that's good for Africa, he goes against it. Then why the F he comes to all these shows and spend hours on all these shows? He come to your show and spend a couple hours. He go to Dinah's show and spend a couple hours. He probably goes to another show, and spend a couple hours.
Are you saying that Elvis might be working for them people?
Hey, if you have a family, right? Listen. If you have a family and wife and kids, right?
Yo, yeah, I'm glad.
I'm
mad, man. You're smart because we had the same question, man.
There's no way you have time to do all that.
Maybe Elvis gets paid to do this.
Colin, one time, right? We was having an argument, right? How the French, because I said in West Africa, if you don't get rid of the French, West Africa will never fix. I don't care what people say. I tell them, we were having a call, about the CFA flag, right? How France, the French government takes 90% and then give back these countries 5 to 10%, right? Guess what Elvis says out of his mouth? Oh, that's good. That's enough for them. This man was defending the CFA Frank. And then I said, okay, if you work, right, you make $100, right? Would you hand me $90 back every time you work? That's basically what he was agreeing to. But he defended the CFA Frank. Oh yeah, that's enough. That's enough money right there. That 10%, that's enough for them. But this man gets to every shows. He come to your show. He come to Dinah's show. He probably goes to other shows. How the hell that makes sense? And then this man got his nerve to call himself a Pan-Africanist.
So what are you trying to say about Elvis?
Something is all right. I'm not gonna be a grown man. Let me tell you something. I'm not gonna be a grown man.
Oh my God, this is too good.
I'm not gonna be a
Here's
grown
Elvis.
man.
Elvis, I know you're out there listening, man.
I'm not gonna be a grown man, come to college show, spend about 4 or 5 hours every other day, and then go to dining show, spend about 2 or 3 hours of my own personal life. We're not claiming that I have a wife and I have kids. What's the purpose then? And then every time, everything about Africa, when it's related to the white man, this man, 95% picks the white man. We know Africa, we fucked up. I know Africa, we fucked up. Our people got conquered. I say it. The white man outsmarted our
now,
people.
what do you think about a big controversy? You wasn't here, man, but there was a big controversy because a former listener, Honeyflower, was saying she has no faith in African men. And these guys, all these guys from Africa came at her like, oh, how dare you talk about African men, blah, 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 blah. And I'm saying to myself, does she justify saying that? You know, what do you think?
I mean, Honeyflower, there's a truth behind it, but at the same time, Honeyflower doesn't really know how the world operates. Honeyflower doesn't really know how the world operates because she's putting it as if like these men are so like independent, like they can do whatever the fuck they want. No, like you know what I'm saying. You gotta understand how this world works. Like you know, when you are hegemony, like America, you are a boss for a reason around the world. You gotta do some fucked up shit that people don't know about. You understand? Just like how if you're a soldier, they train you to take people's life. You gotta be good at taking people's life because you're a soldier. You don't say it publicly and you don't go around, oh, I have killed so-and-so. You have a t-shirt that says, I killed so-and-so people. You don't do that. Because at the end of the day, you know what you do. They train you to take life. So she's like one of the people, she might, I don't know, she probably just come to the internet just to BS. Or she don't have no idea how the world works. Inside power-wise.
Hey, Kala,
yeah.
Kala, African Goddess made a good point. She kept disrespecting them. Eventually, they had to push back on her.
Well, what about the fact that, like we were saying, that the fact that they were also disrespecting her? You know, I mean, I look at Lewis' comments.
She started to disrespect first, though.
No, Lewis came in. No, Lewis started a month ago calling her a B word, cunt, and all stuff like that. That's something.
But wasn't she the one that started to disrespect first and say African men this and African men that?
All she said was that sometimes in Africa, a lot of houses are made of mud and poo. And that's what set Lewis on. She didn't mention Ghana. She said sometimes in Africa. And he was like, how does bitch talk about mud and poo, you know, blah, 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 blah. And that's how it started. And he never let up, you know?
Yeah, but you know, Lewis has a dirty mouth.
Yeah, so that's what started.
He does.
He's just basically saying stuff.
Lewis got a dirty mouth.
You can't talk to a woman like that, bro.
Lewis got a dirty mouth.
You know?
He's man, I finished him one day. Man, you should have, man, at the end, I said, man, fuck you and your Western democracy. He said, he was like, who's this? I said, man, fuck you and your Western democracy. And I told him straight up, I said, you and what's that fat man? What's his name? What's this dude's name? The light skinned dude. Little chubby. He man, he got his own show.
Talking about Brandon?
Yeah. I told him and Lewis, I said, F you and your Western democracy. Because if Brandon understand what the fuck is democracy, he should run for Congress, run for governor, and come save his black people in America and see how difficult it is for you to get in the door to become a Congress or like a senator or a governor. You got to kiss ass in America. You got to kiss certain people's asses in America for you to get that position. Because the money's not coming from your black folks. It's coming from somebody else. That's why when you see Congress bow down to the, you know what I'm saying, the little hat people, it's because of money. because of money. People don't understand this stuff. Because of money. Whoever has the money control Congress. That is facts. It's not about what's righteous. Hey, some of these people, man, because he made a video talking about, Michael Landry is the good guy. I said, man, this little heifer right here, you telling us Michael Landry trying to kill one of our leaders. He's basically openly saying we should take this man out. And then you telling us Michael Landry is the good guy. Man, get the F out of here.
You talking about? Are you talking about the former head of AFRICOM?
Yeah.
African American Negro.
Yeah. Brandon made a video show saying that Michael Landry is the good guy.
I thought Brandon changed his views on Michael Langley though. I thought he said that
he's a swisher. Like what? I forgot the word. He's a swisher, man. But there's certain subjects that if you don't know nothing about.
My whole thing about Michael Langley, right? That's a tragedy of America, right? Because he knows, like everybody else knows, right? He knows, and a lot of black men got to come to this. Really, that's why I'm here, right? I'm here because one day someone like Michael Langley will come to me. He's gonna say, "Kala, man, what's going on?" Blah blah blah. Just because we all know that we are living a lie. We're living a lie, And it's time for black men to stand up like men, stand up to the white man, stand like this, and say, we're not going to be used for your war. Your war, that's painful, because America's all we ever knew. But we came to that point, that critical mass that we have to go our own way. I think it's time for black America to part ways. Unfortunately, the Africans don't make it easier because they basically are like, no, you got to. It's like, okay, you go to Africa, the situation, no matter how bad it is in America, Africa is 1,000 times worse, with backward governments, primitive mentality, just bad governance and whatnot, tribalism, all stuff like this, lack of infrastructure. So Africa is like a nightmare, So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We have a country that clearly is going one way and we think another way or not. So the only thing is in Afghanistan, that's the only thing. And Africans will fight us on it, like Elvis last night. Or you're going to have Africans doing all the, and we're going to make sure.
Kala, that's not right, man. There's plenty of black Americans that can do that.
No. You're missing what I'm saying.
No.
Oh, you're missing what I'm saying. Right. Steve, until you go to the continent, you understand what I'm saying. The black people of America, I envision that they're going to basically have they're going to have a social safety net and stuff like that. And you're going to have investments, a savings fund for them and stuff like that. The wealth is going to be split up. We're not going to have, the wealth is going to be split up. We're going to make sure we're taken care of, right? And everybody's going to do mostly tech jobs and stuff like that, right? But those things that you can't do. How people cannot be street sweepers, and so they're not gonna come over from America be street sweepers. So, but you have Africans and people like that will be glad to do those jobs. But if you provide them, say, you're gonna have basic housing, you're gonna have a standard of living higher than what you have in your country. They'll come to your country and streets. Okay. We're going to benefit from the tremendous African labor as far as agriculture and stuff like that. So
okay, man, Kala, what you missing is right. What you overall missing is this, right? You keep saying Africans don't want to fix their own countries. Africa's a backward.
Well, prove me otherwise, man.
I spoke to my cousin's husband, right? So he brought up the chief point that you always talked about.
Oh,
right?
You got to get rid. That's one thing you guys got to get rid of. You guys got to get rid of.
He agreed with you in certain ways. He told me those chiefs, right? They're so corrupt. When you used to look at them the wrong way, they tie you up and then sell you as a slave. He told me out of his mouth. He said, man, those chiefs, they so powerful. If you just looked at them the wrong way, or something, you might say something. They tie you up and then sell you as a slave. You understand? And then he
Oh, that's how we end up in America. I see now.
I mean, the slave thing is difficult for me to really, accept it, like, as an African, because we fucked up. Like, we fucked up. That's why sometimes I don't like talking about it. Even like religion. I like to talk about religion with people that's serious. I don't like to talk about, religion with people that's not serious. That just saying all that stupid shit. Because religion is very personal to certain people. You know what I'm saying? I respect everybody else's religion. I might have a difference how I see it, but I respect people's religion. I don't bash other people's religion. I don't do that because it's a very personal thing. You know what I'm trying to say? But the slavery thing is a personal thing that really affect me. And then, up to this day, I think it's a curse in Africa up to this day that we haven't dealt with. Because if we want to fix the race of black people, you got to fix Africa. If Africa is never fixed, the black folks around the world will never be fixed.
I agree.
I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. But the problem is now we so stuck on tribalism that it's been manufactured in the modern world, especially like tribalism. Like it's like in Nigeria, it is a different level of tribalism. Different level of tribalism. See, Nigerians don't understand. In my country, right? I have Muslims and Christians in my family. I could go to any like whatever they call it, because they call it states. I go any states in my country and they live peacefully. I don't see, like, let's say if I run somebody, right, that's from my country, right? I don't ask them what's their tribe, because we don't do that. We just talk as a Sierra Leonean. You know what I'm trying to say? But in Nigeria now, if you run into somebody, you got to ask them what's their tribe, what's their name, where they come from. So you see how now the conversation starts shifting, right? Because at the end of the day, it's like an identity first instead of a Nigerian first. This is in America. So imagine you take those same people in Nigeria, how fucked up it is. See, Nigeria, like when you study the world, right? When you look at what's going on in the Middle East, right? Who placed those people? It was the British. Who set up Nigeria? It was the British. In West Africa, our number one problem is Nigeria. Because everything that's wrong with in Africa, right? In Nigeria, it's number one. It's like amplified. Everything that's wrong with in Africa that Kala says, right? Which is true. In Nigeria, it's like 10 times worse. 10 times worse. So when you study that, who implemented that? It was the British. You look at Pakistan and India. Who did that? It was the British. You understand? You look at what's going on in the Middle East for the past, let's say, 40 to 50 years now. Who implemented those people right there? It was the British. So you see how, the British are like their hands are so messy and then it's still affecting around the world. Like the way Nigerian tribalism is in my country, it's not even 10% of it. That's why sometimes when they want to have an argument with you, they argue with you as if you're in Nigeria in their own country when they talk about your country. They don't understand, like in their countries, that's how the other time when I was trying to tell them, I said that's a Nigerian thing. When I told Dennis all the shit that's happening in Nigeria, I said that's a Nigerian thing. Because if I run into somebody that's from my country, I don't try to identify him by his tribe. I don't do that. I've never met somebody or somebody has ever met me. Hey, what's your tribe before you open your mouth? We don't do that. But in Nigeria, you got to do that. But at the same time, in Nigeria, it is the most Islamic country in West Africa by far. It is the most Christian country in West Africa by far. But at the same time, it's the most tribalism. It's the most wicked country. It's the most corrupt country. You understand? So all these things.
So why do you think that is?
Because the way it's set up in Nigeria, it's set up like that. And then their leadership use it against them. Their leadership use it against them to fight each other so then they stay on top. That's why when I tell them that, I said, when the Igbos turn, let me correct myself. I'm not gonna say all the Igbos. Certain Igbos, right? When they open their mouth, they say, oh, Islamic this, Islamic that, the Fulanese that. What they really mean is the Fulanese are beating our corrupt leaders. So what they want the same position where the Fulanese control Nigeria. Instead of the Fulanese, they want their corrupt leaders to control Nigeria. They're not speaking as if the good of Nigeria, like how to better the country. They're speaking of how come my corrupt leaders is being defeated by these people, they cow motherfuckers. All they do is just stay in the bush. You understand? So you see how they disrespect, and then they start going, oh, Islamic that, Islamic this, Islamic that. It's a serious thing in Nigeria. Like when it comes to religion war, it is very serious in Nigeria. In my country, it's far away from that. Far away from that. Far away from that. It's like the Yorubas, you know, the typical Yoruba. You have Muslims, you have the traditional, you know, things, and you have, you know, Christians, right? That's how Sierra Leone is. So it's a different country. That country is a different country. That country is a different country, man.
So you saying like Sierra Leone, the Christians and the Muslims get along well?
Perfectly fine.
Oh, okay.
Perfectly fine. The Nigerian thing, that's how all them other West African countries are. I never knew in Nigeria they have Sharia law. When I found out, I was shocked. I said, what the hell? In West Africa? That's the only country in Africa that have Sharia law. I found out because of some Nigerian traveling around the Nigerian part. And then he said it. They so religious, right? Islamic, right? When you travel with the bus, right? If it's 2:00 prayer, right? Everybody has to get out the bus. The bus driver has to stop the bus and then pray. I said, what? So you understand? So basically, I don't know if you got prayers at 1 o'clock, in the morning at 5 and stuff like that, right? So if it's time to pray, the bus driver has to completely stop and then pray. I was shocked. And then later on throughout the video, they have a Sharia law. I said, what the hell? I said, I thought that thing is only in Saudi Arabia. When I was like, what the hell? I said, these people are this like religious. And then when you look at their churches, right? Their churches steal a lot of money. Lots of these people. Like, oh, like, I'm gonna pray for you. You're gonna have so much money. This and that. Your pastor is the king. Your pastor is this. I'm gonna pray for you. Because these pastors make a lot of money. They make a ton of money. They got private jets. But you don't never hear these some of these so-called Christians about how corrupt their pastors are, taking their money. You don't never hear them. When they constantly go to social media, they want to attack the Muslims, the Fulanis. Because you know what? Deeply, they want their corrupt leaders to be in the same position of authority. How corrupt Nigeria is. But since they can't defeat the Fulanis now, so they get mad at, Islamic this, Islamic that. Now, it makes no goddamn sense. Your Christian leaders are just as corrupt. They talk bad of everything about Africa. They say, oh, your people, it's the village people. You're not rich because of the village woman, in the bushes. So what they do is now they disrespect African heritage in their own country. Let's say if you have an African name, right? And then he calls himself pastor, right? So your name is connected to your tradition. But at the same time, you lie to people saying, oh, your village is the one that's cursing you because somebody put a voodoo on you. So that's why Nigeria will never be fixed. That's why Nigeria this. That's why you got to give me money. I'm going to pray for you. Believe in a God. Believe in this and that, this and that. But at the same time, the pastor is getting money, living a hell of a life, having private jets. You ain't got shit. The country's fucked up. You go around on social media and blaming the Fulanis. You understand? You got them in Nigeria, all over West Africa, traveling around West Africa, right? Open a bunch of churches. A lot of churches in Sierra Leone is owned by Nigerians. When you go to church, right? You got to give up that money. That's how they make their money. I forgot how they call it. You understand? So you got to give
You talking
up
about
money.
tithes?
Yes, that's how these pastors make money.
Okay.
Nigeria's big, man. You might have a state that have about, let's say, 6 million people, right? So imagine you as a pastor, right? You have about, let's say 10 or whatever, 20 churches, right? Within those 20 churches, you have about, let's say, about 100,000 members or like 1 million members, people that come to your church. And then each church, out of those 100, out of those 1 million people that come to your church, right? Every Sunday, you might have an average of 500 people, right? Within those 500 people, let's say everybody puts in $2. Now you calculate it. You understand? The money goes. But the same thing with the Islamic thing. What they do is now they brainwash these kids as so much that they can't really think outside their own box. Because everything is Islam. So it's a game. So it's like a religion game that's played against the people, against them. You understand? So then the people never see who's the real enemy. They're always stuck in tribalism, and then, oh, my tribe is better, my religion is better. So at the end of the day, what do you have? You have a fucked up country. And then the country is so big and so massive, it affects the whole West Africa. Because Nigeria is very important. Because they're massive. It's 200 people, more than 200 million people. So that number is very massive. So if you could like implement at least like half of those people, you could put them the right way, Nigeria could be super, super powerful. But then when you have like countries like that, religion, my tribe, and then nothing not happening, everything is fucked. And then they go on social media, oh, blah, 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 blah. They so stupid. They currently having an argument right now about the fight that's going on in Iran and Palestine. I mean, Iran and Israel. Can you imagine that? You live in Africa, in West Africa. You barely don't have no water, no lights. You worry about what's going on in Israel and Iran.
That's because everybody get those Israel attention because of the Bible.
Yeah, but that war is not about religion. But even if it's that, you live in a country where you barely don't have needs. That's typical West Africa. It's not just Nigeria. It goes around in West Africa. That is facts. I'm not saying I'm saying that's our problem, but our problem can be fixed in Africa. Like Africa don't need to go out of Africa to fix their problems. But then if you live in a country that barely don't have water, lights, basic needs, like it's like that, then why the F you worry about what's going on in Israel and Iran? You understand? That means you focus on the wrong thing. You focus on religion thing that really not gonna save you from poverty. Because you're still gonna be poor, those countries are still gonna be rich. Because the mindset is fucked up. You understand? Because at the end of the day, to me, it's all about power. I don't care about nothing else. It's all about power. Like, if you don't have power, I'll come and dictate what the fuck you supposed to do. You understand? That's how I see it. That's how I see it, man. It's fucked up. Like Africa is fucked up for a reason. I would never want to say, oh, what's your tribe? For what? We ain't got time for that. We don't do that. They go on social media talk about all these crazy things about other people's religion, other people this and that, other people's tribes. That's why when that lady, when you play it, I wasn't surprised. Because I've heard worse than that. Nigeria attack everybody for some reason. I don't know why. Especially black people. There's something about them when they see black people. There's something about them when they see black people. I don't know what the fuck they teaching them in Nigeria, but they are so well loving white folks. It's a different level of how white Nigerians worship white people. It's a difference. It's a big difference. Big difference. There's something about them when they see white people. Oh my God.
Yeah, man. So it is what it is. Does anybody else want to call in? I'm getting bored, Getting bored.
Don't worry, man. Your usual crew about to step in because I'm about to leave in the next 10 minutes. Your usual crew about to come in because they usually come in later on.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was doing kind of.
What you saying is
I really did a lot of people. What I want is new guests. We had a guy named Elijah the other night, man, Black Nationalist guy, man. I like when new people call in, man. New people call in. Step right up. What's all that noise, man? Steve, is that you? No, that's Ahmed, man. You making noise, bro.
No, that's not me, man.
Oh no. Okay, that's me. That was me. On my cell phone. Sorry about that. But yeah, so I want new guests calling in. People calling in don't really call in. People call in. I want to see something. So some new stuff and whatnot. I want to see how this message is playing out with people.
What's the name? African God is calling. and then telling me, oh,
I have no idea.
that's
why
not
people
what I'm
don't
talking
call
about.
in.
It is
Maybe she can't. Maybe her internet can't.
It is perfect. It is exactly what it is. It's tribalism and religion in Nigeria. It's nothing else about how to better Nigeria. The average Nigerians, that's exactly what they are. Look at Burna Boy, right? Look at how Black Americans hip hop, right, have done everything. Have a nice car, have this and that, live a nice life, right? But then at the same time, hip hop has been fucked up because it's owned by them people, right? With the record labels and stuff like that, right? And then now you have Afro beats, right? You got some of these guys making money, right? Guess what they doing? Buying expensive cars, right? Taking it to Nigeria and show off. How can you show off when a car costs $3 million, right? But then the average person in that country barely not eating. Carla, why would you copy something that's a failure method and then you take it to your country?
Oh, people have no consciousness, If you look, like I said, if your plan is if you're not a nationalist, right? Most nationalists care about their nation. They don't care about luxury. They don't care about materialism. They rather see railways. They rather see tall buildings. They rather see all stuff. They rather see infrastructure. But if you're not a nationalist or not, then it's going to be about materialism and individuality.
Exactly. These people showing off these supercars, showing off these expensive brands. I'm like, black folks that's been doing it for years. How it turn out for them? Because they are spenders. They don't own these expensive brands. They're giving this money away to these white people. So your folks
Mike Myers said that Nigerians can survive without infrastructure.
Oh my God! Don't worry about those people, man. I know who exactly.
That's the new thing now. We just got to go back and like I said, will we be better off if we just forget science, learning, infrastructure, modernization, electricity, and whatnot, and we all just went back to the basics and just started crawling on our hands again and whatnot? Would we be happier? It seems like we're not making. The problem with Africa is they're trying to be modernized. And I don't know if Africa is capable of doing it. Maybe they should split it up and just go back to the bush.
No, Carla, it's not. It's like me. I'm
serious. The African countries always saying corrupt. Carla. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be, man.
No, Carla. I don't copy fools. If I know you as a friend, right, for a couple of years, right, and then you doing something that's you know what I'm saying, that's better in your life, right? I'm gonna talk to you and try to duplicate that. But if I know you as a friend your whole life, you a bum. I'm not gonna be bummed just like you. I don't do that. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you look at the state of hip hop, the history of it, how it's just took away from black folks in America. How it's just nowadays, it's just trash. Everything is sexualized. Shoot, kill. And then you still buying expensive cars, but then all these cars are owned by white folks, owning these expensive brands that's not giving you no wealth, but it's just trash. And then you have an opportunity, and then you're doing the same shit in a country that's 10 times poorer than America. Carla, come on now. What's the point of you showing off in a country that's 10 times poorer than America? You showing off a car that's worth over like $3 to $5 million. Wow. And then the votes are fucked up. What's the fucking point? You barely can't even ride the fucking car.
Yeah, you ride a car, boom.
You barely can't. Why the fuck would I buy
rocks coming out of the
sports car?
street or not,
Why the fuck would I buy a sports car when I barely can't even drive it in a country that's 10 times poorer than in America? What am I even proving to my people then? But at the same time, you got these people, oh, my tribe. What the fuck that mean? And then you get mad that the Fulanese own Nigeria then because they defeat your people. When I told them, right, okay, look at this, right? Okay, check this out, right, Carla? What people don't understand is, right, because Dennis told me, right, why the hell the Fulanese can't do it like ranch, right? When you speak English, right, it's not the same as you speaking an African language. African language has different meaning. That's totally different from the Western.
Hold up, man. I want to address something. Not Blackman Issue says Pan-Africanism is for broke, dusty niggas looking for other gullible dumb. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Like, damn. So he's trying to say all Pan Africans are broken dusty, man. Jeez, you know.
Okay.
When he
Well,
be talking about Dr. Umar Johnson, you know.
you should tell him last week, Congress had a session, right? Talking about Pan Africa. Congress right here in DC.
What they
Congress
say?
right here in DC.
What they say?
They were they had Michael Lannery. He was saying about how Pan-African is and stuff like that. How America has to adjust their strategy and then work with the Europeans.
Okay, hold
He came up here last week.
Hold up. You don't understand something, right?
He was here last week.
Hold up, man. Let me educate you, right? When you say Pan-Africanism, you know it depends on who you see it. Pan-Africanism, if me or Umar say it means one thing. Pan-African general language talk about, they talk about it from a geopolitical point of view and stuff like that. And Pan-African just simply means black, not African, just African Union, unity based on geography, you know, and so geopolitics, you know. So, but it doesn't mean the same thing as here. Like, you could be a Pan-Africanist in Africa and marry or have your white, like the first lady of Guinea is a white woman, you know.
No.
In our culture in America, you know, if you're married to a white person, you can't be a Pan-Africanist. So it's different. There's a different degree. They're not talking about Umar Johnson, College Genesis style Pan-Africanism.
No. What he was trying to say is, if these Africans countries, right, get together and implement a system, it's a problem for us. That's what he was saying when he uses Pan-Africanist. That's you understand? Just like how you got these three countries, right? These AES, right? If you have, let's say, you have two more countries that join them, then it's much more impossible now because of the population that they cover, and then you know what I'm saying, and then the land, and then the resources as well. That's what he was saying. He was predicting in the future what might happen, because you look at how a month ago, or like a month and a half ago, how people protested for that guy. You understand? So that just tells you that Pan-African is real. That means now people wants to come together as a nation and build Africa together. And then if you know how
let me ask you a question. What does that got to do with Black America?
Colin, I ain't trying to go back and forth.
No, I'm just saying. I just want to know. When pick your brain. Where it's at. What does that leave 45 million people in the United States? You know,
it's an option with y'all. It's an options. It's basically either two options with y'all. You understand? But at the same time, just like I mentioned, for the race of Black people, if you want to empower and make sure people respect Black folks around the world, Africa must be powerful for Africans. You understand? So, like, just like I always said, in America, we know who controls America. I'm not gonna go back and forth. There's the reason why they control it, because they bend the rules, they cheated. You know what I'm trying to say? They own the banks, they own this, they own that. They make sure everything's 90% goes back to them, the system that they created. So that's why they control this country. They control this country. It's not because they're better than y'all. It's just the strategy that they use. They maintain it, and then they always had the numbers. You know what I'm trying to say? Anything a white man could do in America, a Black man could do it. Anything. I'm not one of them Africans that say, "Oh, the white man is the king." Anything the white man can do, the Black man in America can't do it. Hell fucking no. That's bullshit. That's completely bullshit. I know for sure anything a Black man could do, he or she could do it slightly more better. Because you know why? They have to work harder to get to that position. Well, a white man now, or a white woman now, it's more of a system that favors them. So it's like cherry picking. Just like how if you graduate from politics, right? Political science, right? You got to go down to Congress as an undergrad, right? You got to know people to get over there. That's favoritism. You got to know people for you to work as an undergrad. Who controls Congress? Majority of them is white people. So if you graduate from political science, how you get to the door? You got to wait and wait. That's how I see it.
Let me get a Dama in here. Go ahead, Dama.
Yeah, let me ask him, Carla, why you up here talking so much shit?
Oh, you talking about me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Talking about? Like,
you just up here talking so much shit.
Tell me a couple or one or two so I could answer your
No,
question.
no, you talking all this shit and you just going on and on and
I
on.
mean, tell me, man. Come on, man.
You talking about America is disadvantageous to Black Americans, but then Kala asked you, well, how did we build up the largest Black middle class in the world? And you didn't have an answer for that.
Hold on. So, okay, check this out, right? Check this out. Caller asked me a different question.
And you gotta talk louder. I can barely. Your mic is real low.
Okay. Listen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, talk as loud as you can.
Okay. Listen. First of all, right? Man, there's no way, right? Let me put this correctly, right? You see, I don't like going back and forth who's better, who's this and that. I ain't got time for that. I don't do that. That's just emotional, trying to look for something. I don't do that. You understand? I don't do that. If, just like I mentioned, right? For the Black race to be powerful, Africa must be powerful. That is facts.
That's a lie.
That is facts, my friend.
The Black race doesn't need anything from Blacks in America. Don't need anything from Africans.
Okay. You said that, right? You said that, right?
You just saw an African president, Ramaphosa, come to the White House and beg Donald Trump to release sanctions. He could have went anywhere. He could have went to Russia. He could have went to the Chinese. He could have went and did a military deal with the Chinese and say, "Hey, you can dock your navy off our coast because the U.S. is putting sanctions on us." He could have did any of those things. But instead, he went and begged Donald Trump on his knees. When I saw that, I said, okay, this is not a man, because this is not the type of stuff black Americans do. We don't do that type of stuff.
Hold on. Let me answer Principe. That video I played wasn't no AI. Like, that was an actual speech, bro. Everything that goes against Principe is delusional. That speech about Malcolm X, what he said about the March on Washington and Black and Negro leaders and whatnot, he thinks that was AI. So no, that was real. He made that speech. I know that years before I heard about what AI was.
Damo, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, first of all, right? Just like I mentioned, in America, now listen very well. Like it or not, America is an empire. That is absolutely facts. Like it or not. That's like you saying America never had slaves. You know what I'm trying to say? Now, get this now, right? Listen very well. In America, right? In D.C., in the nation capital, listen very well. There's only two streets that matters. Pennsylvania and K Street. When you talking about power-wise, we talking about power. We're not talking about who runs something. Just like how some fool in the what's his name? Talking about I'm talking about who runs something. No. I'm talking about power-wise. You understand? K Street and Pennsylvania. Those two streets are controlled 90 to 95% are controlled by Caucasians. That is absolutely facts. It's not controlled by any other race. 90 to 95%. Not no 40 or 30. Not no 60. 90 to 95% of their power is controlled by Caucasians. Now let's slide to San Francisco. We have all these ITs. 90 to 95% are controlled by who? Caucasians. Take it to New York City. We have the stocks over there. I see about 80% is controlled by the white folks, or 85%. Now, who controls America?
Okay, everything that you're saying is meaningless, and you're not making any points at all. You're just going through and without any documentation or any facts. You just arbitrarily go and say, okay, well, Whitey owns this over here, and Whitey owns that over there. Okay, so what? What's your point? You're not making a point.
What do you mean?
You're just rambling.
That's power. What are you trying to say?
You're just rambling. You're not making any points.
My friend, that's power, my friend. What are you talking about?
You're just rambling on and on about America being an empire. And you
That's
just
like you.
going on and on. You're not making any actual points.
That's like you. What you saying is this, right? You like the artist that just came out, right? Somebody just discovered you, right? Your talent, right? And then you ran to Universal Record to a contract. You begging them for a contract. Who's the power? Who has the power? Is it you, the artist, or is it the people that owns the record label?
It's the artist, because you
Man,
can
sit the hell
choose.
up, man. Sit the
You
hell up with
can
that guy.
choose how to
You see,
monetize your music, and the way I know is
done.
because I'm a big follower
I'm
of
done. Man,
underground artists, and all
Colin,
of them monetize their own
I gotta
music.
go because I don't
I
like talking with
follow a lot of underground
I
hip
don't like
hop,
talking with
and
emotional
all of
people,
them
man.
monetize their own music. They all make 90% or more of every dollar that their music makes.
Man, that's it, man. I gotta go because you now you talking about artists.
Okay, yeah, you need to
Now
go
you talking about
because
artists
what it
owns 90%. Now
is
you saying
you want to
now
just
you
come
saying
up here
artists owns
and
90%
ramble,
90% of their
and
shit.
then
Now
when
you saying
people
artists
come up here and they call you out on it, you know what I mean. You don't feel comfortable
I
anymore,
wasn't
so
on
you
state. Either
want to
either
leave.
way,
You
I gotta
just
do something.
using Kala's platform to ramble. You can go make your own channel, man. Just go make your own channel, and then you can ramble all day. You can make your own panels and stuff, and you can talk all that stuff for hours. Why you keep on coming up to Kala?
Artists owns 90% of their music. That's what you just said. You see, you missing the point. You basically say artists own 90% of their music. You saying somebody that's begging for a contract in the bigger record labels. You telling me that person is powerful as the people that own the the record label. You telling me a regular artist on the street that had never been signed before is more powerful than goddamn Interscope.
I told you that an artist that knows how to monetize.
Stop it, man.
Okay, so now you screaming like a woman. Hey, Kala, get this dude out of here. He's sitting up here screaming.
So now you telling me I'm screaming like a woman?
He up here screaming, Kala.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, dog. I've dealt with you before. Now I remember who you are. I've dealt with you before. I know who you are. I've dealt with you before, man. Man, be quiet, man. We talk about power. We're not talking about some no. We're not talking about some emotional stuff, man. When I speak, I'm talking about who really owns the power. You can't bend nothing. You can't twist nothing. We know who owns power in this country. You know what's going on over there in Iran. Why the hell you think Israel could do whatever the fuck they want? America allows it.
Israel,
why the hell you think they gave $100 million to Donald Trump?
No, Israel
they gave $100 million to Donald Trump.
Israel,
$100 million to Donald Trump.
The reason Israel gets money. Okay, are you gonna let me respond? Or are you gonna sit there and rant? Okay, the reason Israel gets money from the U.S. is because of the Suez Canal. That's why they get money from the U.S.
Your background, what's that? Is that a cow on your background?
Huh?
Your background, your picture, your image.
What's that? It's a cow.
Oh, you got some cows?
I don't have any. Well, I'll get some eventually.
Yeah, because I'm wondering. I said, man, why the hell this dude got a cow? I'm thinking you super rich or something. I'm thinking you one of the people that that sponsor them corrupt senators down in DC and them Congress people. Now I figured that you're not one of them. Anyway. Anyway, man, I gotta go.
All right, brother. Take a good night.
All right, man. Stay up, Bang. You a good brother.
Yeah, but trying to say that video I played of Malcolm X was fucking AI. Principe is delusional. Last night, Principe told me that the problem in the freaking Middle East of African women going over there getting abused is not a problem. Why they go there, whatever. That completely missing. He's one of the people that really believe that Africa is like. I just think Africa is like Miami. Everybody going out or balling out of control and everything like that. We just go, no, Africa got serious problems, man. You got people that go for days and even weeks without having any food, so those women are driven toward desperation. They gotta go feed their families and whatnot, so And that's the point about why I say African men don't take care of their women, because the whole thing about your natural male instinct is always wanting to protect women and children. Lay your life down for women and children. But he didn't.
Yeah, but Kyla, let me ask you: in Africa, why is it that the women always walk around with like vials on their head or buckets on their head, and it's the women that do all the stuff in the market? They do all the the commerce and stuff in the market.
That's how it is. Women market stuff was always a women's gig. Market stuff and the commerce of the market. And at least as far as like fruit and produce and stuff like that, women and like bags of rice, whatever like that. So it's always market women that do the markets. That's always been like that in African culture. I don't know why, I don't know, but like I said, our culture went to Liberia was just the opposite. See, traditional African culture, women do all the manual labor and whatnot. So that's a thing why they can't develop, right? When our ancestors came to Liberia, it was men, and they used to mock us because what they said, what's a man doing farming? Out there breaking his butt. That's what the whole idea in African culture is. You're a man, you got land, you got a whole bunch of women and children working for you. Our culture was just the opposite. We had men working our farms and homesteads, And so out of that, we started erecting buildings and having progress, and the native people were angry because we proved them wrong, that our culture and way of life was actually superior. I know Elvis will get up here and get mad, but that's the truth. That's the truth. We showed them that our culture was superior. We have a patriarchal. So yeah, look. Oh yeah, Elvis goes, not true. Don't Elvis. Women do all the backbreaking work in Liberia. And I see it myself. Women do all the friggin' manual labor. They carry stuff to the markets on their heads and whatnot. They do all that stuff like that. Men don't do that in our culture. Men. Excuse me. Women don't do that in our culture. Men do that in our culture. Move heavy boxes and do manual labor, work in factories, and when I do all the friggin' physical work, I don't know. It's just the opposite. Women stay home. In Liberia, I see a lot of men staying home, while the women go out there. You may have like 3 wives, and you got 3 wives that basically are doing 3 different jobs and whatnot. You can do something. You got a little piece of land in a village. You got like 10 kids working on your land. That's the whole thing. A lot of African guys want to have like 20 kids. That's 20 workers, So it's how they're working, So what it is.
Hold on, Mike Myers. That's not true, bro. Ain't nobody worried about the police in America. Stop letting the media.
I know, like, oh yeah, I'm driving down the street and I'm just worried about the cops friggin' that's what a lot of Africans believe that. They believe that we're just getting hunted down by cops. Cops is knocking, kicking everybody's door, shooting everybody at will and whatnot. They're just picking us off, whatnot, one by one. And we're just dying by the thousands every day. Come on, stop it. They always want to paint this picture of doom and gloom to Black America. Yeah, look, Africa is starving, man. Come on, man. Okay, I guess he doesn't want to believe. Do I got to play a video?
In Africa, it's the black police officers that's beating people's heads in. I've seen some videos.
Yeah,
and it's worse than cops in America. I will say that.
Video, man. In Nigeria, this guy got mouthy with a cop on the side of the road. He was like the cop was asking for money, whatever like that. The guy said, "Well, blah blah, blah, I paid your guy right." And next thing you know, this guy just bitch slapped him, bop right in the mouth, man. Grown ass man. He's bop, just knocked him right in the mouth, man. Shut the fuck up, talking back when you don't talk back to Nigerian police, man. You don't do that shit.
It was probably Mike that got slapped like that.
Yeah, or is the dude that just left?
No, I'm mad. Y'all leave Ahmed alone, man. He's all right. Yeah, so y'all leave Mike alone. Let's see. He wants to see poverty in Africa. Let's see. Hunger in Africa. Oh, hunger. Let's go hunger in Nigeria. The African giant. Let's see. This is not to embarrass Nigeria, but we got to basically talk about our African brothers and sisters, the hunger, issue. Africa has a hunger issue. So Mike Myers, man, you're not gonna like this because, like I said, we got to deal with hunger in Africa. You know, we have to deal with hunger. You know,
Y'all remember that video of that African dude that got killed in America because he was like fighting back against the police, and the
that was
white
the
cop shot him
taser.
right in
Yeah,
the back of the
he
head.
tried to grab the taser. So
And shot him right in the back of the head. So
yeah, it happens a lot. I mean, Diallo, 40 shots. You know, 40 shots. You know, police put 45 rounds in him, man. You know, so. Okay, so this is a couple of videos we're gonna play.
It's never been easier to start a podcast than with Riverside.
Poverty.
First, go to riverside.fm and open an account. When you're ready to record,
Aliyu Muhammad reinforces the walls of his compound ahead of the rains. Shelter is a concern, but hunger is a bigger one. He says his children suffer from acute malnutrition, and he doesn't know where their next meal will come from.
They were not fortunate enough to have a good start. Their mother needed to eat well to breastfeed them, but we can't afford the food that doctors recommend.
He's one of 133 million Nigerians that the country's Bureau for Statistics say suffer from acute poverty. The World Bank says poverty in Nigeria's cities is more than 40%. In rural areas, the figure is closer to 70%.
You know, Nigeria is a country of paradox, so rich, but yet poverty reigns. What Nigerians are going through now is just survival. To call yourself a poor man, I think, is a luxury in Nigeria today. All we want is to survive.
The country is one of the world's leading producers of oil. Analysts say decades of corruption and bad economic policies have wiped out the country's once thriving middle class, and more bad news is expected.
The World Bank has warned that more Nigerians will be poor in the next 5 years. The institution says economic weaknesses and Nigeria's dependence on oil revenues are partly to blame. But a decade of violence in rural communities has also crippled agriculture and commerce.
The industrial sector struggles to produce. When it does, goods are too expensive, partly because energy and transportation costs have more than tripled over the last decade. One solution is better education. At this skills center in the northern state of Sokoto, dozens of women are taught trades. Many of them didn't go to school. Officials say targeting of women and girls is deliberate.
Most of our women, they are not educated. They're supposed to be empowered so that they will use this money and invest their family.
Others say Nigeria should focus on scaling up agriculture in a country where most farmers barely scrape by.
Invest heavily on agriculture. That will have multiple positive effects. One, you have food security. Two, you have employment across all over.
But food security also requires physical security. Violent attacks have forced hundreds of thousands of farmers from their land. And it is this contrast between Nigeria's wealth in people, land, and resources, and its struggle for equality and the rule of law that makes the country's future so uncertain. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Dantawaya, Nigeria.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
All right. Let's see.
It's gonna get better one day, Colin.
What?
Africa's gonna rise one day, Colin.
Yeah, when we come there and take it over.
No. It's gonna rise. But Africans are gonna do themselves.
I hope you're right, you know.
Less food, more water. That's how 41-year-old Ruth David recounts the acute food shortage faced by her household and how they are coping. Life's been hard since the mother of three fled with her family to Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, after a deadly Boko Haram attack on their village in Borno State, northeast Nigeria.
But you know, it
that you will satisfy.
We don't eat to satisfy our hunger. We just manage. We cook small, add a lot of water to it, the children will sleep, and we know we have survived that day until the next day.
That is the way we are manage the food.
After over a decade of living in a camp for internally displaced persons, or IDPs, David still relies on food donations to feed her children. David says things are worse now as food donations to the IDP camp from humanitarian organizations have dwindled due to the tough economic situation in Nigeria.
But now they are not coming.
Now they are not coming. It takes like 6 months. We don't share food at our store. They are not coming with food again.
Mike Myers, I do show the positive side of Nigeria, but I'm showing balance. If I show the positive side of Nigeria, I always got to show the reality of Nigeria, you know? Everybody don't live on Banana Island, Lekki, and Abuja, you know? This is the reality for the majority of the people, like 95% of them. You know, so I'm just trying to show balance here, you know?
Colin, 95% of them?
Yeah. That's being generous.
Not coming with food again.
As of September this year, there were an estimated 24.8 million food insecure people like David countrywide, according to the UN. This year, the Global Hunger Index, a European charity tracking hunger globally, found that Nigeria ranks 109 out of 125 countries. The index's parameters assessed undernourishment, child stunting, wasting, and mortality. Climate devastations, inflation, and insecurity are the major drivers of food insecurity in Nigeria. Hopewell Munyare, operation manager at the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, says recent global conflicts and disasters are adding to the lack of response to the needs in the country.
Our efforts will always be, competing with other interests. For instance, we have the Russia-Ukraine war, which has its own impacts on Nigeria and the rest of Africa in terms of food insecurity. There's a critical issue around that. We have now the Israeli-Pakistani war, which is also happening. We have situations of the Syria-Turkey earthquake that happened.
Because people
so in those areas, those immediate or urgent disasters where resources usually would tend to quickly go, also affects our resource mobilization.
The Nigerian government declared a state of emergency for food insecurity in July 2023. Humanitarian agencies have continued to scale up health and nutrition interventions to the most vulnerable communities. Humanitarian advocates like Munyari are urging the government and stakeholders to map out long-term strategies to attain food security and halt the hunger crisis.
Like Michael Myers.
For Gibson, Nigeria, I'm Carol Van Dam, VOA News.
PlayStation and whatnot, and playing PlayStation and whatnot. Yeah, that's American poverty. Kids eating fucking grilled cheese sandwich in the afternoon and sitting at McDonald's all day. Yeah, that's real poverty in America, You hear what these people said? Some people, one guy said he can't friggin' find food for his family. His family has 8 in days. Africa's poverty is real poverty. Americans don't know what poverty is. Really, you don't. It's a sad situation, man. I don't mean to mock nobody, but I'm just telling like it is. And we could never move forward when that, as long as we're in denial.
Let's show the upside of Africa, Colin. Let's do that. Let's show the positivity. We can't just consume negative content all the time.
Yeah. But I want to give people the wrong idea because a lot of people listen to, oh man, Africa got it popping. Then they go over there and whatnot.
We understand the negative aspects of Africa, but let's show the positive as well.
Africa is always a point. Where do you Black Americans want to live? They point you to Makoko. They think we gotta live in Makoko and slums of Accra or whatnot. Like man, so it's what it is. People don't understand that Makoko is reality, man. That could be you.
But you got to show both sides. Like the same thing with Black Americans, you got to show both sides. You got to show the project, but you also got to show the middle class and the upper class Black people. It can't just be one sided.
All right, let's see. Let me see. Let me type something in here. Lagos, Nigeria. See, pop right up, man.
This is what
Colin, that doesn't look bad.
Till you go there.
Affiliate Marketing 101. Find a click.
I am so. That's the Equay Bridge.
And if you hear this,
kids in the cribs want dibs from the big man.
Let's see. Lagos, Nigeria. The best parts of Lagos you asked me for, right? Okay, hotels, contrasting economic lives, highs and lows of economic hub. See, it's gonna play both the highs and lows.
Ayomako, or AY as is known on stage, is one of Nigeria's most popular entertainers. He is one of several success stories that began in the Nigerian business capital.
Coming to Lagos was me saying to myself that, you have no choice. You just have to go there and make your ability count.
Years later, he's living in a mansion in an affluent neighborhood where one of the streets is named after him.
Lagos will make you function well if you find yourself in the right circle. So for me, I would say that I'm privileged. I was privileged to find myself in the right circle.
For the grand comedian of the Federal Republic.
That circle includes celebrities, politicians, businessmen, and diplomats. Lagos is home to a growing music industry and Nollywood, the world's second largest film industry. It's also where an estimated
why they keep
60%
saying
of
that?
Nigeria's
The second
commercial
largest film
and
industry.
industrial
That's freaking a
activities are
lie.
concentrated.
That's a lie. They keep saying something
Entrepreneur
else,
Jegede
you know?
has built up a
Nollywood films are not played in any major studios in America, right? Korean films, Japanese films are, Hong Kong films, Indian films are. So how can Nollywood be possible that the biggest market for films is in America and China? So people say stuff and it goes unchallenged. The second biggest film industry in the world. Yeah, they put out a lot of films, like cheap ass shit like that can be made for under $3,000. That don't mean it's the biggest. Yeah, put out the most movies because they're cheaply made. So Lord have mercy. That's what gets annoying about dealing with Africa. Like they insult your intelligence or not, so much.
A business spanning mining and logistics across the country, but says being based in Lagos makes a difference.
Some of the businesses that we do are outside Lagos, but the decision that make those businesses work in other states is made here in Lagos.
But most Lagos residents have a different story to tell. They live on the margins of society. Sabitiu Seriki is a matriarch who is the breadwinner for her family of 6 adult children.
It's quite a struggle. With inflation so high and my children out of work, life is so hard, even to run my small fish farm.
More than half the population of Lagos, a state of
like another negative video.
in informal settlements like this, and they are constantly under the threat of eviction by the authorities. There is a constant struggle to earn enough to put food on the table and access to clean water and electricity here.
Although Lagos offers opportunities, analysts say people need skills and degrees to be competitive, and that the government needs to focus on improving public facilities in underdeveloped areas. For his part, Ayomako is offering free classes to young people, nurturing the next generation of Nigerian stars. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Lagos, Nigeria.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Colin, when I say positive, that's not what I was talking about.
It showed you saw the nice parts of Lagos.
Ayomako, or AY as is known on
Media
stage.
and whatnot. You saw the place he was living at, man. That was freaking positive. All right, let me get you some real positive stuff.
Over 80% of the video was about poverty in Nigeria.
No, he was looking at that. I calculated it was like half of it, Let's see. Best Lagos tour excursion. Let's watch something like this. This is an old video. Surviving in Lagos. Harsh conditions. Nah, we don't want to see that. We want to see Lekki. You want to see a nice part of Lagos that doesn't exist, but we want it to exist. You know, let's go to Lekki. Let me see. Echo. No, this is the Lagos I thought I was going to be moving in 10 years ago. I thought this is where I was going to, you know, Echo Atlantic. Echo Atlantic.
Myers says that Mike Myers says, I think that Black Americans should stay out of Africa. But isn't he in America?
Yeah, I know. Like I said, this is Mike Myers, what he has to say. You know, what he wants us to do is it says I investigated why Echo Lake is still empty. Should I play that? Want to make people upset? You know, should I play that? Nah, because people get upset. Collie trying like that. You know, but I want to see what the vision was. See, that's that's what Africans, Nigerians were selling to us. This is what Echo Lake, you know, 20 years later, it's not happening. You know. The truth about Echo Atlantic, you know, I hate hearing stuff like this, you know. 13 years later, there's nothing built. I would like to say, who did they think was going to come to Echo Atlantic? They really thought that it was going to attract, the whole idea was they thought they were going to attract people like Dubai, people from all over the world. Majority of people did not want to live in Black Africa. Did Nigerians understand race?
Hey, man.
Majority of people, yeah, they'll go to Dubai. That's what Arab people, you know, the light-skinned Arab people, right? The only people the Echo Land should target was the black people with money from the UK and the United States, Canada, and stuff like that. They didn't do that. They targeted toward, they thought the Europeans were going to come there and like Dubai and all stuff like that. No. They fucked up with Echo Atlantic, you know? The pitch was business for all over the world. No. They should have made a Pan-African. You know?
This is Echo Atlantic City. You should have seen series of videos about a city built on 10 square kilometers of land reclaimed from the Atlantic Ocean. Some called it the Dubai of Nigeria. At completion, the city developers, South Energy X, promised this new peninsula is anticipating at least 250,000 residents and generating over 400,000 jobs, and would further help solve the chronic shortage of housing in the fast evolving city of Lagos and Nigeria at large. Other than being used as a finish line for the Lagos City Marathon, when completed, they said the city would serve as a regional hub for banking, tourism, luxury real estate, and it's also projected to contribute about 1 billion USD to the Nigerian GDP. This project brought a lot of controversies because more than a decade later, only a handful of buildings have been completed. Large sections of the city is still empty and plots are awaiting construction work. Lagosians and Nigerians in general are eager to see this city come alive. They started this project way back in 2009, and this is 2022. That's about 13 years. The world has been watching.
See, this is why I don't like FBA people speaking for me. You see Melissa in the chat, she just I don't know.
What she say?
Hold on. I'm gonna go look at it, right? Give me 1 second. Oh, Mike Myers said, show what's that? Luanda, Angola.
It's
But
beautiful.
she said, well, let me see. African Goddess said that, my brothers and sons are not useless. I don't share your view of African men. And then Melissa's response was, oh well, sis, to us FBAs, we view them as useless. You see why I can't, I don't want to be an FBA. I don't want to be associated with people like that.
I don't believe that, you know, man, useless, you know. Not all, some African men loot, not all African men. So the man who project this, Babatunde Fashola, former governor of Lagos, he's like my political idol. That guy's the best politician I've ever heard speak in my life, you know? And he's a Nigerian, you know?
Stop. Melissa, stop saying we and stop saying us. Say you.
Yeah, that's one thing I hate about FBA. They was like, we. No, I didn't sign up for that shit. You know, don't say we. I don't agree with a lot of that shit. You know, I'm not no xenophobe, but I'm not anti-African, you know? I point out things I don't like about Africa, but on the whole, I love Africa, you know? So I have a lot of African friends and family, you know?
Many
But yeah, Kyle,
questions are yet to
show
be
Angola
answered.
after this.
Why is the development in the Atlantic City taking too long to hit completion? Will an average Nigerian
Angola
citizen
got this
benefit
built,
from the development
Columba,
of this city?
Columba,
Before we go
in
ahead
less
and
than 5
answer
years.
all of
The
these
city was
questions, let me
done.
take you back
You
in
know,
time and explain
the Chinese
how
built
and
that
why
in
this.
less than 5 years. You know, it's build, operate, transfer, whatnot. You know, and I told my Angolan partner, I said, if you guys build one of those cities for us, we could bring millions of people from there. They said, yeah, man, good. And my job is to convince Black America that we need a nation state of our own. But we do got people that want to accommodate us, you know, because they know Black America got money. You know, we could transfer our wealth to that country and they'll benefit. It'll be a win-win situation, you know. So let me play Columba, Angola. Let's see, Angola, Go City. Angola. New city. Yep, that's it right there. It's amazing, you know, how Chinese were able to do that, you know. Build a whole city from nothing, you know. That was 12 years ago. I would say ghost town. I hate that, but play a new video.
Hustle Smart said, drop the link.
I'll give you 1 second.
A jaw-dropping development outside of Luanda, Angola. Row after row of high-rises, 20,000 apartments. And that's just phase one. Kilamba is based on a campaign promise. Before the 2008 elections, Angola's president pledged to the people 1 million homes for ordinary citizens. And Kilamba is an attempt to do that. They've built cities like this across the country, coming literally out of the bush. But from where I'm standing, Kilamba feels almost deserted. 4-lane highways without cars, schools with no pupils. In under 5 years, a Chinese company built Kilamba using Angola's oil pipelines with China. But parts of Kilamba feel like a ghost town. Is Kilamba a vanity project?
Yes, maybe. We think that Kilamba is maybe a political project. The housing there is still very high in terms of cost, and I think there is a lot of.
Hey, Kyle, play the capital city after this.
The apartments.
The government built Kilamba to drive down prices, with petro billions going into this former waterless country.
Rwanda is beautiful. Hold, let me get this right here. Angola. Yeah, Rwanda is like the most beautiful city in Africa right now. Nobody talks about Rwanda. Everybody talks about raggedy ass Ghana, like Lagos, all these raggedy ass cities. Now, this is Rwanda, Angola is a fucking world class city. You know, I love Angola. You know.
Luanda, the capital, the largest city of Angola, and one of the top 10 largest cities in Africa, is a vibrant and dynamic metropolis nestled on the western coast of Africa. Luanda is an incredibly beautiful city with diverse architectural designs, bustling streets, and breathtaking waterfront views. Luanda is the oldest city in Southern Africa, and the city is blessed with a rich history and culture with a blend of African, Portuguese, and Brazilian cultures. According to history, Luanda was founded in 1575 by a Portuguese explorer, Paulo Dias de Novaes, and served as a key port for the transatlantic slave trade, as slave trade business dominated the Angolan economy in the 19th century. After the slave trade was abolished, Luanda became a colonial administrative capital that was marked by racial segregation and economic exploitation of the black people. The city then became a central player in Angola's quest for independence and became a stronghold for the freedom fighters during the Angolan Civil War that lasted from 1975 after independence to 2002. After the end of the Civil War, Luanda experienced rapid economic growth, majorly driven by oil exports, transforming the country into a modern metropolis.
Actually, one thing about Angolans and Portuguese, I talked to a lot of Angolans. They do not like Portuguese. They do not like the Portuguese there. They don't like Brazilians, and everything like that. Angolans love Black America,
Wait, why come they don't like Brazilians?
They hate Brazilians, They said Brazilians are parasites. That's what they told me. I had no idea. They said Brazilians basically come there and exploit. They use the language, right, to get into Angolan business, because the money's in Angola. There's nothing in fucking Brazil, They form these mega churches. They suck the life out of Angola. They take all the diamond industry and stuff like that. They use this Portuguese, pan-Portuguese bullshit, Same thing with the Portuguese that come there, that's why Angola, they want to change from Portuguese to English, so they can connect more with Black America, That's
that's their problem. That they speak Spanish. That's a big problem with those Spanish and French speaking countries. That's why it won't be a lot of Black Americans in those two countries.
But hold, the number of Angolans that speak in English, right? And also, if you go to Angola, if you could teach English, that you will get paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
They pay big money for English speaking. Yeah. Because they try, just like Paul Kagame, Rwanda did. They used to be all French. Now they switch from French to English. Now they're trying to do Kiswahili, integrate Kiswahili into it, but it's not Kiswahili is not a really written language, so that'll take generations to do,
Bro, man, Kala showed Abuja the other night. It's a beautiful place too.
Abuja is shitty as fuck. Abuja is shitty as fuck. Lagos is shitty as fuck. Like at the end of the day, they created Abuja for the higher echelon because they was running out of space in Nigeria, but now the island was too expensive. So Abuja was built on like the military, those executive staff. That everybody that outside of that little 1% live like shit. So that's why when you ask to show a good side, you can't equally do it because there's no middle class. There's no such thing as the middle class in Nigeria, and that's the strangest thing in the world. So somebody in the middle class and a person in the slums is staying right there next to each other. There's no such thing as a white neighborhood or middle class, upper middle class. You either rich or you stay in the slum. You stay on the island or you stay on the mainland. And if you stay on the mainland, you got rolling blackouts, you got trash everywhere, you got animals everywhere, you got chickens, goats, like shit that we ain't never seen over here. So that's why when I listen to this show, college show, and I listen to these people, they ain't never been to Africa, never been to Nigeria. You have no clue until you walk out the house and it's a goddamn goat, a chicken, and 30 lizards out there, and kids running around butt-ass naked, dirty as fuck. Early in the morning. Like they don't give a fuck. They no clean water. You get what I'm saying? And they broke as fuck. And you sit up there and hear these women talk about how broke they are, but they broke fucking, Kala. These chicks with no food to feed their kids, no running water, no toilets, where they shitting in buckets and peeing in jerry cans and throwing them right behind them. Not that far from them. And then they sit up there and lay down and fucking have more kids. Like that's the craziest thing.
I would love for you to have a conversation with Principe. He's in complete denial about anything wrong in Africa. He says, Kala, man, he said, when I mentioned Makoko, he says, but don't we have Skid Row?
Yeah, man, please. You can smell Makoko from that bridge you saw. You come across that bridge. You want to know the craziest thing about Makoko is that the Nigerian people, when they go over the bridge, they act like they don't even smell it. You be in traffic for goddamn 3 hours just smelling it. And I just, when you're in a taxi or you riding, you look around, but they don't even cut their eyes over there. They don't even cut that. You could just look around and see the people. The people don't even cut their eyes. You get what I'm saying? So now if you riding in a taxi, if you riding in a keke, you got to goddamn pay to drive. Like, call it the craziest thing in Nigeria is that you got to pay them to cut the air conditioner on. You know what I'm saying? You get in a taxi there, it's one price, but they cut the AC on. You get what I'm saying? So that's when people cut their AC on and roll up the windows when they come across that bridge, because you can.
Wouldn't it be better? This is what I would say about. I'll say African guy says not about issue. I live in a 7-bedroom. Look, I'm like this. I would be more proud of Nigeria if everybody had at least an apartment, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even care if somebody. I don't care about no mansion. I don't care about that. You know, you'll never see me build no mansion in Africa and whatnot. You know, I could build that in America, right? I want to go to a place where everybody got the basics of one big giant family.
Yeah.
You know.
You can't have a civilization if people don't have the basic. We talking about clean water.
Everybody has the basics: running water, clean water, electricity. Now it's internet. Now it's what we call everything. Roads. You know, roads, AC, all the basic stuff in friggin' a civilization. I think everybody should have a basic education, basic health care. All those things should not be a luxury. If you give everybody the basics, you know, you're good to go. I'm happy. I'll say I'll sacrifice. I'll live in a freaking condominium. I'll live in a condominium. So I know everybody else is being taken care of. I'm not gonna hoard all the wealth, have like 5 houses, 5 mansions, and yachts out there. That ain't what I'm trying to do. You know, I'm trying to live modest.
Colin, you know, like the shanty towns in Jamaica is like the same. It looked like the same in Nigeria with those 10 houses or what, a corrugated steel, that little metal, like you can hear if a bird shit on the roof, it sound like a brick. That type of steel. They have no, when I tell you no insulation, collar, zero insulation. It's like nothing to protect the heat.
Those houses get really hot too.
I'm talking about ovens. You get what I'm saying? It's the craziest thing in the world.
Metal on the roof attracts heat, you know, and that's friggin', you're like bacon inside. You know, I've been in other places, you know.
Yeah. And you know what I'm saying? And so what it is that when you go in those neighborhoods, everything is built on top of the ground. So that means that anything can knock it over, or it's like everything is leaning on another house, or everything is leaning like that. They don't build they don't dig 5 feet, then build up. They build everything on top of the ground. You get what I'm saying? So even when you go to these places that have these, when you go to these places that have these mansions, they ain't got no damn yard. They ain't got no grass. They have no yard. Like you walk on the side of one of these mansions and you got to walk sideways. It's no room. And then they give you a little 6-foot narrow strip of a pool or something. No, when I tell you no grass, no trees, nothing but concrete. Who the fuck want to buy spend that much money on a mansion and you don't even have your house is sitting on a plot which is about not even a quarter acre, 1/8 of an acre, and it's all house. And you got the space for maybe 2 or 3. And another thing they don't have in Nigeria, they don't have garages, Collar.
Yeah, no, I see it.
They don't have garages. They have like a little canopy out there, and that's about all you're gonna get. You get what I'm saying? But it's no type of greenery. You get what I'm saying? Like most people, when they spend that much money, they want land to, you know, if they want to plant some flowers or plant some trees or something. You can't do that shit over there. And that shit is all hot. And if it's all on concrete and there's no type of grass or trees, it attracts more heat. It's hotter on Banana Island. That's why when it rains, it floods. Yeah. It's the craziest thing in the world, man. It's the craziest thing in the world, to the point where you can be in a nice area and then go out that gate and then surrounded is trash and dirt roads. Like they build the house before they build the road.
Yeah, no, let's put back. Hey, what do you think about the topic? I played earlier tonight. I played Malcolm. Did you hear what I played in Malcolm X video about the March on Washington?
Boy, you know, like, are you talking about the speech where he was talking about the entertainers and stuff?
No, there's another one. He
No,
was
I
talking
didn't see
about
that
what
one.
happened, how the March on Washington was hijacked and put there by Negro leaders. And when
Oh yeah,
because I'm battling like Principe, he's like, Colin, you guys got to start listening to your so-called leaders. I said, I don't know about these niggas, you know?
yeah. We don't got no leaders.
We never had no leaders. You know, I look
Yeah.
at how the South turned out right now, the crime, and also right in Martin Luther King's backyard, Birmingham is a murder capital, you know? How did that happen, you know? Birmingham's a murder, Jackson, Mississippi, murder capital, you know? Atlanta, Georgia, you know, Jacksonville, Florida, you know, all freaking murder. Even Macon, Georgia is violent, you know.
Yeah.
How is it that it's like everything failed? So if we had leaders like they said we were, Black America will be further on than what it is, you know. So I don't have, like I said, I'm like this. We got to question everybody. I take a little bit of everybody, and so but I don't take everybody wholesale. Because I hate when I'm saying something or doing something. Carl said, but Colin, such and such said this. Well, such and such lived 100 years ago. What the fuck does that got to do with me today? You know? I hate when people do that, you know? It's like they prop up these people like straw man, you know? Colin, you know.
Well, we need to realize.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Colin.
No, they'll say, Colin, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we want some land. And I said, well, maybe Elijah Muhammad, he only had a third grade education. You know, you can't build no nation inside the United States. You know,
No.
So the bottom line is this: maybe he didn't know what we know today. He didn't know nothing about infrastructure, logistics, and all shit like that. All the stuff we know, we study. Not to say I know everything, but I have an idea what me and David Hitt have an idea what it takes to build a nation. You know, nobody in the Nation of Islam had the knowledge that we have. You know, so they only by what they had. You know, okay, we're gonna build farms or Muhammad farms down thing. You know, and that's as far as they can go. But
I mean, they did their good for the moment. Like at Black people, we needed to wake up, need to take them perms out, get them needles out your arms, you know what I'm saying? And chicks, stop all that shit. Like they met the moment. But like the one thing that we have a flaw on, Carla, is that the flaw that we have, the same flaw that the African has, is that we don't know how to evolve. You get what I'm saying? Like the Nation of Islam still doing the same shit, still standing out there on the paper, standing out in the corner, selling them papers and bean pies and shit. Like it's no evolution.
An instance when I say, dude, man, y'all could have got into business, y'all could start your own bean pie distribution, Whole Foods with ice cream. Y'all could open up bean pie and ice cream shops all over the country, serving your food and whatnot. Y'all could have went into business, but they don't think like that, What about the Nation of Islam? When you're organized like that, right? You can organize a lot of stuff. You can order your own MLM businesses, MLM, multi-level marketing. You can organize your own crypto group, whatever, investment club, credit, all the stuff like that you do, but they don't think like that, They don't think like that. So it is what it is.
So that's what I'm saying. It's no evolution. The only thing that the Black churches is putting up now in churches is big screen TVs and shit. Like that's what I'm saying is that every other group of people are evolving. You know what I'm saying? They either working together or they evolving to what's next. The Black people, we're not. So, it's that old thing like Harriet Tubman say, you know what I'm saying? If I could convince people that, you know what I'm saying, that they were slaves, we could have freed more people. Black people don't even understand that they're slaves under a system of middle class. You get what I'm saying? It's a middle class slavery to the point where, white people care about their credit score. White people care about paying their taxes. Black people had this thing where I ain't gonna pay shit and I ain't gonna do that. They got to come look for me.
Man,
and look
I
at
was
this.
talking to my tax advisor today, man, and I'm gonna work out a plan for the IRS one. I owe a lot of money, man.
How much you owe, bro? No, I mean, you don't have to say the exact number. How much you owe?
Big.
Okay. Now let me tell you. Let me tell you the smart thing that I did. So when you do the truck, they do this thing called escrow. You get what I'm saying? For like your maintenance.
I didn't know. Check it. I should have been paying myself in an LLC.
Right.
Off my 1090. I work for myself. And they hit me. Also, I have unfiled years. They said they're gonna try to wipe all that. I'm gonna start a payment plan. And they're gonna try to reduce the payments and whatnot. So I'm working on that now. you know, stuff like that. But the bottom line, I tell people, don't look. The IRS is gonna come for you. You know,
Yeah.
Say you owe them money, they're gonna come for you. Sooner or later, they're gonna get you. You know. So I tell people all the time, just watch it, pay your taxes, whatever it is, man. You don't want that because they could take your passport, they could take a lot of stuff from you. You pay.
They play the long game. They wait until you want more. Listen, this is how the IRS work. They wait for you to stop being ratchet and want to get yourself together. Then you gonna put your social security number in there, and that bank gonna pull up and be like, "Hey, what about this? What about this?" And then your credit score is bad. Like my credit score is 820. My credit score is 822.
I want to get my credit score up there. Like
824. Like I get mad when my credit score drop down to 820. It's the craziest thing in the world. Like I'll spend, saying 12,000 on this or something, then the credit score drop down. But you know what I do is, and I'm just glad that I can do this, I pay all my credit cards back in 30 days. It's not one credit card that I have that Colin, I haven't paid interest in about 10 years. But let me tell you something. This is the funny thing that Black people need to understand about finances. When you don't, credit card people make money off of broke people. Credit card pay me. They pay me every month. I make about $60 to $68 every month by paying off my card. You get what I'm saying? In 30 days. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the crazy because I get cash, like different cards get like Costco, you get cash back. So I got 8 credit cards. I had to learn how to do it. And believe me, the saddest thing, it was a white dude that taught me how to do that. You get what I'm saying? He's the one taught me how to get the credit card.
It's all kinds of entry ways. Just listen to them talk one night, you see them do stuff one night. That's how you get ahead. You learn what they learn and stuff like that and apply it to yourself,
Easy stuff, Colin. Easy stuff. Just like find out which credit card use and just use that credit card, particularly at that place. Like I got a card that I only use at Costco, and they give me 3 to 6% every month. But I don't use that card for anything else. And then I use my Capital One Venture card. You get what I'm saying? And I get points for the flights. And then I get get cash back. You get points and you get cash back. And then I got my 2 American Express. You know what I'm saying? I got the hotel and then I got the Delta for our flights. So anybody in my family want to get the flights, I tell them to get with me. And then I end up flying for free. But I just pay it back within 30 days. The same way with Home Depot that I have it's called a Bread Financial American Express. And Home Depot get them 6%. So anybody in my family needs something. Now I'll go ahead and pay it off. My sister, she wanted a brand new washer and dryer. That shit was like $1,200-$1,400. I went ahead and paid it all off. You get what I'm saying? And then she just give me the money back every month. But that's because I have that money saved up. Like it just to me.
People, you know what I hate is when people say stupid stuff. It's not just Africans, but it's also Nation of Islam types when credit cards and banks are usury. No, that's how the friggin' world works, You build your credit up. You build equity in your home, or you find that you mortgage your home one night. You could like until we stop trying to fight this system that actually works, right? Like I said, what do you think about what I was saying the other night? I was talking about we talked about this offline about the etiquette. You remember?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I heard how they tried to parse it and try to make it seem like eating a correct way is the white way of eating. You know what I'm saying? Like something in your this is the thing, something in your mind will tell you that look, me eating this way with my hands, not washing my hands, if I get sick later on, common sense would tell me, well, maybe that's why I'm sick, because my hands are not clean or whatever. And then from that, you evolve to, hey, let me wash my hand before I eat. Hey, you know what? Let me not sit on the floor.
Hold on, check this out. Like Kwame was trying to say, well, what about things like hamburgers, hot dogs, wings? When we're coming up, those things didn't exist.
I didn't know hamburgers and hot dogs until I got older. I said first time I see somebody.
That's the fast food and stuff like that. 99% of what we ate, we sat down at a table. Whether it was breakfast, eating cream of wheat, eggs, whatever like that,
right?
Or dinner, or lunch, eating sandwiches, whatever like that. We did not eat with our hands,
Like I can remember when Hardee's opened up their first Hardee's in our neighborhood, and we was like, burgers, what the fuck? You get what I'm saying? Like they was, and then they was selling the burger for like 69 cents or something like that. Like we never experienced burgers or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
And so people say, like, "Oh, don't you eat?" Yeah, okay, you eat a bag of potato chips. Well, that's different than freaking you fucking digging your hand into a bowl of soup and we're not eating it. You know, that's savage.
Yeah.
You know,
Or eating with multiple people. I don't do that shit at all. Even when I was in Africa.
We just put the bowl down there and everybody just get on their knees and dig in and whatnot.
Yeah, that's that sharing DNA. That ain't the move right there, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like you literally, they try to make it seem like they're not sticking their hands in their mouth while sticking their hands in their mouth. You get what I'm saying? Like then you'll see them eating. You'll see the right. You know what the craziest thing about Africans is that they don't know how to shut up and eat. So even when they eating, they're talking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then the rice and the food just fall off, and they try to make it seem like it falls right into their space of where they're cupping their little space of food.
We'll coming up on that. What they say? Don't chew, don't talk while you got food in your mouth. Remember that? You get smacked in your head. Something we had to do. Don't put your elbows on the table. You know, don't forget hold your fork like this. Hold your fork like this. Your spoon. This is the way you hold your spoon. And everything was just so meticulous when we were growing up, right? If you want to get up from the table, what do you say? Can I be excused? You know,
right?
You know, get up. You don't just get up at the table. You don't talk over nobody when they're talking. All that stuff is how we built the communities, how we built civilization in this country under duress. You know, we had those things. Our communities were actually more advanced than white communities were. You know, they were. Now, white people are wild and savage and, you know, brutish and stuff like, particularly the Irish, you know. We would say, what y'all learned that from white people? We don't know how we learned it, but we learned it, you know, etiquette and stuff like that, you know. It's like, we had to play the piano. It's like, well, I said, I don't know. When we was growing up or not, we had to take piano lessons. We're in the South, we go down to our grandma's house in the South. And also the kids, when I was 8, 9 years old, we had to work. We had to get on that field. We had to go down to the apple orchard and pick like 1,000 apples a day. When that, you know, my grandmother come home, we come home, my grandma's cutting them up, boiling them, making applesauce and whatnot, and marmalade and whatnot, and putting it in jars and storing them away for the winter, you know? That's the life I came up with, you know? My grandmother was quilt making, you know, she would take all the old clothes, make quilts out of them and whatnot. I was like, well, quilt making is an art as an African-American art form. People don't know that, you know? So I said like this, I said, all this culture and all this history, you want me to just throw this all away? You want me to say F what my ancestors taught me when I adopt your culture? No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Once again, Carla, nobody ever said that.
No, that's what I heard, bro. You know? I said, you know, Mufasa wants to be one of these people.
Hey, so this is what they call like disingenuous. Somebody said, you eat with your hands when you eat a sandwich. Eating a sandwich that's your sandwich that's on a paper yourself is different from a plate full of rice.
You said one video with an African dude went on a date with this black girl from America and he stuck his hand, he put the fork down, stuck his hand in the noodles, started eating it right there. That's savagery, you know.
Carla, listen, man. You know the funny thing about it when you go eat in Nigeria is that I have seen where they come out and they have like some water or that shit. That shit after COVID-19, all that shit changed. The motherfucker wasn't giving you no water. You get what I'm saying? Like no water, no soap, no paper towels, and no motherfucking tissue. That's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get. And on top of that, if you do find a place with a toilet, it ain't got no goddamn pressure in the collar. You
take a dump right on somebody else's dump, you know.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, there's no pressure. You can't even put no tissue. It's depressing to the point. You get what I'm saying? Like I tell anybody, like I say, I have people that email me or ask me because, like I said, I don't charge anybody for basic information. But the one tip I tell everybody that if you go to Nigeria, get you some plastic bags, like the Ziploc bags, and then put you maybe 2 rags, put a soapy rag and just a regular water rag in a bag, and take it with you everywhere you go. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about tissue, non-existent. You get what I'm saying? So, running water, none is this. Going to eat somewhere where they got soap and water, it does not exist. You get what I'm saying? And somebody bringing you a bowl to dip your fingers in, like, that's just like using, what that stuff, hand sanitizer. That's just like you got shit on your hand, but you use hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer don't erase the shit. You get what I'm saying? It just erased the germs on top of it. That shit the feces is still there. So it kills me. I had to teach my daughter that because she want to like use hand sanitizer. I'm like, no, you need to go wash your hands. Like, wash your hand. Don't get caught up in this craze of using hand. That's how they selling hand sanitizer to black people, making black people think you ain't got to wash your hands. Like, oh, I use this hand sanitizer, my hands is clean. No, you have no germs on your hand, but you still got dirt on your hand. Still dirt there. Like, it's the craziest thing in the world. So you got to be careful when you go to Nigeria. And on top of that, for African Americans, don't eat that street food. Do not eat that motherfucking street food.
Anybody, man, do not eat no goddamn street food, whatever like that. Don't do it.
So, but but at the end of the day, Colin, when you talking about, your topic or whatever, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's the thing about it is that when you're trying to show how people should do it, for whatever reason, black people will always get offense of saying something that's normal, something that's structured. It's like we're allergic to
black people on the whole don't like structure. It's like everything I battle with black people, right? You say, something, this is what you got to do. They say, well, in Africa, we didn't do that,
Right.
Okay, like I had one dude told me one time, man, he goes, really? He goes, why you always smell so clean when not? See, you don't stand something because you're American. When you're spoiled, you got to take showers every day. In Africa, the brothers over there, they're musty. When I was saying, well, tell them Africa, but they probably disagree with you. Like, yeah, man, Africa, they don't take showers every day. They don't have to, whatnot. You smell that smell of must is straight. Something like this idiot was telling me. In Africa, we don't take showers every day, whatever like that. It's dumb niggas telling me.
And Colin, man, let me tell you something. Y'all, I don't give a fuck if y'all don't like this or not. I swear, man, I brought this Mitchum deodorant with me, the one with the little gel in it, you know what I'm saying? And I swear to white Jesus, I wanted to just go back. This is when I first went there. I wanted to go to the hotel and just take the goddamn Mitchum deodorant and just walk by every dude that I saw and tell him just hold his arms up and let me hit him one or two times.
It was a spray. I would have got a spray. I said, that's spraying niggas, man.
It's just the thing of not seeing it. You'll see people laid out in the streets. You get what I'm saying? You'll see people out there begging. And people will be right there selling food or selling coffee, and the people be right next to them begging that like they don't even see them. Don't even see them.
I would tell you like this: in Liberia, they are obsessed with. I don't know about Nigeria, but Liberia is obsessed with being clean. They take like 3 baths a day. They spend most of their time freaking bathing all that because the country's so dirty. You got to take at least 2 baths a day.
Right?
Really. Liberia has to take like 2 baths a day to stay clean. So, and then like I said, I'm over there. I take 2 showers a day, whatever like that. So it's like this. Or if I don't go out, like say I go out, I take a shower and everything. And I stay in the house. Right? I said, look, because I don't like have to do that. If I stay in the house, the wife would be like, okay, you're going to do a shower for you? I said, what the hell did I do that I got to take a shower before I go to bed? I just took one today. Well, you go to bed. I said, see, in America, we don't have this heat and dirt, we don't have to.
Right.
So I said, yeah, I'm not used to like every time 3 times a day, I got to fucking shower, That's you guys, And also, you're not paying really water bill over there, I said, when you come to the States and whatnot, you ain't gonna get that dirty. You're gonna be able to take 3 showers a day,
Yeah.
You run the water bill up, So what do you
Like Paula, they like the chick I sent you the picture of. Like I was talking to her today, and she was like, "It's raining." I said, "So what you doing?" She said, I got the buckets outside catching rainwater for bath." Like they use the rainwater to bathe with. Like they get a bucket, and they take it in the little shower area, and then they get like a little smaller little bowl, and that's how they bathe. So the thing about it with us, like I might get in the shower for 30 minutes. They'll take a whole shower within 5 minutes. I mean, like it'd be like some military shit. They're in there for about 5 minutes, and they just scooping the water out of a bucket. So that's all they got is what's in that bucket. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, and then there's no pressure. There's no water pressure at all.
The house we got over there. We had 2 showers, walk-in showers built, man. And I said like this, I said, because sometimes you go to hotels, they don't have the pressure like you said. I said, the first thing I said, yo, when you install this thing like that, I want a nice shower. So I got in there in that shower. I put the thing you hold to spray your back. I said, oh, I'm in Africa and I'm taking a freaking shower. It's just so therapeutic, man. I said, I said, this is all I want in Africa is to have the modern basics, I got a freaking shower. I got a stove. I got an oven. I got a refrigerator. I got flushing toilets. I said, oh man, if that's not too much to ask for, just the basics. Just the basics. Running water, shower, and everything like that.
Mike, the reason why I don't go to South Africa is because if I'm gonna go to Africa, now just me now, I just want to be around black people. You get what I'm saying? Like that's why I can't do South Africa because of all the white people there. If I'm gonna be around a lot of white people,
that's
what I'm saying, I'll stay in America. But I do understand that South Africa has more things, accommodations. So, but Kenya is right there at it too. You know what I'm saying? So Kenya, I tell any black people, if you want to start off, Carlos tell you Liberia, I tell you to go to Kenya first. You get what I'm saying?
I say Liberia because I based on what I'm hearing, it's like Liberians have a good hygiene, similar to Black America, and basically they like some of the stuff we have. Listen to the same music we listen to, religion. It's so similar to Black America. Liberia is like living in Black America, but in Africa. That's what I love about Liberia. It's like you got Africa, right? It's definitely Africa, but it's like being in Africa and being in Detroit and Harlem and South Carolina at the same time.
Right. No, I'm not saying that, Mike Myers, I'm not saying that South Africa don't have better men. South Africa do. What I'm saying is that if you want to be away from that many white people if you go in the area in South Africa where there's power and there's like upper class, it's gonna be a lot of white people. In Kenya, you can go there and go in nice condos or whatever, and there's black people there. You get what I'm saying? You don't have to deal with the white people. In Kenya, you don't have to deal with white people unless you want to deal with white people. You get what I'm saying? In South Africa, you're gonna have to deal with white people. That's the difference. But
Dusty's brother telling me, Colin, he has a heart on for me about Liberia, man. Collins a liar. I'm like, dude, Dusty, why don't you go there and find out for yourself? He forgets Monrovia was like one of the oldest cities in West Africa. So of course, in many ways, is more developed. And even though Lagos is bigger, got more buildings and everything, the fundamental basics of Monrovia was well laid out a long time ago. All these other countries are pretty developing new. Monrovia is pretty much developed for a long time.
I don't think they're getting the point. I understand that 85% is black, but the funny part is that if you're a Black American and you going there, that 85% of the black people living on this side, that shit is segregated.
Yeah.
That shit is separated. The nice area is gonna be where all the white people at. It's just the way that it is. You get what I'm saying? Like South Africans, yeah, they got plenty of black people, but the black people living like shit, and that's why all the gangs at and all that stupid shit at. You going to the nice area, Sandtown, or those other places.
Somebody in chat room said I was in Sandtown just see one white. Dude, man, stop it.
Man, come on, man.
Any new area like that, Sanson is white. That's a white part. That's the trendiest part of South Africa.
That shit full of white people, man.
Yeah, you're joking me,
Full of white people. But the Kenya, the thing about it, what I'm saying is Kenya, you can navigate good, and Kenya has
I haven't been to South Africa, but Kenya is. You can have 5G, 4G, or 5G. You can still like go around and not lose a internet signal. Like you can get 4G. Like Nigeria, man, you're gonna be roaming. Oh my, but Nigeria's the worst.
Losey's in the chat room, and he got a feather in his ass. He says blacks in South Africa are not living. Shit, what do you? Well, I don't know, man. Let's go to the drawing board.
Kala, no video.
Yeah, let's go to the, no, I'm just serious. Come on, man. Come on. We gotta get the facts here, man. We gotta do our homework.
That's not all black South Africans, Kala.
South African lifestyle. Let's see. South Africa lifestyle. Africa lifestyle. Let's see how the brothers are living over there. Lifestyle. South Africa lifestyle. Let's see.
I mean, they got beaches in South Africa just for white people. Come on,
Africa's
man.
a beautiful country. Really,
It is. It's very pretty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just as the way that even the sun looks, man. It's just freaking.
You know what South Africa reminds me of? It reminds me of Mississippi, where black people are the majority, but white people got them in the chokehold.
Yeah, what you go? South Africa. South Africa actually reminds me of. It reminds me of California and Nevada. That's what it reminds me of.
Oh, I'm talking about the landscape. Yeah, you're true. I'm talking about the mentality that is majority of black people, but white people have all the power positions. That's the crazy part about South Africa.
Right. All right. You guys see the screen up here? Oh, what the hell? God dang! I hate this fucking computer.
Quick question, Colin. How many black people in South Africa live like this video about to show?
Well, no, I'm saying like this. Hold up. Here we go. I'm trying to get this South Africa. My freaking search bar thing ain't working. Okay, hold up. Okay, what you go? Look, this is how it is, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, right?
Hey, you know what's funny? That they show downtown and there's a white dude. The first thing they show is a white dude.
Anytime you can forget it, that's white.
Colin, have you ever been to South Africa?
No, I haven't been to South Africa. I know a lot of people. A lot of my Liberian peeps live there. Said they didn't like it. They didn't like it.
But you know what, Colin? They the close. The black chicks are closest to American women.
Yeah, really.
As far as I can see, just like the being natural curvy, and you get what I'm saying, like the swag.
I don't like all that curvy shit, man. I don't like that.
I like mine's kind of slim. I'm on the thick chick diet.
I don't like big girls, man.
I ain't trying to wrestle with all that girl.
I guess you don't really play this one. The harsh reality of South Africa, Soweto.
Yeah, go ahead, play it, man.
But Soweto got some nice houses, man. You see some of the neighborhoods,
but that's not all how all South Black Africans live. South African.
When you look at some of these houses,
man, who got that feedback, man? Who got that feedback? Sound like a walkie-talkie in the background.
That's Steve. Let me mute him. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, so South Africa. Even
in this video, we're headed to a place called Soweto, which
Soweto got some nice houses though, man.
Which means southwestern townships. Now, a township, at least in South Africa, because I believe other countries, they may have a different definition, but in South Africa, a township is an urban.
Come on.
You got to upgrade that Wi-Fi speed. What you running on?
Settlement that was created for non-whites.
Sometimes it just does this, man. It's always
basically to separate the non-whites.
I had to switch to fiber optic.
Apartheid regime.
Yeah,
this place is also popular for many other reasons. One, Nelson Mandela used to live here. This was the epicenter of many political campaigns and many other things. I'm heading to a bike tour. They have walking tours. They also have a hop-on, hop-off bus tour.
They got trash cans out there.
Through the area.
Yeah,
I'm just going to show you a little bit of the scenes of the town. And before I show you those, let me start off by saying that we began the tour at a place called the Hector Pietersen Memorial. Earlier, I talked about some of the political campaigns. Well, one of them was a student uprising called the Soweto Uprising. This is when many of the black students were gathering to protest because of the education they were receiving. They weren't able to learn science and math. They had to learn things like clerical work and washing clothes and things of that nature. During the protests, the students were stopped, and then later on, eventually, they were shot down. And Hector Pearson, or Pierre Tierson, I think that's how you say it, was one of the kids that passed away. If you look to the left of the picture, the girl, Antoinette Pierre Tierson, was his sister. And actually, she's still alive. During the tour, I saw her near the memorial, but she was involved in another tour, so I wasn't able to speak with her. But I would say every movement has that one situation or that one event that kind of changes everything. It tilts the tide in favor of one group. And this was probably at the Soweto uprising, because the pictures and the events that happened here was shown all throughout the country and sparking other campaigns and movements. So in summary, this is where most tours will begin, the Hector Tierson Memorial. And let's start this tour.
Mr. Wonderful here. My friend Howard Marks is the co-founder of Activision, the gaming giant that was just acquired for an impressive $68.7 billion. Now Howard and
So you see the white mountains there?
Yes.
Those are called mine dumps.
Mine dumps.
So the extractions from the mine and the unwanted soil, they just dumped it here.
Mm.
Why they wanted to barricade the black community from the white.
Okay.
After those mountains, it becomes the northern side, the suburbs. Here on the side, here in the township.
The gold that was found here in this region was a game changer for this city. People came not only from other parts of Southern Africa, but just the whole world to get a piece of everything going on. In the horizon, the golden hill that you see, that is a mine dump. It is the waste from the mining of the gold. And when you drive into Soweto, you're going to see this a lot.
You know, Carl, I still can't get over them walls everywhere. I can't get over that.
So my friend right here, his name is Matt.
Okay.
Now remember, Soweto means Southwestern Townships, plural, townships, plural. So this place is made up of different neighborhoods, and some are going to look different than others. You know, some of the homes, the infrastructure may be better. Other homes may not be as built up. Towards the middle of the video, we're going to get a chance to see inside a shanty home and see what it looks like.
Yeah, I think that's all of Africa like that. You know, I don't know who.
You know the worst thing about the walls is that you can't see your surrounding until you get outside the gate.
Right, and I don't think they
my
really
biggest.
offer that protection. But Liberia
harder than it looks,
with
guys.
knives and glasses up there, so you try to scale the wall, you get cut.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Like how do you just sit outside your house on the front porch and you just staring at a wall?
I think the whole idea with these people is you're in your little. They really take in Africa. They really take a man's
Like
home
we're coming
as
up
his
across
castle, literally.
a school.
That means behind those walls is your king, and outside it's like us. We like going outside, seeing our neighbors.
Primary school, okay.
Hello, so walking around the neighborhood, looking at everybody doing their
Yep.
crafts. But in Africa,
Yep.
like when you're in a neighborhood, it's not really a neighborhood. It's like everybody's in their own little world.
It's just a compound. Every compound is its own world.
Yeah, it's a whole little world,
Yeah.
Yeah, roads are paved. I give them that.
Yeah, their roads are good.
That's a trade-off. If you want good infrastructure, you got to go to countries where white people live. That's sad. You're never free, man.
White people run the show. That's crazy.
White people, Indians run everything, whatnot. You know, that's the trade-off.
If you was in Nigeria right now, you have been on filling a ditch, a sewage, tires been on bust. Even the vans are nicer. You ought to see them mini buses in Nigeria, Carla, boy.
Yeah, the Danfo, whatever.
I'm talking about no air conditioning, no nothing on the seats, springs in your ass, rust on the wall, on the door. And don't forget the people that's traveling with their goats.
Robin said, white folks have oppressed. Yeah, but what are you going to do about it? You know what I'm saying? What are you going to do about it? We're saying how to break that is building Black African infrastructure. And you can only do that through letting us build the Afristan, which is, you don't want that. Hey, don't stop complaining about white people dominating everything, you know?
Oh, you're right about that. That robbing is way high in. I mean, they got sophisticated robbing over there in South Africa.
Yeah, they see you coming on an airport. They'd be like, yeah, this motherfucker came in the airport. They be seeing your bags and luxury and whatnot. They'd be like, yeah, this motherfucker had a bag and he had some jewelry in there. You know, he's leaving in a cab. The cab license plate of this. And all of a sudden, like 10 miles down the road, you get, how the hell you know I was here? And you know what to look for and everything. Somebody at the airport told on me, you know?
Yeah, no potholes, no sinkholes.
That looks like fucking someplace in America or Europe.
You know what it looks like? Actually, it look like Nevada.
Yeah, it does. South Africa does remind me of California. You know,
looks like Nevada.
You know, California.
Be temporary. It's meant to be a temporary housing solution for the people who reside here. This community's name, firstly, is called Nomzamoka.
Okay.
It was founded by the late second wife of the late.
The ghetto. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, yeah. Doom, 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 doom. The ghetto.
This is part. This is not so flattering part. But people who live in these parts are mostly the Mozambicans and the migrants, the legal migrants. You know.
As soon as you get off the main road.
Here's a piece of land where you're able to erect a temporary home. I can stay here for 2 months of a time in the shade. Get a sheet or zinc to build it.
Okay.
You are not allowed to use bricks because this is the philosophy of this place was meant for it to be a temporary haven. So then these people were meant to be built proper housing, being a brick homes. So then that's being said, do they get those brick homes? No, they don't, because the government does build them. But then due to the corruption rate, those homes end up being sold to people who are able to buy it. So these people for the last 31 years have made this temporary land a permanent land. This land was not occupied illegally, that's occupied legally by women. And that's why these people are still here today, unlike other lands which people occupy illegally. So we have illegal informal settlements and legal formal settlements. With the legal ones, you'll tell we have numbers on them.
Okay, yeah.
Some have 3 numbers or 2 numbers depending how long you've been staying. Those numbers represent your place on the housing database. So they act as a database capturer and also as a proof of residence for us to receive our mail. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We have a population of 7,000 people, give or take. Okay. That's being said, with that population, we have 2,000 to 3,000. Within a
Damn,
home like this,
7,000 living like that.
that reside within a home like this. So on average, we give or take 4 people on average, but we have your worst case scenarios where you have 6 people, if not 8 people who reside within such. Do these people pay rent to stay here? No. They pay no rent, none whatsoever for them to stay here. These people stay here rent free. Still with me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The only money they purchase is money to purchase these corrugated sheets or zinc. So the utilities provided by the government, they provide water, education, social welfare, and toilets. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? Also?
Nope. Good.
Please follow me.
Oh, yeah.
So with the electricity of this place, do we have electricity? Yes, we do. And with the electricity which we utilize, we utilize what we call illegal connections.
Mm-hmm.
So please be careful. Okay?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty sharp.
So with those illegal connections, if you look away above here, those thin wires.
Oh, yeah.
You can see it over there. So with that electricity, those wires get connected to either the street lamp or the railway lamp, depending which section is closer to what. So if this section is closer to the street lamp side, with those street lamps, the voltage is low voltage, so it's 220 kilowatts. So it's not suitable for high voltage appliances like your fridge, your kettle, your stove, or your iron. But then with the railway line connection, it's much more stronger because those people are able to use your high voltage.
That's them P buckets right there, Colin.
Right now we're currently at the Central Water Station.
Mm-hmm.
So we have like 20 plus of these for those 7,000 people.
Okay.
This water is provided for free by the government.
It's sad, man.
One of the most difficult things is showing plans on a laptop or a small screen because you have to zoom in so much that a lot of.
Where I get tired of hearing is about Africa rising and stuff like that. I'll believe it when you see poverty wiped out on the continent. You know what I'm saying? One person having a mansion, that's what they always do. They always show you their 7-bedroom mansion, a 10-bedroom mansion, the mansion the size of a city block or whatnot. Yeah, that's you. But the majority of people lives like shit. That's the whole thing. The challenge in Africa is how to give everybody the basic standard of living. That's the challenge, right? And that should be easy, right? Giving everybody the basics. Right. Other countries are trying to make everybody rich and all this stuff, like, cure cancer, science, better quality of life. Africa is basically like, damn, we just want the basics, And I'm like, damn. Americans think we failed because we didn't, you might have to work a little harder than your parents did, whatever, but you're talking to people who never had a damn chance of whatsoever. That's just sad.
Like they're praying for the basic that you get for free in the modern world.
You don't think of, Like I think about it, like I grew up with the subways. I said, man, I thought about it. I'd never seen a subway system in Africa. Subway.
Yeah.
And I said, well, ever since I was a kid, the subway system was going through the Bronx, Queens, whatnot, And I said, that means New York City is so like 200 years ahead of most African countries, I said, damn, not only that, the subways go under the city, tunnels under the water, Well, I think about it. That subway is traveling underwater, under a big city like New York or whatnot, just to give people transportation all over the city, right?
Right.
So I look at African countries, right? That's why people don't brag to you about this. You don't have subway systems, That's not one subway system. There's not one subway tunnel on the African continent. Not one.
You have those little what's similar to what they got in Africa and Nigeria is what they have in New York. Those little vans that like dollar vans that it'll pick you up right, but it don't go. It go on a straight line. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, trolley, like a trolley thing.
Like a trolley, but they got the vans in New York and in Harlem and stuff like that. But that's what they have. That's those mini buses. Those mini buses, man, you damn near. Now, Kenya does it better with their mini buses or whatever. They're way more designed better. But the ones in Nigeria, boy, you can die.
Like you'll get crushed. You get what I'm saying? Like they running into each other. Like Colin, I remember when I went to is Mogadoo or Mogadoo or something like that. I think it's Mogadoo. Man, I saw standing out there. I saw about 6 or 8 accidents, as far as with the minibus running into each other, hitting somebody in a matter of 30 minutes. It is dangerous, and you got to be skinny. You got to be skinny because the people are walking through. They walking through the minibuses and the bikes. They're still even though it's a street, it's moving so slow that it's now is traffic, and you will get crushed. You get what I'm saying? Like that's how I got the fuck up out of there and went to Abuja. Now Abuja is better. Abuja is a little more spacious, but it's slower. You get what I'm saying? But you know, most people like to go to Lagos until, you know, you have to go through all of that and there's no personal space at all. Like none. Like that's one thing that Americans will have to get used to when they go to a major city like Lagos. It's no, I want y'all to be real clear. It's no personal space at all. So long as y'all understand that, you know what I'm saying? I wish that it was a cheaper route that, you know, the brothers can go, you know, just like you saying the other day, Kyle, I was listening to you and you was like, no, it hasn't been no reach out, no type of discount tickets. Like, you know, now Ghana, they milked the market with the return of the I call it return of the slaves. I'm sorry, but
year of slaves.
Yeah, that's just how I see it. I'm sorry, y'all. That's how I see it. The return of the slaves. And the most depressing part about the year to return, Kyle, is that we have to pay the most. Like, how the hell that we?
I Ghana think it's a privilege for us to come to their country.
Yeah.
Look at some slave castle and whatnot. You know, this is your country. You got dudes out there talking in front of a slave castle, like, come see you. Like, dude, what the fuck are you standing for? Like
advertising it.
Advertising tomorrow. Like, man, this is the most crazy shit I've ever seen in my life. You know.
Let me tell you something, Colin. If I was dreaming and my mama came in my dream saying, you know, you need to go visit a slave dungeon, I will slap her bald-headed ass right in her face in my dreams. It is no way in the world you can convince me to go see where people were shitting, pissing, getting raped. You know what I'm saying? People like they was. Do you understand? Do you understand, Colin, that they was leaving black people in those conditions just to see if they can make it to go on the ship and live those same conditions for the long haul.
Yeah, and the bottom
like
line,
that's how
you got some Ghanaians who think they built those castles. You know, they say, "Look at these castles. That's our architecture. That ain't your architecture. Some white man built that."
Yeah,
they don't even know the history. They think they built it. You know, that's it. Man.
I agree with you, not Black American. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to go to no slave dungeon. You get what I'm saying? Like that, like you telling me to go to a slave dungeon is almost like you telling me you want to put me back in slavery.
One thing I do like Liberia over Ghana is the fact that when I go to Liberia, they say this is like when you go to Grand Bassa, okay, Bassa Cove is where it was called Port Crescent, built by black Quakers, and the Bassa people wiped them out, right? And then Stephen Allen Benson, president, right, gathered an army and went there and burned the whole Bassa village down, you know, kill everybody. And basically they erected a thing. So well, that's look, I'm sick of my people getting killed, right? So Liberia is a place where we did some killing, you know? That's what I love about Liberia. You know, the history about Liberia is us putting our foot down, saying we had a fucking enough, you know? That's what I love about Liberia, you know? You know, you go to Liberia one night, you go to Providence Island. This is where my ancestors first settled there. I drank from the well that my ancestors dug, you know. And so like that. So I love Liberia for that reason, you know. You're right. This is when you go to the Ducor Hill, you see the monument of people on the ground praying, thank God they finally returned home. They said we're gonna make a home for ourselves one night. That's more intriguing to me than looking at the place where some of my ancestors were dragged in ships, you know. That's the way I see it, you know. But most people go to Africa, they just want that trauma bonding. Oh
my God.
You know, trauma
bonding. They can feel their ancestors when they see the chains and the scratch marks and Like, let me ask Marisha a question. When you went to Sierra Leone, is the Gore Island, is that, well, let me ask you this, Carl. Is Gore Island the slave similar to what?
They have a slave same thing. They basically, Gore Island was a place they took slaves to, right? So they wouldn't escape, and go back into. So once you went on Gore Island, that was it. That was a door.
Yeah. Like the point of no return.
Yeah.
Because every time I hear shit like that, Colin, that's why I agree with you so much. And then every time I hear shit like that, I want to fight. I want to fight every time I hear it.
Also, I want to fight Africans who get their
exactly. That's why I look at black people crazy when they be like, man, we got to go over here and see this, and we got to go over here and take some pictures. Like I don't never want to
hear Black America talking about. I'm going to be a Yoruba now. No, those motherfuckers. These people participate in the selling of our ancestors. What the fuck I want to be? We're our own people, I don't want to be part of nothing that like this. That's how angry I am. Africa completely let us down. So we're going to redeem the continent. It's going to take us to redeem the continent. But we got who we are. We're a new race of people that kick ass and take names and whatnot, Where Hustle Smart go, I say, well, yes, I'm tired of it too. I don't even believe faith. Said,
Carl, you said a new race.
A new way. I mean, new race. New people. I ain't saying we're not African. We're definitely Africans. Don't twist it. But we're a new type of African, mentally. Culturally, spiritually. Because the African, like I said, I don't think after all these years, I don't think the African learned anything,
No.
I don't think they learned a damn thing, Like I said, if left up to them, look, Africa has to, somehow we got to wrestle the continent away from them. Because Africa is going to be enslaved again if this keeps on.
That shit is entrenched.
So people have no idea how the world works, what the white people's intentions towards them, the Chinese people's intentions towards them. They have no idea. They're clueless, They have no idea. They think these white people coming over there because they love them, everything, And I try to tell them when that, oh man, Colin, you Black Americans are racist doing that, Okay, all right, whatever, That's why I see it. I'm like, whatever. So like I said, somebody in the chat room said, Colin, why don't y'all go to Africa, see what y'all could do? Yeah, that's what we want Africa. We'll call your bluff. Yeah, let's have this territory. See what we do with it. See what we do with it. We don't need white Americans. That's another myth. People think we need white Americans to survive. Don't need white Americans to survive. We were basically disenfranchised and on over 400 years. White people never provide nothing. Yeah, they built the main roads and stuff like that, right? How smart the main roads, that we got to walk down. They run the post office and the power lines. We can understand that part, right? But for the most part, the community, the families, and all stuff like that, we built ourselves. We were pretty much independent. So it is what it is. A lot of Africans.
It's just the thing. The way I look at it is that when I see men that don't want something for themselves, I see it always make me go back to the slave plantation or just think about it to the point where you see black people like, man, massa feed us on Mondays and beat us on Thursdays and
feeds us on Monday, beats us on Thursday. When that we go praise the Lord together on Sunday. Massa
right? They only look at it that they're not doing as bad because they have that connection to, like a family that when they doing better than the people before them, like I do, I can say that I'm making more money than my dad and my mom, but my dad and my mom both had good jobs. So I guess that's why I don't have that mentality of like, well, you know what, I'm leaps and bounds away. My mama was a federal employee and my dad worked for the Runner Robinson Air Force Base. You get what I'm saying? So, but what I'm saying is my job ain't even better than their job. I just make more money than they did. But I understand that some of the black people that, when they mamas and dads, they came from shit and they live in house to hall, those are the type of black people, they ain't going nowhere. You get what I'm saying? Because they see that I'm like this, like how we say that Africa is 600 years behind. I don't care. I don't know about no 60. It's more like 600 years. But like 60 years behind, like some people feel like they're 60 years, their parents were 60 years behind them. But see, me, I don't see myself as 60 years behind my parents. I see myself only being ahead of them far as the way that the technology is now, the technology generation, and I make more money, but they had better jobs. Both of them had government jobs. You know, federal jobs at that. You get what I'm saying? Federal pensions. I don't get no pension. Whatever I don't put in for myself, it is what it is. So, but what I'm saying is, so my mind of a hustler and an entrepreneur is to want something for myself. So I can go to the point I can go back to the basic because I know what I want and I know what it takes to build it. Now that's the one thing that we did from living in the belly of the beast, Collar, is that we saw what even though as bad as white people are, they still got them showed you how to have clean running water, taught you about how having a water treatment center, you know what I'm saying? Not just goddamn boiling water and put some tablets in it.
Pipe on water, sewage treatment, basic.
Right.
Oh,
you know
it's
what I'm
almost
saying?
like you're born and you don't. That's all you know. You just turn on the water faucet. Well, you don't have to sit there and worry about where the water's coming from.
Like Colin, I remember. I don't know if they did this in Virginia, but I remember like when I was young in the '80s that they had, we had that mosquito problem, and then they used to come by and spray these.
We got here, dude. Right, I said, right now, if the rains are stopping this month, June, they'll be out here too. They just
they spray that. And what I'm saying is, they can have those same trucks in Nigeria. They just don't want to buy them because the chemicals that it take, you got to have the chemicals in a climate. You have to keep those chemicals in a.
Husband, you ever notice this, right? I try to argue with ignorant Negroes, right? Yeah, but American crops use chemicals. Yeah, if you don't use chemicals and kill things like army worms, locusts, and whatnot, you're gonna lose 90% of your crop, dumbass.
Right.
You know, so yeah, you need pesticides. You know, that's necessary for agriculture. Now, if you don't want to use pesticides, you do indoor farming. You know, and somehow those
hydro farming.
Yeah, they still find a way how to get in there, even that. You know, so you always gotta have some pesticides. You know. But we don't use we all organic with pesticides. Yeah, I'll say next thing you know, your whole entire crop was eaten up by caterpillars, worms, and all kinds of stuff like that. You know, because you didn't want to pesticide your thing. You know, because you're like this. So I don't know. Because it's chemicals. Black man, he's supposed to be all knowing, Imhotep, whatnot. But chemicals, science. You know, niggas like I don't do science, man. I thought we started science, man. You know. Isn't that what they tell me, Hustle Smart?
Hey, they always say we taught white people how to bathe and shit. You know what I'm saying?
We taught them mathematics, we taught science, we taught them chemistry, we taught all these things like that, but we don't know how to use them ourselves right now. You know, never have, never will. You know, but we taught everybody else and stuff. Like I said, man, black people, we're so full of shit, man. You know, that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. The laughing stock of the fucking planet. You know.
And you know, when it comes to, I watch how some people come on the show and they try to push that religion thing with Lewis them and all them, man. And it's crazy that it would make more sense.
Lewis, how are you from Ghana? Black people like you fucking Hebrew. How did that happen? It's insane. Now I heard there's like an FBA version of the British. Foundational Black British going around, you know, this is insane, man. You know, it's insane. Like I said, man, although I got a PhD in Negroology, Negroes always never cease to surprise
They'll surprise you, bro. They will surprise you.
That's what I've seen it all, man. Foundational Black British, goddamn, man. You know, it's just
why not? Why not?
Now, if you could believe that you're Native American and whatnot, like For Righteous, she said she spent the whole night the other night saying I'm delusional and crazy, right? And then she says I'm an Aboriginal American or not. I'm like, that's For Righteous. I seen your little pork pride fingers when she be doing the video one night. That's a big black girl figure. You know what
I'm talking about big, lonely, square, and crazy at the same time. She was, I heard her on the show, man. She was sitting there talking about she gonna take a break from talking because so she can find something else to talk about. Like that's like at the end of the day, that's that medication kicking in, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's that medication and living off the government. She ain't got no job. She sit up in a dark, like think about it this, Colin. She sit up in a dark ass room and just sit up there and talk. She got the most blandest, basic ass talking voice. You get what I'm saying? And then had a nerve to say that she only mess with women. Women don't even want to be around no boring, crazy chick. And you know what I'm saying? You don't like men because men don't want you. She actually said on the show, I listened to what I'm talking about. She been asking it for 2 years. Like, that's what I'm saying. 2 years without sex, crazy, sitting in the house with nobody want to fuck with you. You eat all your meals by yourself. You're on medication. The government is taking care of you, and you bipolar as fuck.
Yeah, so bottom line, people like that, that's what all this wobble stuff and we were injured stuff, it's mental illness, you know? It's mental illness. You know, that's all it is, you know. Mental illness.
Listen, the thing about it is, she can have 130,000 subscribers.
You got crazy.
What does that mean? See, that's how you know. That's when you know you're talking to an African when they say some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? I tell you what, blame it on KK. Goddamn, like not blame it on KK. The little retarded gay dude in Atlanta that can't even walk straight got 100,000. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, you got 100,000 subscribers. That's all it is. That's what they is. What's your sub count? They better look at their sub count.
It's the weirdest thing in the world. Like she don't think that. Like she said that, thought about it and said that. Like that makes a difference. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. That's that thing of pop. When you're in a popular culture, you think popularity wins the argument.
Yeah, it doesn't. You know. Like, look at this Black Skills man. He comes in. All these guys make videos about me every day. I never mention them. Do you see me say? Do I go on their channels and whatnot? Everyone from dumbass to all these people, Mike TV, they got me in their mouth. Why? And they got bigger followings than I do, right? But I don't do that. I just stay on message, right? You know, I stay on message, right? I'm proud of whatever views, subscribers I got, whatever like that. I say, if you're telling the truth and you stand by what you believe or not, you know, subscribers don't matter, you know, because you can have 100,000 subscribers and still not be effective. I think I'm more effective than people with 10 times my platform, you know, because people, I mean, like the other day, Steve, I wanted to call me. I said, well, didn't you say your aunt said this? People remember what I say, you know. When I say something, like weeks later, I said, oh, yeah, I did tell them that, you know. I remember what I said. So the fact that people retaining your message and saying like this, you know, that's good. You know, that's good. It's not like Kyle saying this and you forget what I say. People remember what I say. That means I have an effect on people, you know?
And do you see that, like, even with that weird ass chick and Afro Think Tank weird that them two should get a show together. If you see most of their views and when they channel went up, when they was talking shit about Trump, like both of them rode the Trump train. Like
Afro Think Tank, most of his subscribers. I like Afro Think Tank, to tell you the truth. Yeah, now that the Trump thing's over, he lost, so now I can be friends with him again. You know, look, most of his subscribers, I'm looking at the comment section, are most of these white liberal types, right? And,
yep.
They're like, yeah, man, the Trump and the right wing and blah, blah, blah. It's all white liberals, commies, anarchists, and those type of people that be on his show. And, you know, he gives a shout out to Pan-African, but that's what white people do. They'll sit there and listen to you talk your Pan-African stuff, and they'll just tune that out, right?
Right.
And then also when you start talking what they want to hear, like Biden,
Trump bad and Democrats is good and you know what I'm saying?
You know, racism, white
my
supremacy.
manhood ain't in jeopardy because I want a woman to lead me. Like oxymoron stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, he is smart, but Afro Think Tank is a prime example of a dumb smart nigga.
Yeah.
When he's smart, he's smart. But then when he when he's dumb, he still think he's smart and he just don't stop. You know how most people can be like, okay, I don't went a little overboard. Let me stop right here. But when he pulled a goddamn the hatchet out the box, he's cutting. And then even if you look at that weird ass 4 black Social Security chick with the fat fingers, look at her videos. It's her videos when she's talking about Trump.
Yeah, talk about these all stuff and stuff like that. This like I didn't ride the Trump train.
Yeah,
I didn't ride the Trump train.
I made not one video about it, not one.
Yeah, so I'm like this. I don't sit there and dwell on it in politics. When I talk about real black issues, right? And this is often ignored. If I want to talk about the Democrats or Republicans, I just turn on Fox News. What the hell I need a freaking platform for?
Right.
Why would I go to somebody's channel and you're gonna be talking? If you're gonna sound like Jesse Waters or somebody at MSNBC or Joy Reid or something like that, if I want to do that, I'll listen to them. If I come on these platforms, this is a time for us to talk about issues that's not being talked about.
Oh, that other dude, Bakari Sellers, and you see that Van Jones finally got the message and said, you know what, I cried. He finally said it. He's like, you know what, I look back, and he said that he didn't feel like he was being a man enough, like letting his emotions be out on Front Street. And he said that CNN kind of like boosted him up to cry, or when he would get emotional, they would make sure that nobody else interrupt them and let him just go and keep being emotional. He start crying. They love to see a black man cry. I ain't never seen a white dude go on CNN and cry. Never.
Van Jones is ridiculous, man.
Van Jones, Bakari Sellers, and some gay Chris Blow. They always get these feminine, emotional black men to come up there. But see,
I want to. A lot of people get upset when I think John Lewis was one of them too.
Oh, Representative Lunch. I think he was an old gay faggot too.
Yeah, I think he was too, man. I hate to say that on my show, whatever like that, but I'm just saying the fact. One time this white lady was talking to him, and I said it was hard for you, right? And he just started crying. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I said, you never cry in front of a woman, man. He cried right there on camera. Civil rights so hard. We went through so much when he started crying. A man should never fucking cry, in front of a sign of weakness, You never do that, And so, and also I'm trying to look at him, man. I said, I don't know. It's just something that's not right off about him, John Lewis, and everything like that. Then Barack Obama's funeral. Instead of eulogizing the man, right? He starts getting up there talking about the election and voting. I'm like, bro,
hey, you know what? I was so glad that he did. I actually felt bad for Obama, and I was glad at the same time that he really exposed himself.
Yeah,
he exposed himself this time, man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Black people
rejected him.
Black people finally woke up to what Pastor Man called him, long-legged what?
Long-legged Mac Daddy. Yo, Pastor Manning is no joke. Don't underestimate that old school nigga, man. Bottom line, look. I'm gonna tell you something. People like Pastor Manning. In the New York area.
I think you went out, Colin. So Colin just went out for a second, y'all. But that just as a man being so emotional it don't as another man is not going to respect an emotional man. And Marie Shaw, be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. You do not want an emotional, crying ass man all the time. You don't want no man that you talk to that every time you talking for this motherfucker get choked up. Like he's more emotional than you. Like you ain't even got the time to be emotional, Marie Shaw, because he's emotional. No woman wants a man like that. Like when are you gonna have the right to be soft and vulnerable if he's got them crying and get choked up all the time?
Yeah, as I'm saying, man, the bottom men have to be strong. I'm sorry. Men have to be strong, and we have to always be strong no matter what. Sometimes, you feel like cry. If you're gonna cry, go in the fucking closet. Don't let anybody see that shit. You know.
Yeah, go down the street or something, man.
Yeah,
go on the back porch.
Take a ride. Go take a ride to a lake or something. You
Yeah.
know? You don't get on freaking primetime television. This is so hard. And the nigga was
I love that man. That man, a good man. I love that man.
What you call her? Van Jones was crying over fucking, what was it, like talking about black women, because Kamal's a black woman and black women with the, nobody gives a flying fuck, you know. It's because a black woman she lost one night, you know.
And then you see how they tried to change the narrative, now that she wasn't a good candidate, now they want to be like, well, she was qualified to be one on paper. You know what I'm saying? I'm qualified on paper to be a CEO. I ain't one. You know what I'm saying? But let me put down my credentials. You know what I'm saying? I could be the head of Microsoft. You get what I'm saying? But when I open my mouth, what do you hear? When you ask me a question, how do I explain it? When you ask me a yes or no question, caller, do I give you a yes or no answer? Or do I start talking about my mama used to cook collard greens in the goddamn tub?
You stick to the point. Well, let me say, I grew up in a middle class home. Okay. You know, tomorrow like this. What do you think about this? I grew up in a middle class home. Come on, what's the weather like? You see, I grew up in a middle class home. Yeah, they had this little black girl. She was cute on TikTok. That was like that. She goes, Holly, did you do your homework? Let's see, Dad. I grew up in a middle class home. It was so fucking funny. It was a TikTok. That was so freaking hilarious.
Hey, Colin, you know what, dog? I never got into TikTok. My kids tell me that I'm special. They say like you're the only person. You're the only dad. Like all their friends' dads are in the TikTok. I'm the only one that I just do not get TikTok at all.
Well, check this out. I listen to TikTok, right, but I'm tired of it, right? You know why? Because TikTok is the #1 platform of the pretendians and the fucking FBA and whatnot. You know,
wow.
They're so emboldened because all you do is have a TikTok. All you do is get in your TikTok video, make a rant, right, like that, blah, 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 and post it, right? And it gets shared out there, you know? On the
I thought it was about all that dancing, hitting your hips, and I thought it was about dancing. I ain't know
it's that too, but now it's more toxically political. Everybody got, you know? And so now more people, when I first got on TikTok 3 years ago, it was just like that. People doing little stitch dancing and stuff like that. Now is
what they call it? They call it stitch dancing.
Well, so you stitch a dance, right? And then somebody stitch it. You hold them on TikTok, you stitch it.
Hey, Hustle Smart.
Yes,
on
sir.
TikTok, they got like ghetto chicks talking about like foreign policy and shit. Yeah, they sit up there talking about Israel and Iran and shit, and they got a ghetto accent and shit, and they talking about BRICS and fucking Trump and Israel and fucking NATO and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's dangerous. Ghetto people, ignorant black people, not communicating and freaking influencing shit. You know, with their non-knowledge and whatnot. They're just going by what they hear on CNN. MSNBC and whatnot, and blah 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 blah. They don't know them filth.
Now look at your girl Marie Shah. She was sitting out there. We was talking about John Lewis. She was sitting out talking about he is just emotional. That doesn't mean he gay. And then when I said what I think you fell off, Colin, when I said what I said, and I was like, no woman wants a man that's more feminine than them. Like when you want to cry and be vulnerable, y'all in competition. You gotta console him. Then the next thing to come out her mouth, she don't. She cry. You know what I'm saying? If I'm always the one crying, he needs to be strong. See what I'm saying? See what it is that this is the prime example. Like Marie Shah is the prime example of a modern female.
Yo, bro, let's not.
No. I'm gonna say something good about it. This is something good. So this means that Marie Shah, if she sees it outside of the house, she'll feel sorry for the man that's, you know, being emotional and saying how you feel. But if it's at her doorstep, she don't want that same man at her doorstep. See what I'm saying? Acting like that.
That's how women are. So
that's how women are. That's how women are. Marie Shah, you just expose yourself just like many other women. You know what I'm saying? They want a man to be soft and emotional till they get a guy that's soft and emotional.
I don't think it's all that, but she's a good girl. You know, she's a good person. You know.
Oh no, she told us. Listen, Carla, she said exactly what she wanted. She said it just like this. I am always the one crying. He needs to be strong for me. So basically what she's saying is that if he on the news acting feminine or whatever, feminine crying, that's fine. But when she get home, she needs him to be a man.
Yeah, all women are like that. All women are like that. They want that guy. They want that guy. They'll say they want the cool guy that could spend. You ever see the guy that he has all the time in the world's hand? He's freaking, always laid up. He's there with your friends. He's always dressed good and whatnot. He's never smells bad. He never gets dirty and whatnot. That's good for the guys out there that admire. They see in the street eye candy, right? But the guy that they're gonna be with, right? You better be out there working at 9 to 5. You know,
yep. You better come home smelling like propane.
Yes,
or
you better come out at 9 to 5. You know, that's all good for the guy out there. When you know, they fantasize about, but. You with her, you better come home with that freaking. You better come home with some dirt on your hands, and stuff like that, because that means you was out there working. You know, all women are like that. You know, all women are like that,
exactly. Because if her man is out there trying to be pretty and smelling better than her, like that's the thing of they rationalize their fantasies. You get what I'm saying? But they really don't want that. You get what I'm saying? And it tricks her.
Marshall wants to come up. Oh no, you're in trouble.
Me and Marisha, I have never had crosswords ever. As a matter of fact, she's a fan. She's actually became a fan of the Simp Police. She said she had no choice but to become a fan.
Yeah. But what you call it? Check us out. Yeah, like I said, women, like on these fellas. See this right here? This is what this. You know, they use women to sell cologne on TikTok. You ain't on TikTok.
Right. So ain't on TikTok.
This cologne make the women take her drawers or drop her drawers. I drop my drawers every second with this cologne right here.
I seen on the Dr. Squash commercial.
If it's some dusty dude, I don't care what the hell he has on. He can have all 5 of those clones on. You ain't dropping your dude if he ain't got no damn money. You know, it's like
right.
The cat lady. You know, they would do that online. You know. Go ahead. What's up, Mari?
Oh, hey, Carla, can everyone hear me?
Yes, loud.
Perfectly.
Okay. So what I meant by that, when y'all were talking about John Lewis, y'all said that he was very emotional and crying, and y'all were saying maybe that y'all thought he was gay. I said that just because a person is emotional and crying does not mean that they're gay. You know, men do.
I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I don't know what it was. You know?
Yeah, but men have emotions too. Like everyone has emotions. It gets to a certain point. If you're crying too much, like more than me, I think that's kind of crazy. But like if something was to happen and you shed a few tears, I'm not going to just say a man is emotional and gay. I'm not going to say that.
No, not that. No.
That's what I was just trying to say. Yeah.
Marisha, you know. Go ahead, Carla. Go ahead, Carla.
Every man tears up, right? But what I was saying was that in John Lewis's case, like Van Jones' case, right? You're on live television.
Live television.
Right? And then John Lewis, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman, was interviewing him, right? Asking him questions, right? And she's looking at him like, yes, you know, like, you know, it didn't dawn on me. This is what white women must think of black men. They're fucking weak, you know? You know, so like, you did, you went through a whole lot of civil rights, whatnot. And he's like, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
That was unacceptable, you know. And Brand Jones talk about his daughters and black women, blah, blah, blah. He starts crying on television. Dude, you don't do that, you know?
Hey, Marisha, let me ask you a question. Let me give you a scenario. You ready?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, so let's use your analogy. You got a man that, you know what I'm saying, he has feelings and sometimes he get upset and sometimes he cries, right? So say for instance that he's like at work or something or somewhere, you know what I'm saying? And you know, maybe it's a coworker or whatever. And then, you know, you go to like a somewhere, you might see the coworker at the job or whatever, or y'all might see him at the same coworker at Walmart or something. This is not maybe a lady or a dude or something like that. And then y'all talking, then and the guy or girl, whoever asks your man, like, yo, man, how everything going, man? You know what I'm saying, man? You know, at the work, you was boohoo crying at the job. You get what I'm saying? How would that make you feel as a woman standing next to your man that wherever he go and whoever he talks to, that he's always crying? Not just only he crying to you, Marisha, because I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? You got your rock, you his rock, you know, you're his peace, you're his homemaker. You get what I'm saying? But goddamn, Marisha, everybody he lend him an ear. He got the you know what I'm saying? Like, now be honest, Marisha. Be honest with that.
I wouldn't like that, but if like but if someone was like to pass away in his family or something like that and he cried over that, that's
You push it,
understandable. But if
you just push the goalpost so far. Then
but if he's always crying, I don't think I would like that. No.
Exactly. See what I'm saying? See, long as he cry on your dreadlocks, you get what I'm saying? I don't know if you got dreadlocks or not, but I thought I saw a picture he had dreadlocks. So long as he crying on your dreadlocks, it's fine. But if he taking that same type of feminine ass energy out into the world, you would feel a certain type of way about that, because you know for a fact that nobody's gonna see him as a man. And that's the worst thing for a woman, especially a strong black woman, that to know that people see her man as weak. When you don't even go out there and cry. See, a woman can go cry on a friend's shoulder. She can go cry about it. Hell, they can go watch the movie Straw and cry. But you ain't gonna want to sit there next to your man crying about it, or he go to the job talking about it again and sitting up there talking about he vulnerable with his knees to his chest, with his arms wrapped around his knees. Marisha, you ain't gonna tell me you're gonna be cool with that.
No, I would not like that. No.
So therefore, you like your man sensitive and vulnerable in your lap, in your arms.
But simply every human being has feelings. Like, everybody has emotions. Some days we're happy, some days we're sad, sometimes we're angry, we get mad. Everyone has feelings. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying him being emotional all the time. No. But like, if something was to happen, like if his mother passed away, or if he's
why
just
you keep going to death? I'm lost on that.
Or if he's going through something else and he shed a few tears.
So why he didn't share that with you?
Huh?
Why didn't he share that?
He can share. Yeah, he can share
him
with me.
Him sharing it with you ain't enough that he got to go out there and tell that story to everybody.
He should have shared that with everyone. No.
But see, that's my point. That's the point with Joy Lewis and Bakari Sellers. All these dudes are married. And they wait to put on a suit, a tie, bald head, face chiseled up, haircut, to get up there. And I'm talking about not cry. I mean, take off your glasses, pull out a handkerchief, Marisha, and go to crying for a white man.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that person is gay. That's all I'm saying.
No. What we said, I think John Lewis was gay. Just his mannerism just came off as a little gay. Came off a little slavish and gay. You get what I'm saying? But you know, I know that Van Jones is not gay. Bakari's not saying they just are emotionate, effeminate men. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because they have no problem. There's no way in the world that if me and you was married and then you came, you're like, hey, baby, how's your day at work? And then you saw me at work crying and shit. I'm walking in the house. Then I go to work the next day. I come back home and my job is to cry in front of the nation.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That is so terrible. See, this is what Colin thought that me. I told him, man, you ain't never had a crosswords ever in life. You learn. I think you learned with Hustle Smart is to take the edge off and just get to the substance. I think you finally realize most people ain't learned that yet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm actually a nice guy. Don't you think I'm a nice guy?
Well, I think you can be nice, but some of the it's the way you say it.
Yes.
Like, okay, I understand that you prefer African and Caribbean women. That's your preference.
I do.
But when you say stuff like you use just Black American women just for recreational purposes and just for sex, I think that's kind of rude.
Crass.
I think that's kind of rude. And I mean, we understand that you don't like African American. That's fine, but just to say something like that, I think that's kind of rude. I'm sorry.
You know what? It is rude, but it's one of those things to where it's just the truth. So nobody don't get it mixed up. You get what I'm saying? It's one of them things to where, you know what I'm saying, at least you know where I stand at. You get what I'm saying? So if anybody say like, hey, Hustle Smart like this chick right here, or he trying to be nice, so you can be like, hey, Hustle Smart might be a lot of things. But you sit on here talking about you trying to be flirting with American woman, that ain't it. You get what I'm saying? They're only for recreation use only. But the thing about it is,
God.
But just because I see them as such, that doesn't mean I'm nice to them. I'm just saying that I don't want to have no type of sexual, I don't want to play the role with you, anything other than a conversation. You get what I'm saying? I keep that to a minimum because most Black women think if you speak to them and make eye contact more than 2 seconds, you want to marry them or you want to rape them. You don't want to marry or you want to rape them. You get what I'm saying?
That is so absolutely false. Not every African American woman thinks that.
I'm being facetious. Now. But what I'm saying is that for the most part, you have to just keep if you don't plan on this is the one thing that I do like about African American women. You need to let them know where you stand at. You get what I'm saying? You need to go ahead and just be honest with them. You know what I'm saying? Do not lead them on. You know, that's one of the good reasons, Marisha, where I don't have no problems with my kid's mom because I do not play the role with them. I don't ask my son who they with. I don't ask my son if they on a date. If my daughter mom wants to have, I send them on over here. Just Uber them to me. I have no questions, no matter what time of the night is. You get what I'm saying? Because I give them that space to be the mom. I want to keep the relationship as the business. I'm the dad. I do my part, and my part is to take off the stress when you want to do it. You want to have fun and want to come by there. Hey, my daughter don't need to be there. You get what I'm saying? Let her come over to my house. I got a 3-bedroom house. You get what I'm saying? I don't care what time of the morning it is. I will come and get my daughter or I will Uber her over there. You see what I'm saying? So even though I'm strenuous in some aspect, I'm still in the way of letting you live your life. You know what I'm saying? Just don't never think that it could ever be something between us. You know what I'm saying? Even on a perfect sunny day, we can be laughing and joke. Do not get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with you at all. Like at that point, because I don't backtrack, Marisha. So I'm one of the good guys. I'm not one of the guys that'll ever lead you on. I never, ever backtrack.
Okay, that's fine. But and you have your preference. That's okay. That's
Right.
okay. But I'm just saying it's just the tone and well, okay, never mind. I mean, that's just the way you present things and the way your tone is. And I mean, that's just you know, I can't change anyone. So it is what it is. Like Kala says, it is what it is.
And at the point, what you say at the point, the bottom line is, the bottom line is, but look though, Marisha, at the end of the day, like we need to understand that in our community, that even though you're soft-spoken or whatever, but at the end of the day, your compadres, they lead in the Black community. You get what I'm saying? Like they're leading it. And it's more, put it this way. The best thing I can ever say to you is that it's less Marishas and it's more them.
The black community is a broken community. You know?
It's very broken.
Broken
And that's why I'm trying to tell Marie Shaw that it's less Marie Shaws and it's more them that's willing to break the black community, run it in the dirt, and be loud and proud with it and yelling.
But you know what? Hustle Smart is right, because I mean, now I'm not trying to be mean to my African American sisters and stuff like that, but just like the other day on Sunday, and I'm not trying to be mean, because I do love my African American sisters, but it was this one resident's family member. Like, she made me cry on Sunday because she was embarrassing me. Like, she was embarrassing me in front of her whole family, just nitpicking at what I was doing, just trying to get me on edge. And I was just so embarrassed, it made me cry. And I was just like, see, now I understand what some black men are saying about African American women, because you don't have to be like that. You don't have to be rude.
It's a choice.
Just stuff like that.
I think you know what it is. You know, be honest with you, and I love my sisters here in America, but it's like there's like this entitlement. Like, let me give you a perfect example I'm talking about. And I don't want my African American sisters to be mad at me, right?
Why do y'all have to put that disclaimer out there just to tell the truth?
I say it out there. I don't care, but I just say it anyway.
Go ahead. I'm just messing with you.
The thing is, there's African Americans have this attitude like I belong to them. They don't have to know. They have no obligation to me, right? They can look at a white guy. They can even translate a white right in front of you, right? Flirt with a white guy right in front of you, right? But the moment, right, when you're in a situation, like, let me give you an example. There's a gas station I go to get some food every once in a while. And one time there was a little Chinese girl there, and she's really nice. And I talked to her, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? The looks these sisters gave me, first of all, I walked in. You don't say hello. You don't say nothing, right? You don't say nothing. Like, I'm beneath you or whatever like that, right? And this girl behind the counter, the cashier, is being nice to me, giggling. Oh, that's so nice. Little cute little Chinese girl. You looking at me like I'm pretty like, how dare you? They look at her like, how dare you talk to one of our men? I'm like, I never knew I was so loved and whatnot, So the only time basically where their men is when other women are looking at us, or you're just minding your damn business out, whatnot. They feel like they're entitled to, or let's say they broke down on the side of the road, whatever like that, or their car is freaking messed up. They have to feel every right to come up to you and say, oh, look, my car is not working right. Can you come over here and see what this is? Or my tire's flat. Can you change it? Whatever like that. They feel like they're entitled to our strength, all stuff like that. But that's another thing annoying about Black American women. I know they think they own us.
See, this is the thing about Marie Shaw. I'm not gonna say I know your mannerisms, whatever, but I know it takes a lot for somebody like you to come on the channel, because like when I'm not on and you're up here, you know what I'm saying, you got to fight with all these men trying to get their word in. You can't even get 3 words out your mouth without 8 of them trying to interrupt you and guide your conversation. See, that's the difference with guys like me, that even though I have a tone about my speech, I actually listen. You get what I'm saying? And I wait for you to finish. You know what I'm saying? Interject when it's necessary, but interject to the point where you're comfortable with asking a question. So I'm actually the nice guy. You get what I'm saying? I just make it clear that, you know what I'm saying, no matter how nice I am, don't ever get it twisted. I will always choose an African Caribbean chick over a black woman, no matter how nice. The thing about it is, I have so much that I can't even risk that with even the night. I'm not speaking about you, Marie Shaw. I'm just talking about a Marie Shaw type. Even with the nicest Black American woman, you know what I'm saying, from what I done been through in my life and how I got it out the mud, literally, I can never risk that with a American chick, because I know the way the law, and most of it ain't based on the American woman. It's based on the way the laws are set up. The laws are set up for you to take something from me, and then for me to spend all the money trying to fight to get it and still end up losing half of it. I'm a logical guy, so I can't go that route. But what I do understand about you, Marisha, is that you want respect, but it's hard to demand respect when people take your kindness for weakness. You get what I'm saying? Now I fight for people like that. But see, even you agreeing with me on a point will make you look bad in front of the other women that will say, Marisha, even they'll tell you some shit like, even Hitler was right. Why you don't agree? You know, but you agree with Hitler. That's how we talk to each other. You get what I'm saying? So,
But
you know, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
You know what? I really don't care if other Black women get mad at me because, to be honest, I really don't even have any friends. And if I mean, I'm a very introvert person. I stay to myself, only hang with my sisters, some of my cousins, every now and then when I get out. So I really don't give a damn who gets upset with me. I'm sorry. So like I said, I'm very introverted. I'm very to myself. I go to work, I come home. But
Right.
if I do go out, I'll be with my sister. I have 3 sisters, and I have cousins that I hang around with. So if no other female wants to be my friend for speaking the truth, oh well. I'm sorry. I mean, like sometimes some of us we can be kind of rude. Just like I was saying to Lady how she was rude to me on
Right.
Sunday. She didn't have to be like that. She could
Yeah.
have pulled me to the side and say, "Hey, I think you're doing this wrong," or something like that. But for you to be
Was she
rude to
your
me,
boss?
that was very
Was she
messed
your
up.
boss?
Yeah. She did
No,
it in an
no,
audience.
no,
She did
no.
it as an audience setting.
No, she was one of the residents' family members, and I think she was a nurse, just like I'm a nurse.
Oh, they the
And
worst.
and maybe I did. I did make a mistake because it was so much work that was put on me because there wasn't a wound care nurse that day. So
Oh
when
yeah,
there's not a
hold on. Let me
so
ask you a question, Marsha. You gotta inbox me. You do wound care?
no, I don't do wound care nursing. There
No, no,
is
no.
a
Do you know doctors? Your nursing facility they outsource wound care, right?
No, we have a wound care nurse that comes Monday through well,
Who handles that? Well, I like to talk to you because I like to talk some business with you. I do wound care products. Stuff like that. I do wound care products. I'm looking for
okay.
nursing
But
facility.
but if y'all outsourcing it, do the product have to come from your hospital or can they bring their own products in? Do you know that, Marisha?
Usually the okay, so usually the doctor, okay, so usually the wound care doctor prescribes because people
I
have
get it.
okay, there's different treatments for different type of wounds. Like okay, there's diabetic ulcers, there's like ulcers that comes from just not moving around a lot. So like if you're just staying in bed and not getting turned every 2 hours, you get those type of pressure ulcers and stuff like that. So it just kind of depends. Like sometimes they use Meta Honey for different wounds. Sometimes they use oh God, what is that? Dickinson solutions for different wounds. They use like calcium alginate silver. They use different type of things to heal different wounds. So it just depends. It just depends on the type of wound it
Yeah.
is. And
Oh,
so the
yeah.
doctor will.
I
Oh,
do
go
wound
ahead.
care. I do wound care, so I'm specialized in all that. Yeah, it's a new business I'm in. Which I put my email, my business, one of my business email in the back chat, Marishai, which we call take that down, right, and then talk or say, I know this guy that has wound care products. When he like to talk to you, whoever the doctor is, like
Yeah, it
whoever.
might be the doctor because it sounds like it's the doctor that's
Yeah.
doing a prescribing, not the nurse.
All I want. Look, all I want is his email and a conversation, a 5-minute conversation.
Or either call it if she just tell you the doctor name, you can pull up his own because most doctors at each hospital have their own like.
Marisha, do you know the doctor?
See, that's different because I work at a nursing home and a doctor doesn't really come in like that. He comes in
Oh,
maybe
that's
like,
true.
yeah, he comes in like maybe I don't know. Usually we have certified nurse practitioners that come in, and I usually don't see them because one, she comes around 6 a.m. and I'm a day shift nurse. I come in at 7 a to 7 p. So I really don't see her. But the other one, she comes like only Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I barely even get to see her because I be so busy on my hall. So we usually just tiger text them. So I think the best person to talk to, Kala, you have to go to the doctor offices. They usually the like wound care, like supply people, they usually talk to doctor offices. We really don't do that like in nursing homes and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you said just your doctor's office that do your thing. Yeah, so I'm gonna start following. You know what the hardest part about reaching doctor's offices, right? You know, I've been trying to contact them. It's hard to get past those
No, you
receptions.
got to go in there. You got to go in there face to face.
I told David here. I said I'm gonna go in there. I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not doing no phone calls, emails no more. When I'm just gonna make the flyers up, brochures up, and say I need.
No, Colin, they want them free samples, bro. They want
Yeah,
them
no.
free-
Also, yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna do a lot of stuff. You know, I got this. Remember samples of wound care, stuff like that. Like it's a really good thing. I can't wait till we get our first clients one night. It's gonna really take off. You know, it's really gonna take off. But if anybody's into this, want to get into this, when we and Dave do this thing, man, there's gonna be a lot of opportunity for business opportunity. You know, people want to do this private medical supplies, and billing the federal government. People understand when you bill Medicare, Medicaid, that's where the money's at. Literally $1 trillion worth of billing. The private sector bills the federal government $1 trillion a year. And be honest with you, I want some of it. You know, be honest, I want a lot.
Why
of it.
not? Why
You know?
not? If it's there for the taking.
Black people sit on their ass and just talk all this black economics. Like I tell Principal, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. The new economics is getting into those contracts with the government and stuff like that, and black people working together for shit and bidding on contracts, shit like that. Not open up a damn grocery store in the neighborhood. That's fucking 1930, man. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
You know what, Colin? For the most part, that you know, like what Marie Shaw was saying about how, you know, people be rude. Like people have a way of being rude by being Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? That kind of rubbed me the wrong way with a lot of Pan-African too. You know what I'm saying? Where they'll be rude, but in the name of Pan-African.
I hate that.
No,
They'll try to tell, they be talking down to you, and
Yeah.
they try to change your identity, and they be disrespectful in the name of Pan-Africa. I hate that shit. You know.
Like Marie Shaw, when you went to Sierra Leone, like tell the truth. Did you feel any Pan-Africanness, or did you feel like everybody was trying to see what they can grab or get from you?
No, I didn't feel like that in Sierra Leone, but I felt that way in some parts of Nigeria. Like I felt like that and I don't know. Okay, don't be mad at me to the Africans and to the Nigerians in the chat if I pronounce it
Don't
wrong.
apologize
But
for telling the truth, Marie Shaw.
don't, because I'm probably gonna say it wrong, and I don't want to offend
It
them.
ain't
So,
wrong if it's your truth.
but Legos, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Legos.
That I felt that way in Legos, like they just was
Mhm.
asking me for money and stuff like that. But in Sierra Leone, I did not feel that way. No one really asked me for money, and only except for when we were in the KK and the driver didn't have enough money because the police had pulled us over. And I think it was because of that white girl was in the KK with us. As soon as he seen her, because me and the other brother, we could have blended in. We blended into Sierra Leone. And she was Dory, she sent that white girl with us. The cops pulled us over. The driver of the KK didn't have enough money, so the guy asked us for some money, and so we gave it to the cops and stuff like that. But that's the only time that where it's really when anybody really asked me for any money. Nobody really asked for money in Sierra Leone. I felt more of the love in Sierra Leone. Not saying I didn't feel love in Nigeria, but I just felt like more people were asking me for money in Nigeria. And that's what I went through. I can't speak for everybody else, but
Right.
that's what I went through.
And see,
And I went
go
with
ahead.
Dynas. I went with Dynas to Nigeria,
And
but
with Sierra Leone, right?
with Sierra Leone, no, I went with another lady, who's from Columbus that's married to a Sierra Leone. They have a hotel over there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But see,
Yeah.
this is the thing, though, Marisha. I see the only difference between you and me is that I don't do a disclaimer when I say how I feel. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, and not how I feel is when I tell the truth. So say for instance, just like how you said, like you was real specific. You was specifically saying in Sierra Leone, they didn't ask you for money. It was just a situation with a police officer. But when it came to Nigeria, no, it was not how you felt that they was asking you for money. No, they was literally asking you for money. They have a begging culture in Nigeria. I'm telling you, it shocked me when I got there. You get what I'm saying? Of the begging culture that they have. You get what I'm saying? So that's not nothing how you feel. That's something that happened. You get what I'm saying? Now, the thing about me is that I don't care if the truth hurts somebody's feelings when I'm telling the people. And on top of that, Marisha, what makes your voice so better than mine is because you don't want to make people feel bad with the truth, so they'll absorb the truth better from you than they will from me. When they hear from me, they like, oh, that hustle smart, just doing what he doing. But when they hear the truth from you, they're like, oh, okay, she didn't really want to say it, but she just had to say it. So sometimes to get your message out, your message, even though my voice is more, pronounced, your voice is stronger than mine because you don't really want to say it. And if it happens to you and you're being, straight line about the situation, it carries more weight than mine. That's why me and Carl was talking the other day, and then I was just talking about when you have females up on the show, let them talk more. You get what I'm saying? Because their voice is more essential to the conversation, because people will listen to them there and they can tell that you don't have no ulterior motive when you're telling your truth. Do you understand what I'm saying, Marie?
Yes, I understand, but I don't also like to make people feel bad the way I say things, because like I said, I was bullied in middle school and things like that, and I didn't like the way how I felt. So I try to say things more in a nice way, and I try not to make people I try not to be rude to people, and I try to oh gosh, what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to come off as respectful. I just want to be respectful, because I had people back in the day disrespect me, be rude to me and things like that. And I know how that feels. So I try to be respectful to people, because you don't know what people are going through these days. There's more people committing suicide these days. Like, I had an aunt that commits suicide. So I'm very careful what I say to people, because you don't know what people are going through. You don't know what people are going through. I'm sorry. You don't know what people are going through. And so you have to kind of watch. It's nothing wrong with being cordial. It's nothing wrong with being cordial. Yes, there's times when I say different things. I may cuss people out. I'm not a perfect person. I'm a human being. There's times where I cuss people out. But when I do it, when I cuss people out, I'm the angry Black woman. I'm the masculine Black woman when I do that. But you forget all the nice times.
Marie, you're a sweet person. You're a sweet person. You're a good person. I know, but you're human. Everybody has their breaking points. Like, I'm capable of being nice. That's what I'm saying. I'm human. I'm capable of being nice. I got empathy.
Kyle, hold on, Kyle. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have never been on chaotic Truth Show, so maybe that's a different Marie. I have never been on his show. There's more Marie's. Somebody named ZV talking about I was on Chaotic Show, and somebody else said that to me too. I have never been on Chaotic Truth Show. The only people's show I be on is Search for Huru, which is Dynasty Mirror. I come on Kyle's show. I be on Q Butter's show, and sometimes I be on Psychopathic show. So don't say I have been on these other shows. I have not been on those shows. So I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe somebody's trying to pretend to be me, or they have a similar name to me, but I have never been on Chaotic Truth Show. Sorry. And I have nothing to lie about. So
yeah.
And Mossy Warrior Clan too. Yeah.
African Goddess, I am not a rude guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a rude guy at all. I'm just straightforward. You know, you like it's no way that you'll have a conversation with me and not know where we stand at. It's no ambiguity you will get from me ever. And at the end of the day, that's the greatest respect that I can give to a woman. You know what I'm saying? When I'm having a conversation with her, is that no matter how nice I am, no matter how understanding I am, no matter how much I'm listening, that it ain't nothing after this conversation. You get what I'm saying? I ain't gonna try to get your number. I ain't trying to be slick. I don't care where you work at, where you live at, how your cats is, how your dogs is. You know what I'm saying? So even though you're an African chick, but definitely not the type of African chick that I deal with. And there's a reason why. You get what I'm saying? Because me and Kyla, we both working men. You know what I'm saying? We work more than we have fun. So therefore, the woman that we deal with is gonna reflect that type of lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? So the lifestyle of the female is gonna have to reflect my lifestyle. Because 9 out of 10, I'm gonna be paying for everything. So
hold on, let me get in
go
here.
ahead.
Okay, Dusty Bro said character crosses the line. This is what I've said. Character Truth was a Nigerian, and he doesn't understand the code. You know, we don't let white people use the N word with us. You know, we and we don't talk about our women, black women, no matter what, in front of white people or let them in our conversations talking about black women. That's a no. And also, Baruti and Solomon is having a debate about this. Is what I try to tell Baruti. Solomon's saying, now ain't just happened to be for Baruti. This guy Solomon saying the same thing. Ubuntu doesn't work. You know, so like I said, people, these black people in America, they have all these theories. Remember a couple of years ago, Hustle Smart, they had everybody wearing the Unk symbol. Remember that?
I do.
Remember that? I thought Unk was supposed to change the world. Remember that? You know, Unk. Since I found Unk, when you have these dudes working around with this aluminum foil wrapped up Unk and whatnot, you know, Unk symbol and whatnot. So what happened to Unk all of a sudden? Everybody just gave up on that. I don't see them.
When that was with the guys, Vainglorious dudes. What the red?
No, he's about what you call the rap group. No, the Unk symbol came out. It was popular with the Malachi York and fucking people like that. You know.
I thought they used to carry one with his hands around his neck. That symbol wasn't out there with them.
Yeah, maybe back in the '80s. You're talking about the
I can't remember their name for nothing.
I forgot the name of the group.
I remember he had a big ass gap tooth in his mouth.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Always be talking about Vainglorious.
He might, I almost think he's that dude that's in Liberia. You know, talking about, I swear to God, that might be the same guy.
Oh, you know what? Now that we thought about it, I'm actually gonna look him up and see where he at though. But I get what you're saying about the symbol and everything, like all of that. Like they killed me with all that Maya, and I met some chick.
Oh yeah,
I told her some Maya, and then you had that crazy ass dude that was wearing the Egyptian hair, bald headed with a piece of hair on the side.
Oh, yeah, that dude, you see that dude, right? With the long ponytail, bald. His name's Amos or something like that. Yo,
people are wild and shit, man.
These guys, I had crushed all these guys back in the day. Hey, Mari Shai, you was down with all that one time. Poor Mari Shai was down with them dudes.
She was with the Nubian, right?
Yeah, till I was
a Nubian and
I'll tell you, man, they be getting
people, and a Hebrew Israelite. But even way back then, I was kind of starting to. I don't know. I don't know how I got into all this stuff. I don't know how I got into all these codes.
Was it a guy? Was it a guy that got you into it?
Yes, it was a guy named Amari.
Yeah.
He lived in Georgia, and he was talking about the Nubian stuff, and I thought it was so cool at first. I was like, ooh, they had the Nubic language book and all that stuff. I was like, oh, I said, I think I like this. I had brought the language book and everything. I thought it was so cool.
I'm gonna do a history. Next show I'm gonna do the history of black cults and secret societies, right? Look, people got rich organizing black people. The only thing we never did was have a nation of our own. So in that vacuum, people find nationhood in groups like the 7-Day Adventists, the Daddy Gracers, the Father Diviners, the Nation of Islam, the Nubians. There's no end in sight. Remember that one guy that was in Chicago? What's his name? King Noble. Remember him? that crazy one. I think he got into porn. You know, he was like crazy dude, and he said they live with rats and whatnot. Man, I felt sorry for him. No, he was like, don't laugh, man, because the dude was really crazy, man. You know, they had he had a harem of women, and just like that dude, Nature Boy, remember him?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They
came out to be gay and shit. You know what I'm saying? He was a S, and like that's when it came out. I never knew, but you know what I'm saying. My homeboy, like, man, you know what I'm saying. He used to be on Backpage. You know what I'm saying. He was like a male stripper for like with the white gay dudes.
These people are people get into these cults, and like I said, my job with this channel, the Kyle Nation, is to make sure that element. I'm trying to protect the conscious community from crazies and weirdos that infiltrate the conscious community. You know, that's why I'm here. You know, that's why people think I'm mean to Kwame. I said I cut that pseudo shit out. You know, I love Kwame, but I said I know where it leads to. You know, that pseudo shit is dangerous. You know, it'll undermine everything you do. You'll have normal people like Mari Shai doing a job and everything, and next thing you know, Sister Mari Shai is acting crazy because.
But was you looking for something to? Like I got this. It's gonna be a 2-part question, Marisha. If it wasn't a man, if it was a woman, do you think that a woman could have convinced you to be in there?
I guess it just depends on if like I guess it just depends on if I like it or not.
What a sense of belonging.
Yes, a sense of belonging. That's what I told them on Q Butter's channel when I was explaining how I got into the Hebrew Israelite stuff and the Wabi. I wanted a sense of belonging. You know, a sense of belonging, like a sister brotherhood type of thing where we come to get like I wanted something like that. Yeah. So
you wanted to sit around like they did in the movie Avatar, where everybody sit around and harmoniously hum at the same time and move in a choir.
Okay. Here comes Kwame. Look, I can't. I'm just trying to wind it down. Now here comes Kwame, man. God damn.
I get it, Marisha. But Marisha, I seriously think that, you know what I'm saying, the man was the gateway drug.
You think so?
I think without that dude, you wouldn't have went that route. You probably would have thought about it or maybe read up on it, but it was more easily to introduce you to that world from on the backside of the man. The man was leading you there. You were just following.
The same thing happens with a lot of brothers who go into these groups, right? Let me give you an example, right?
Say that again, Carla. Say that one more time.
Same thing with brothers, right? The Nation of Islam, they have this technique, right? Notice you recruit the sisters, right? You have the sisters looking all fine. Well, that sister such and such, when she has our youth program now, and they know you're thinking about, damn, man, there he goes. And she really likes brothers that could sell 100 papers a day, newspapers a day, or some shit like that, right? And all of a sudden you're thinking, damn, I want to move up in the nation. I want my stripes for that. Because I get my stripes, I get this picture right here, and sister says I could ask her to marry me and whatnot. They know that, you know. They know you're just coming there just like this. They know you coming there for fellowship.
Sound like pimping to me, Carla.
Well, you know, churches, groups, they do that. That's how they get young men in. You know.
But Rashad, do you now that you're out of it, the Nuwaubians, do you see it as a cult? Do you see it as a cult now?
Yes, I do, but no disrespect to my Nuwaubian brothers and sisters and stuff like that. But yeah, and I see it as all of them are cults. All well, no, I don't know. No.
No, you was going.
I don't know. I ain't gonna say because see, I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I'm not religious at all, and I'm not into the spookism and stuff like that. I'm leaning more towards agnostic. Agnostic. So I don't want to be put in a box. I'm not, you know, and I don't even want to be called agnostic. I just, you know, I just, but I'm not an atheist though. I don't, it's not that I don't believe in a higher power, but I'm just not a religious type of
You
person.
ain't
I'm
with
not,
all these funny organizations.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not with
yeah,
none of
because
that
you
stuff.
said it right. You was about to throw the meat in the pot,
No,
and
no.
she almost was finna drop that turkey meat in the pot, Carla. You know what I'm saying? So she had to pull back.
You know, Don Nicoleone, that lady Don Nicoleone, she owned a nightclub in Atlanta. She was a Nuwapian.
Oh,
She was a
wow.
crazy one too, you know. Don Nicoleone, you know, she has she was at her own Blog Talk radio show for years. Don Nicoleone show. She was Nuwapian. I used to listen to them when these crazy people talking about numbers, especially when that dude, what's that dude that got Troy Davis got executed. Everybody had all these numbers. I said, these niggas are crazy, man. You know, that's what I said. I said to myself, man, I got to get away from this, man. You know, because I was like involved with that. Let me get Kwame on. Go ahead, Kwame.
Hey, peace to the panel.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, hello.
Hey, Marshaw.
Hey.
I think you're confusing and mixing everybody organization or what they do.
And I think I have every right after seeing all these crazy things. I think I have every right to do that, you know.
Because I hear you.
Lord
I
Abba,
just heard you talk about
and all these clowns I've been debating for years. You know, I mean, it's like
but you can't mix the Moors with Shaka Moors with Hebrew Israelites and Ankh and them. Like
what's
they're
the
not
difference? They're all the same, man.
How they all the same?
Because it's all fake as fuck.
Yeah,
I mean, Ankh teaches about science and methodology, so I don't think.
So
you know about the Nawabo too, Kwame?
Yeah, you talking about Malachi Z. York?
Malachi, let me tell you, man. Short 10-second story, man. One day I was at the mall and the dude said something about, man. You know what I'm saying? He heard me talking to somebody. He was like, man, you know, you ought to come by, man. We can show you these visions, these numbers that gonna light you. Man, I said, man, get the fuck out of my face before I punch you in your face. You get what I'm saying? Like that was the last conversation I had about him. You get what I'm saying? It's the thing about it is that, you know, what somebody taught me a long time ago, if you lend an ear to fuck shit, you get what I'm saying? That's what you get.
Sinners, you let it in. You invite
You let it in. You get what I'm saying? Like I'd never even entertain it. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I was trying to tell Marie Shaw that the reason why she entertained it mostly it was on the back of a dude. So it was a little bit of a relationship or whatever type of relationship it was, and then it made it easy to introduce. And a lot of times with Black people, man, we look for things that correlate to something that we feel. You know, so you might see a number, Kwame, you might see a symbol that can direct to you. You get what I'm saying? You might see a proverb that suits you or whatever. But at the end of the day, if none of it can't help me hit the cash 3 or the Mega Million or the Powerball, I don't want to hear that shit. You get what I'm saying? Because you can have all the knowledge yourself and be broke as fuck. And I've seen so many dudes that's broke as fuck, crazy as fuck with all this knowledge. You get what I'm saying? If you're not using that knowledge to build, or not to build far as mentally, I'm talking about to build financially as a conglomerate, what's the point of having all that knowledge?
Yeah, and simply, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you, but I don't think you should just mix all them up into one hodgepodge. Like Mari Shaw, she be on Marcy Warrior Clan. I don't think she would mix up Marcy Warrior Clan or what Uncle them do with Nuwapian or Hebrew Israelites, if I'm correct.
Yeah, yes, but this is my problem with religion. Okay, just like one of the guys in the chat when we were talking about building, they keep on saying, "Oh, we gotta wait." No, okay, look, this is how when I was just say for instance, let's just say this when I was a Hebrew Israelite. All the sisters, everybody was talking about building, but some of the men was talking about no, we need to wait on the Most High. That's what pisses me off. We need to freaking build. We need to freaking build. We don't need to be waiting on no Most High.
Look, I'm gonna
I'm
tell you,
sorry.
I had the same thing, right? Back, I was so fucking naive. Back in the 90s, I was a young nigga, right, going to the costume, and I was bringing in we need to build this and all of a sudden, the one dude in the chat said, I kept standing up, asking these questions then finally one of the ushers came over and said, Man, you better shut the fuck up, man. You keep asking too many questions with that. I was like, something don't matter. We're here every night. We should be building this. We should be doing that. I had all these plans. Then it dawned on me, these guys ain't interested in no damn
Right.
plans, man. It's just getting you hopped up. Also, the dude, they're trying to get with those fine sisters that be going there and whatnot, and
But Kyler, what's the difference between Malachi Z. York and the Black Church?
Absolutely nothing.
well, check out. I would say like the Black Church. Like I said, the difference is the Black Church is this: Black Church built black families and built black communities historically. That's the difference.
I agree with that.
The Hebrew Israelites do the same. So
Well,
what
what communities? What
Black
communities?
Church?
Where?
Demona.
Oh, come on! There's a bunch of single guys living there. Come on, man, stop it, man.
Looking like they had a goddamn Planet Rock video and shit, man. What's up with that shit, man? Looking like they saw some Planet Rock. I mean, you thinking Africa Bambaataa gay ass gonna come out and start rapping or something, bro?
Like the Power Rangers.
Yeah, what's up with that? What's up with that trickery, Kwame, man? I don't get it.
You want to dudes out there, man? I ain't with no dude eating African, man. I'm
they're screaming and shit, you know what I'm saying? With all purple on, hot as fuck.
That's right, bitch. But I know
you sweat dripping from their beard like United from the movie 300 and shit.
But the reason why I brought them up because you like to big up the Black Church.
Ruler. They pull out the Bible. What does the Bible say? Verse such and such says you should beat a black woman upside the head.
Yeah.
Hey,
now, Kwame, one thing I'll be on what I'll say is that I get what you're saying because I say it's nothing no different. But one thing, Colin's, it's two things can be right at the same time. Colin's right is that like when I was growing up, the church did lay down the foundation. Now, even though I didn't believe in it, I still saw more of a foundation there. Even though it was built. Now, this is where I'd be on your side, Kwame. I still believe that if the foundation is shaky, you get what I'm saying? You don't have a strong foundation. That's why you have a lot of people in the Black church. Once they get old enough to get away from the church, they get away. But it does build the foundation. You get what I'm saying? But in the other ones,
your structure, gives you
a structure foundation. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. But like once people, if they get rubbed the wrong way or they see a different light, like me, Kwame, the first day that I stopped believing in God and the Bible was the day I read the Bible all the way through from beginning to the end. I was like, ain't no fucking way. This shit don't make no sense.
I know. And Simple, that's what I was up there reading the Old Testament, and I was reading. I'm like, this is so much killing in this Bible. I had to stop reading it.
Yeah,
there was so much killing in Numbers and Leviticus. I'm like, oh no, I can't. I had to stop reading.
Like all the Black church talk, Carla. All the Black church talk about love, and then I read the Bible. All I read was jealousy, vengeance.
But when you read the Bible though, like when I read the book of what is it, Chronicles, I'm like, yo, this shit is better than fucking Game of Thrones. I mean, you know what I mean? Every it was war after war. Yep. It was battle after battle. It was
famine
intrigue. I'm like, they should have made Game of Thrones based on this.
Yeah,
as crazy as the Hebrew Israelites are, I would say that
I need a laugh to where to say. I'm gonna let you guys stay on, but I'm gonna. I need to hear Kill over before I give it. I need to laugh. I need a laugh.
Oh yeah, Colin, can I tell you something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw a G on Dinah's channel, and I told him that you accidentally blocked him, but he was. I don't think he was trying to hear that. He felt like you did it on purpose.
Ain't nowhere in the world he saw that, because he saw that Colin was trying to that ain't if G said that, G aligned the truth ain't in, because I was listening to the show that day. Colin was trying to block Dusty, bro. G didn't even say nothing. He just blocked him.
I was trying to tell him that, but
if he was that, Steve, it's nowhere in the world if he was there, he could have saw that. Because Colin was literally telling people, hey, don't chat no more. His whole argument was to Dusty, brother. So if G got hit, and soon as first thing Colin did, and I ain't even on Colin's side. This is
the first thing he did was apologize after
first
he did it.
thing
He
he
said,
did for
I did it by
apologize, try to figure
accident.
that. So ain't nowhere in the world
I tried to
that's
tell G
false
that,
right
but
there. Because I
you
was
weren't trying to
listening
hear
to it when it happened.
No, I
If
tell
he-
you what it is. What he did is G is ducking for me. You know, he's using this as escape, right? Because he got that ass was a cover at debate.
I told him that you wanted to debate him, and he was like, "No, Colin blocked me on purpose."
See, that's what he's using. Yo, he's back. He's using that to back off the debate. He's probably glad.
Hey, I'm gonna show you how to unblock people. You can't unblock them from StreamYard, Colin. You got to unblock them from YouTube.
Okay, how do you do that?
I have to go. I have to walk you through it. We'll talk about it later, man. You know what I'm saying? We got time, and I can walk you through it because I got to do it. I'm gonna do it from my laptop too, so we see because it shows different from the mobile to laptop. One day.
Now, I know how to unblock people from the like say I ban somebody from the call-in, the live, but as far as like this chat room, I don't know how to unblock people.
Because you can, when you go through the studio on your laptop, you can go to a room where they say everybody that you have blocked. It's a list.
Okay, all right.
Hey,
So I'll show you how. Go ahead.
Please, why you got Kato staking out on Broadway, man?
Hey man, listen, I had you know the funny part is that the one thing I do respect about Kato, he come out like he gay. That dude shy be trying to cosplay. That's old 62-year-old predator dude that sit up there. He old as fuck. He older than you, Colin. I don't even think you knew that.
Old man, come on.
He's 62 years old. He come over there to fantasize. He come over there to fantasize. That's why he be watching diners on the big screen.
Wait, so he really gay?
He gay as fuck.
Oh dang.
Shy and super gay. He said that I pushed him in the corner about 6 months ago when he came out and said it. You know what I'm saying? Like and then on top of that, he watched diners on like the big screen fantasizing and shit. And then he get up there and had this contention with dudes. And when dudes ain't on, just like the day it exposed him. Soon as everybody left with all of that talking that he do, when all the dudes left, he left. Because there was no type of sexual tension there anymore. Like he weird as fuck, bro. He is 62 years old. And sit up there talking about trying to get people to put $5 in a faggot fund. You know what I'm saying?
I mean to derail the conversation. I
don't mind telling the truth.
Let me get Kidola. Kidola, go ahead, bro. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Carla. I've been enjoying listening to what's going on here.
Nothing else. I'm entertaining. I know.
Yeah, it's that. You listen to some religions and everything. Black people never really Christianity. I don't know how Christianity came that black people start. They won't swim in that Christianity. Both those that believe in whatever they hate, whatever they want to hate, and the black man was worshiping big trees, rivers, and all these things, sun and everything. Never really that Bible that the white man brought that lead to the slave trade. You have to start before they start dealing on slave trade. The white man came first to investigate. And these were Catholic, it was Irish, Portuguese, and everything. But they came to spy first. After some few years from there, slave trade started. And at the end of the day, it was about giving that Bible to the black man. That's what that slave trade started already. It was never really. It was something to get them to believe something, but they have to defeat them first before the Bible was being given to them. And the black man, since then, the black man have lost his mind inside that Bible. For things that never really relate to them. They don't know Jesus Christ. They never been to Jerusalem, whatever they want to call them. You that live in a thick jungle, maybe you have a walking path in that jungle, all kind of dangerous animals around you. How do you know the road to close to Turkey? It's very, very far. It's very, very West Africa to those zones, very, very far.
You don't think Lewis ancestors went to cross the desert and the jungle to go to
Lewis, no way. Lewis might be converted into that lifestyle.
I love you look at hustle. I love instigating shit.
Lewis might be converted into that style in Britain. See, Kala, when Africans leave the shore of Africa, sometimes they also get confused also. The longer they stay in abroad, the more confused they become. You understand me? They become schizophrenic. They become.
Yeah, I know. We got Negroes here 400 years. They think were here already.
No, but Kala, let me tell you the truth. The more you stay, the more these new Africans that left to this Western country like United States or London or some of these Western countries, right? The more you stay, the more you start getting confused. You start having anxiety. It's very difficult for Africa to have anxiety, right? You start having anxiety. You start having all kind of confusion because the system, the government system they run in these countries, you're not used to it. Africa doesn't know nothing about documents, you know.
Kala, I honestly think that people subconsciously want to see themselves in the Bible so they can see themselves as a structured religion.
Anything but black.
There's nothing in the Bible that belongs to the black man there. You know, all these things, is a creation to win the black man heart. And it's a pity that it have to be like that. You understand me? It's very difficult to take Africans in Africa out of the Bible compared to once, because it's a business. It's never really. Now it's a business. It's a money making machine business.
Next question I'm going to ask everybody: is Ubuntu the next Nuwapian cult?
Oh no, that ain't gonna fly. They ain't got enough women in it. They ain't got enough women in it. You know,
anything that can make money.
What's Ubuntu? What's that?
Oh, it just means we'll love, peace, and happiness among black people or whatever.
That shit dead.
Yeah, so.
Hey, you know what that kills me though? Every time I hear like an African and they have that British or UK accent, man, that shit kills me. Every time I hear them talk, they go from Frenchy, they go from the other chick they be on Dinah show like in Lewis
Wildflower.
Wildflower. Well, Frenchy sounds kind of good, but Wildflower sounds crazy.
Man.
That sounds like a white woman. She sounds like a white British woman.
I think Frenchie sounds nice though. She's not Frenchie's really a nice person. She's friendly.
No. We ain't talking about it. We ain't talking about the personality.
Yeah, she's
I'm
a good
just saying
friend.
The accent. It just what I'm saying is it just always kills me when I hear an African person. For a person that's of African descent has that British or UK accent. You get what I'm saying? It just kills me. That's all it does. It just, to hear them talk and sounds like they really
we are basically having Ubuntu wars in the chat room tonight. Somebody finally is basically challenging Baruti with Ubuntu, saying, "Yeah, man, that's bullshit." Like I said, this guy Solomon. I think he's the same guy that used to follow me years ago when that wants to kill all Tutsis. Are you that guy, Solomon?
Oh, okay. I don't think he's the same guy. I think he's from South Africa.
Solomon.
He's from South Africa.
This is what I know. Solomon, did you ever live in Ohio? He says yes, that's him.
Man, I just found out everybody on my dad's side was from Ohio. I had no idea. Yeah. No idea that we all came from on my mama's side is from Macon, Atlanta, South Carolina, and then dad's side from Ohio area.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, Hustle More, because I'm from Ohio. My dad's family is from Georgia, and we migrated to Ohio and Illinois. But my dad is from New Jersey though. But then my mom's side of family, they come from North Carolina, Louisiana, and Alabama. But I think that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's just how that kindred spirits, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people can hate or don't like something or whatever, but you can still see the streamlines of a normal conversation where you can have a conversation with somebody that you and them is on polar opposite lines, but at the end of the day, if you still listen and have an understanding, you can not agree, but still understand what side of the road that each person is traveling on. See, that's what I like, man. That's why I'm hustle smart, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I turn the diamonds, I bring the diamonds out the rough. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, Colin. Well, you finna end it up, Colin? What you doing? How long you going tonight?
Y'all can stay and keep talking.
Man, it's 6 hours, bro. I just came up here to show you some love, man. You know what I'm saying? Just to redirect the conversation.
I don't want Colin to end the live. This conversation is good.
I'll be here tomorrow night. You know, Tuesday night. I'll be here tomorrow night. You know, just better conversation.
Marisha, you know why it's a good conversation? Do you know what? Do you know why it's a good conversation tonight?
Well, we talking about good stuff. I mean,
No, the reason is that Colin's he's not in a position tonight where he's not having to bark or defend every single word that he's saying tonight. Do you get what I'm saying? See the difference. The difference between Colin and me is that I'm more of a hard line. Colin's more of a trying to get you to understand. I ain't trying to get you to understand nothing. It is what it is. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you don't have like 4 people barking at Colin. You get what I'm saying? To try to get him to push his point, or trying to get him to see if he contradicted something that he said early, or trying to take what he's saying out of context. So it makes the conversation go by smoothly. And on top of that, Marisha, you had a chance to get up here and talk without every 3-4 words you say it was you being jumped on.
I want more females calling in. I don't know what the hell.
Exactly.
You know, more females calling in is pretty sure, because that's how you get the conversation. I'm trying to build a community here. This is the only community we really got nowadays. Social media is the only community we got. We don't have to look when you go out. Does anybody when you go out? Does anybody speak?
Nope.
No. So when you go out there and they say protect the black woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the scowl you get on from the black woman nowadays? Like,
man, please,
like, don't you dare! I don't want to talk to you
until they need you.
I think it depends on. I think it depends on where you live at. Like I said, I come from a rural area, and it's still the same.
The average woman, I say, okay, I know you got a man at home. You ain't trying to get like that, you know. But not every black man is desperate. I would like to put the purpose over that. Not every black man wants to go out with you with your grandkids to Chuck E. Cheese on Saturday, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, check this out. I want to hear something funny. I remember I was doing a part-time job at Amazon like 5 years ago, right? And this hood rat, you have like 3 generations of hood rats. No offense to anybody. I'm not trying to degrade black women. Right? Yeah, I went to this one house, 3 generations of hood rats, right? The grandmom, right, had her man friend, like they always say, right? He's coming over, right? And taking her grandkids out and shopping and whatnot, you know. This dude is so desperate. He wants to, he gonna do this, he gonna do that, blah blah blah. I'm saying to him, what did he get out of it? Right? You're sitting home with your daughter, y'all about to party in the house, had drinks, car set, whatnot. You got some man that you convinced that you keep doing right when that he's like, I got the kids, I'm gonna take them all out of your grandkids. Like, I'm like, look at this fool. Like, I think a lot of black women thinks that every black man, no matter how many kids they got out of wedlock. Okay, they think every one of us is available because we're desperate, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand the black men don't give a shit about being alone. You know?
But that's what's making me indecisive about having children, because like if I was to get married and have a child and something was to happen to my husband, or if he divorced me and I end up a single mother, then that would be against me. That would be so much against me.
No, that's a different case. You know, first of all,
divorce is always a different story, Marisha. It's always a different story.
When a woman says I divorced my husband, is different than a woman basically like, I don't know who my baby daddy is, who his kid is. I don't like. I gotta do a paternity test, and they also got like 3 crazy niggas. Still, a friend of mine. Man, and some of these women, they got dudes hanging around. I think they'd be doing it on purpose, right? They got this dude, one of my friends, right? I helped him out with his insurance case, getting Social Security, right? And it was this on the news too, right? This was on the news. This dude got shot in the back, and he was an iron worker making $30 an hour. He was disability. He was less everything. I showed him how to get Social Security. He thanked me to this day. Thank you for helping me get. I didn't know I was entitled to say, yeah, you're entitled to disability. You can't work, right? The dude, he went to his girl's house, fucking badass chick's house, right? The dude that lived on the block was like the girl or whatnot, you know. And any dude that went near his house, he would threaten him. He said, he would tell him, "Look, don't go near that house. Don't go in that house," right? And the dude was like, "Man, you with her? No, but I don't want nobody going in that house," whatever, like that, right? And all of a sudden, the female was like, "Oh, you don't own me. Don't worry about him, whatnot," you know. And I'm saying to myself, like, a female has a way of telling a guy, "Stop it,"
right?
You know, that. But so I think she got something out of that, you know.
Yeah,
crazy over that. He shot the dude. Yeah, he came. He was about to get in his car. He said, as soon as he opened the door, he was like looking over his shoulder. Then like, black, black, black. It was on the news. The guy got on bail. I said, "Yeah, I heard about that case. Yeah, that's you." I said, "Yeah, you shot me."
Hey, Colin, like I told you, man, at some point, women realize that what men offer is death, dick, and disaster, and they will use that. They will use that to their advantage. You know what I'm saying? They will use it to their advantage. Have a dude floating around, have some false sense of protection. Like women like that type of shit. To have somebody that be like, "I kill somebody for you." Women think that's the most cutest shit in the world. You get what I'm
No,
saying?
I don't like that. I wouldn't want anyone to just kill. I mean,
take somebody's life. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want any. I mean,
some of these dudes will do it over these.
Yeah.
Don't, like I said, that's why I tell people, Colin, will you mentor? No, you go try to mentor somebody's kid and whatnot, and then let's say you go to somebody's house, pick up some boy, and you're gonna play football, mentor, or whatnot. The father shows up and whatnot. What are you doing, my son? You know, because he's always thinking he's gonna get back into the thing. You know, and so he ain't thinking about, oh, he's got to mentor my son. He says he's thinking that you know, look, it's just not a good idea. Not that used to be a time where you could do that, but I tell people all the time that it takes a village shit is bullshit. You know?
Oh yeah, that shit's done.
You know what, Kala? I believe what you're saying because and this is why I don't want to date any man with kids anymore because I don't have any kids, but I dated two guys that had kids, and the one he went back with his children's mother and slept with her while we were in the relationship and had that third baby. When I met him, he had two children, and then he went back to mess with her and had a third child. So I'm not talking to a man with kids anymore. I'm sorry. I don't have any kids. You better not have any kids.
Yeah,
you know what, Marie Shaw? Most girls, like, just say when you're, especially you're nice and you know, maybe not aggressive or anything. A girl that's, if your boyfriend that you're dating, his baby mama will fuck him just for the fact that she will consider you a weak chick. You get what I'm saying? And will just damn near rape your boyfriend, you know what I'm saying? And on top of that, it ain't nothing that she did all the way. She, you know, she put the easy pussy sign on display and he just went for it anyway. But what I'm saying is that, you know, that's how black women are, because they go by everything sexual. So just like how you said that you don't want no man that'll kill for you, a black woman, a man say that, it'll make another black woman frothy. You know what I'm saying? She floating on cloud now. Get on the phone with all her cousins and girlfriend, Marie Shaw. He believe he crazy. He said he'll kill for me. It makes her feel special. See, that's how you can tell the women that ain't never been felt special by a man in a normal sense, that they'll feel special
have daddy issues and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they're protected.
It could be daddy issues. It could be just not feeling important. Because no matter how much I tell my daughter I love her, she beautiful. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, she hear from somebody else and she be like, goddamn, like she ain't heard nobody else said it before in life. So sometimes it takes that person. So, you know what I'm saying, that's the difference. See, that's what shows you that, like I told you earlier, Marie Shaw, it's less Marie Shaws than not, because I know plenty girls would love a guy like that to have a killer in their midst than somebody like you that say, I don't want no man that'll kill for me. It's less women like you. It's more women like the one that Carlo just talking about will do with rich. Like, think about it. He loves you so much, Marie Shaw, that he'll risk his life, risk his freedom, take another person's life.
Yeah, because see, I can't be with anyone like that because I don't want I don't want my man getting in any trouble where he has to serve jail time, and then here I am alone, pretty much alone
He back on the
again.
block.
Like pretty much alone again. You know what I mean? I just want someone. I'm not saying he has to be peaceful. I mean, I'm saying that I want him to be a protector, yeah, but I don't want him just going out here just killing everybody, trying to steal and just like steal and do all these bad things. I just want a good, decent man. That's all.
Right.
A good, decent man. That's all. I'm not asking for much, but geez, like
Yeah.
I don't want nobody just killing anybody either. That's crazy.
Stand for what it is, Marisha. You don't want a savage.
Yeah, I don't want a savage. Yeah.
But Carla, sometimes
She trying to excuse me, Dolly. She trying to take the nice road. I mean, I just try to get her to say it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Condola. My fault.
Carla, sorry, bro. When I hear people start saying protect or whatever women say, something. No, look, you can protect yourself. You understand? All these sweet words, that qualify you